Chapter 1050. Lu Ming had never expected that his third bloodline would be a drop of blood. This drop of blood was not the blood essence of the 9 dragons, but a bloodline that had been awakened in his body. Moreover, there was no chakra around this drop of blood, which was unbelievable. This was exactly the same as when his 9 dragons bloodline had just been awakened. When the 9 dragons bloodline had just been awakened, there was no chakra either. However, after devouring the blood essence, it would continue to improve. But now, could it be the same for his third bloodline? Lu Ming's consciousness merged with his third bloodline and sensed it carefully. Kill, kill, kill. When Lu Ming merged with his third bloodline, an earth-shattering roar exploded in Lu Ming's mind. This voice was mighty and majestic. It was filled with dense, murderous intent. Endless murderous intent instantly drowned Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming let out an explosive roar. His eyes were filled with terrifying, murderous intent. At this moment, his heart was filled with endless murderous intent, as if he wanted to slaughter all the living things in the world. Rumble. At the same time, Lu Ming felt endless energy from this drop of blood in his third bloodline. This drop of blood was no longer a drop of blood in Lu Ming's eyes. It was a sea of blood, an endless sea of blood. This sea of blood was filled with endless energy. Lu Ming felt that even a martial emperor would be as insignificant as an ant in front of this energy. At this moment, there was a trace of energy flowing into Lu Ming's body. This trace of energy was not even a billionth of the total energy in the sea of blood. However, it was already extremely terrifying. Kill! Lu Ming roared angrily again. His murderous intent was boundless. At this moment, a layer of blood-red glow emanated from his body. The strange thing was that his hair actually turned blood-red at this moment. It was as red as blood. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. Terrifying energy burst out from Lu Ming's body. Bang! 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 The chains that were hanging down from the ceiling Yuan Tower instantly collapsed and turned into dust. As for the scattered light from the ceiling Essence Pagoda, the light that was suppressing Lu Ming's cultivation, it was also struck by this power and collapsed. After losing the power of suppression, Lu Ming's true essence, which had been suppressed for a year, started to roar crazily. His spirit embryo started to beat violently like a heart. At the same time, the concept rune began to glow and rapidly lengthen. Boom! 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 A 5-colored pillar of light soared into the sky and bombarded the Yuan ceiling tower. The ceiling Essence Pagoda shook continuously before it finally exploded. Concepts. Lu Ming's 5 types of concepts had all broken through to the 4th level at this moment. Terrifying energy surged, the magma below churned, and the cave above shook. At this moment, in the Zhou family, Forefather Zhou was shocked. His aura shot into the sky, and his eyes were filled with shock. He shouted, "Not good! Something happened in the underground cavern." After saying that, he quickly rushed into the underground cave. 4th level concept. Lu Ming roared. In the end, his mind wasn't crushed by the endless killing intent, and he still retained a trace of intelligence. Then I'll break through and become a spirit god. Roar. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared and appeared. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a pile of origin stones appeared in the air. This pile of origin stones had more than 1,000,000 pieces. Supreme Nine Yang had given him about 500,000 origin stones. In addition to the origin stones he had obtained from killing some enemies during this period of time, there were more than 1,000,000 origin stones. The 9 dragons opened their mouths and swallowed the 1,000,000 origin stones. Dong! 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 In his dantian, the spirit embryo was beating rapidly, as if a living being was being born. At this moment, the spirit embryo burst forth with a powerful suction force, attracting Lu Ming's soul into the spirit embryo. Boom! The next moment, the spirit embryo collapsed, and a figure appeared in his dantian. This figure was clearly a miniature version of Lu Ming. It was exactly the same as Lu Ming, except that it was very small and very mini, only the size of a fist. This was a spirit god, formed by gathering the essence, qi, and spirit of a martial artist. Lu Ming let out a long howl. His figure moved, and he soared into the sky. The rocks above the cave exploded like tofu. At this moment, the entire Drum Mountain and the entire Zhou clan began to shake violently. Swoosh! Then, a bloody light rushed out from the ground and floated in the sky. In the bloody light, Lu Ming stood in the air. His body was covered in bloody light, and his killing intent surged. Kill! 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 The third bloodline roared constantly, and killing intent surged into Lu Ming's mind. How did you escape? Not far away, there was an incredulous shout. It was Patriarch Zhou. At this moment, figures flew over from all over the Zhou family. They were all alarmed. Swoosh! Swoosh! Figures appeared one after another. The Patriarch of the Zhou family, the Elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Hexen. Is this possible? How did you escape? The Patriarch of the Zhou family shouted in disbelief. His eyes were about to pop out. I knew it. You can't trap this kid. Dandan laughed from one of Patriarch Zhou's hands. Kill. So what if you escape? This time, I'll kill you completely. Patriarch Zhou shouted and stepped forward to attack Lu Ming. But in the next moment, his hair stood on end, and a terrifying sense of danger arose in his heart. He subconsciously looked up at the sky, and his pupils suddenly constricted. He roared, "Heavenly tribulation. It's the heavenly tribulation. You're going to transcend the tribulation." At this moment, wind and clouds gathered in the sky. Endless dark clouds seemed to have appeared out of thin air and covered the sky. Endless lightning swam in the dark clouds, emitting a terrifying might. At this moment, Lu Ming hadn't completely stepped into the domain Enlightened God realm, and he still had to transcend the domain Enlightened God tribulation. Only after transcending the domain Enlightened God tribulation could he be considered to have truly stepped into the domain Enlightened God realm. If he couldn't transcend it, he would be reduced to ashes. Oh no, retreat, retreat quickly. Patriarch Zhou roared. If they were implicated during the tribulation, then they would have to transcend the tribulation as well. Moreover, the might of the heavenly tribulation would change according to the cultivators' cultivation. If they weren't prepared and were implicated, then they would be courting death. Patriarch Zhou retreated hastily. He wanted to retreat far away and kill Lu Ming after he transcended the tribulation. He was confident that even if Lu Ming stepped into the first level of the Spirit God realm, he was confident in his ability to kill Lu Ming. The gap between every single level of the Spirit God realm was extremely huge. He didn't believe that Lu Ming could surmount 3 levels to fight him while at the Spirit God realm. Old dog, where do you think you're going? Lu Ming stared at Patriarch Zhou, and then he took a step forward and executed the 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps. At this moment, Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps was a few times faster than it was a year ago. It seemed that Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-trampling steps had broken through during this year. His figure was like a bolt of lightning that approached Patriarch Zhou at extreme speed. Rumble. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky roiled as a bolt of lightning that was as thick as a water jar struck down towards Lu Ming. 5 types of concepts converged to form a 5-color battle armor that covered Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming didn't even spare a glance at the lightning as he continued to pursue Patriarch Zhou. Bang! The lightning drowned Lu Ming, but Lu Ming charged through it and was completely fine. Bang! 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 Chapter 10:51. 3 bolts of lightning, each as thick as a water jar, streaked across the sky as though they were tearing it into several pieces. Unparalleled heavenly might spread. Many Zhou family disciples below trembled as though a great calamity was about to befall them. However, in the face of such terrifying lightning, Lu Ming still ignored it and charged at Forefather Zhou. Get lost! Get lost! Forefather Zhou was horrified. He rushed forward with all his might and roared. He was terrified and aggrieved. However, he did not dare to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming was undergoing a tribulation. If he attacked Lu Ming, he would be directly implicated in the lightning tribulation. He looked forward to Lu Ming being killed by the lightning tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 bolts of lightning struck Lu Ming, but Lu Ming was completely fine. He did not even slow down as he rapidly approached Forefather Zhou. Evildoer, evildoer. Forefather Zhou was even more terrified. Lu Ming was simply a freak. He did not resist the lightning tribulation at all. It was unbelievable. The heavenly tribulation was a sharp blade hanging over every martial artist's head. Countless martial artists were turned to ashes by the heavenly tribulation. Before he broke through to spiritual God, he had prepared for hundreds of years. When the lightning tribulation finally descended, he was also surrounded by danger and narrowly escaped death. How could it be so easy? Haha, little thief, are you afraid now? Wait for your death. Dandan laughed arrogantly. You'll be the first to die. Enter the lightning tribulation. Forefather Zhou steeled his heart and threw Dandan into the lightning tribulation. Rumble. The moment Dandan entered the lightning tribulation, the tribulation clouds in the sky became even more terrifying. Lightning rumbled and covered the sky, causing the world to shake. Chila. Immediately, a bolt of lightning struck Dandan. Dandan stretched out its limbs and head. It opened its mouth and swallowed the lightning. Then it stretched and shouted, "Aha, I'm finally out. After being a coward for a year, haha, it feels good." This fellow's body emitted lightning, but his eyes shone with excitement. The eyes of Forefather Zhou, the Zhou family, and the others almost popped out. Perverts, evildoers, all of them are perverts. Let's go, let's go. Forefather Zhou had lost all sense of propriety and only knew to flee for his life. However, Lu Ming was too fast. He turned into a stream of light and approached Forefather Zhou in a few moments. Dark clouds roiled in the sky and enveloped Forefather Zhou. No! Forefather Zhou roared angrily, but it was useless. Thunder roared and a bolt of lightning shot towards Forefather Zhou. This bolt of lightning was even more terrifying than the one that had shot toward Hongming. Forefather Zhou fought back with all his might and defeated this bolt of lightning. Rumble. At this time, 9 lightning bolts shot towards Lu Ming, but were easily blocked by Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming had 5 types of intent realm added to his body. He was incomparably powerful, and the lightning tribulation could not touch him at all. Ga. Suddenly, another cry sounded in the sky. A large bird swooped down from the dark clouds towards Lu Ming. This large bird was formed completely from lightning. The bird formed from lightning was like a real being. Lightning taking form. In the legends, this was a lightning tribulation that only peerless evildoers would encounter. No, a lightning-shaped tribulation. No, how can this be? Forefather Zhou roared in despair. No, the Zhou family patriarch also roared. Lu Ming was undergoing a lightning-shaped tribulation. Forefather Zhou was enveloped by the heavenly tribulation. He would definitely face a lightning-shaped tribulation. If it was an ordinary lightning tribulation, he had some hope. However, he had no hope at all for a lightning-shaped tribulation. He was desperate and furious, but immediately, 3 more bolts of lightning struck down. Forefather Zhou could only do his best to block them. After the 3 bolts of lightning passed, Forefather Zhou's hair was disheveled and he vomited blood. However, 9 more bolts of lightning descended from the sky and struck at Forefather Zhou. Forefather Zhou was terrified and immediately used bloodline fusion. Forefather Zhou's divine bloodline was a raging flame vine. It was a level 4 divine bloodline. The raging flame vine was hundreds of meters long and filled with flames as it struck at the 9 bolts of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. After the 9 bolts of lightning, the raging flame vine's leaves withered. It was charred black and its aura withered. It was almost struck to death. On the other side, Dandan was extremely relaxed. No matter what lightning struck, he swallowed it with a look of enjoyment. On the other hand, Lu Ming was equally relaxed. He threw a punch, and the thunder eagle dissipated. Go quickly, leave this place. Forefather Zhou knew that he had no hope. He roared, hoping that the Zhou family patriarch and the others would escape. Kill! Lu Ming shouted and stepped towards Forefather Zhou. If I die, you will not have an easy time. Forefather Zhou roared crazily. The raging flame vine twisted wildly and whipped towards Lu Ming. Since he was already under the lightning tribulation, he planned to die together with Lu Ming. Kill, kill, kill! Lu Ming's blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. His killing intent surged like a tide. His eyes turned blood-red and looked extremely evil. The third bloodline on his head, a drop of blood, actually wriggled and turned into a battle sword. Lu Ming gripped the battle sword. At this moment, endless killing intent surged into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's killing intent grew even stronger. Swoosh! The blood-red battle sword tore through the air and tore open space, revealing a black and unfathomable crack. Poof! The battle sword could break through anything. It slashed through Forefather Zhou's attack and cut the raging flame vine in half. Forefather Zhou let out a shrill scream. The raging flame vine disappeared. Forefather Zhou's body reappeared and he vomited blood. Kill! Killing intent surged like a tide. The battle sword slashed, and there was only a blood-red sword light in the sky. Poochie! Forefather Zhou didn't even have the chance to scream before he was killed by the sword. No! In the distance, the Zhou clan's patriarch roared loudly when he saw this scene. Forefather Zhou was the backbone of the Zhou clan. Now that he was killed, even if Lu Ming died now, the Zhou clan's strength would be reduced greatly and would be nibbled away by other powers. Roar! The 9 dragons' bloodline roared loudly and devoured all of Forefather Zhou's blood essence, true essence, and energy. After that, he took a step forward and chased after an old man from the Zhou clan. At this moment, Lu Ming swept the surroundings with his gaze and noticed that the Zhou clan still had 3 domain enlightened spirit gods. The Zhou clan had a total of 5 domain enlightened spirit gods. One of them had been killed by Lu Ming a year ago. Now that Forefather Zhou was dead, there were 3 more. The Zhou clan's patriarch and 2 other elders. Those 2 elders were both at the first level of the domain enlightened spirit god realm. First level spirit god. His speed was much slower than Lu Ming's. In a few moments, Lu Ming caught up to this group of elders, and then he slashed down with his blood-red sword. This elder let out a shrill cry, and the tribulation lightning didn't even strike him before he was killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure turned around and charged towards the other elder. No! Spare me! That elder begged madly for mercy, but a blood-red sword light greeted him. Blood-red light shot out, and that elder was killed as well. The Zhou clan's patriarch's face was covered in despair. The Zhou clan was finished. He knew that the Zhou clan was completely finished. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was to flee for his life, flee madly. However, Lu Ming's speed was too swift, and he was utterly unable to flee. He hadn't even flown 5,000 kilometers away when Lu Ming caught up to him. Bang! 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 Numerous bolts of lightning struck down towards the Zhou clan's patriarch. He resisted with all his might, but he was heavily injured after 2 rounds of tribulation lightning. Chapter 1052. Then, he grabbed the patriarch of the Zhou family with one hand and blasted out with the other, dispersing a lightning tiger condensed from lightning. At this moment, more creatures condensed from lightning pounced at Lu Ming, but they were all defeated by Lu Ming. With a step, Lu Ming returned to the sky above the Zhou family. At this moment, the other members of the Zhou family were still looking at the sky in shock, not knowing what had happened. They didn't understand why someone would transcend the tribulation in the sky above the Zhou family, nor did they understand why the spirit gods had scattered and fled. All of this happened too quickly. Only a few minutes had passed since Lu Ming rushed out of the underground cave and began to transcend the tribulation. No, please let them go. They are innocent. The patriarch of the Zhou family was grabbed by Lu Ming. Even if lightning struck at him, it was still defeated by Lu Ming. At this moment, his heart was filled with despair and extreme regret. He regretted that he was greedy for Lu Ming's treasures, But he didn't expect Lu Ming to be so monstrous that he could still break through and attract the tribulation after being suppressed in the burning god's earthly flames. This was really unbelievable. However, regret was useless. He only hoped that Lu Ming would let the Zhou family go. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's killing intent was unimaginably dense. He only wanted to destroy and kill all the members of the Zhou family, to take revenge for the suffering he had suffered in the past year. Kill. There was only indifference in Lu Ming's eyes. In his mind, there were continuous roars. Kill. Lu Ming stepped out and shouted. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared, and a terrifying, devouring power erupted and enveloped all the members of the Zhou family. Ah no, help! Screams rose and fell. The essence, qi, and spirit of the Zhou family members were devoured and turned into dried corpses. All the essence, true essence, and energy were devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline and refined in a true essence that surged into the spirit gods. No, no, no. The patriarch of the Zhou family was in a daze as he looked at all of this. Almost all the members of the Zhou family were dead. There were corpses all over Yinggu Mountain. No, there was one more person. Her eyes were glazed over as she lay limp on a mountain peak. It was Xianxia. Although Lu Ming was affected by the 3rd bloodline and his murderous intent surged like a tide, he still retained a shred of rationality and deliberately left Xianxia behind. He took a step forward and appeared not far away from Xianxia. Rumble. At this moment, there were still countless lightning beings pouncing towards Lu Ming, but they were unable to do anything to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's battle power was simply too powerful. He had cultivated 5 different concepts of heaven and earth, as well as the eruption of dragon power. Most terrifyingly, the trace of power that had entered his 3rd bloodline not only caused Lu Ming's killing intent to surge, but his battle power had also become even more terrifying, allowing him to easily block the lightning tribulation. Do you regret it? Lu Ming said coldly. His blood-red eyes stared at Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the family head of the Zhou family in a daze. She then looked at Lu Ming and said, "That's right. All of this is our fault. Retribution. This is retribution. We brought this upon ourselves. Xia, it's all my fault. Lu Shaoqing, I beg you to spare Xia. It's all my fault." The Zhou family head screamed. "All of you deserve to die." Lu Ming's eyes were cold and unmoved. With a wave of his hand, he threw the Zhou family head out. A bolt of lightning struck, and the Zhou family head turned into ashes. "Father," Xianxia called out. "Xianxia, you gave me the purple jade back then. There was a vitality stone in the purple jade that was of great use to me. However, after that, I saved your life twice, which is more than enough to offset the fact that you gave me the vitality stone. After that, you guys attacked me and suppressed me. Today, I will kill all of you. All of this is what you deserve. Kill yourself." Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He had no intention of letting Xianxia go. "Haha, good, then let me follow my father." Xianxia smiled bitterly. Her body suddenly moved and rushed toward Lu Ming. Whoosh! The lightning fell and struck Xianxia's body. She turned into ashes amidst the lightning. At this point, almost all of the Zhou family were dead. Rumble. The thunder tribulation continued and became stronger. Lu Ming punched continuously and blasted several thunder-shaped creatures. At the same time, the 9 dragons' bloodline was constantly refining the blood essence and genuine qi of the Zhou family, and turning it into his own genuine qi. Lu Ming's spiritual spirit was getting more and more full and solid. At the same time, Lu Ming poured the energy of the blood essence into the 3rd bloodline. However, he found that the 3rd bloodline did not absorb the energy of the blood essence at all. It's not absorbing? What's going on? Lu Ming originally thought that the 3rd bloodline did not have a chakra. Like the 9 dragons' bloodline, it needed the energy of the blood essence to upgrade. Now it seemed that it was not the same thing. The 3rd bloodline seemed to be the same. It did not have a chakra. Since the 3rd bloodline could not absorb the energy, Lu Ming transferred the energy of the blood essence to the second bloodline and let the prison-suppressing steel absorb the energy. Not enough. The energy is still not enough. Lu Ming took out the storage ring of the Zhou family's patriarch. With a sweep of his mind, a large pile of origin stones appeared. There were more than 1,000,000 of them. The 9 dragons devoured them and continued to refine them. Boom! Boom! As time passed, the thunder tribulation became stronger and stronger. However, it was still blocked by Lu Ming. After a full 15 minutes, the dark clouds in the sky disappeared along with the thunder and lightning. Lu Ming finally passed the thunder tribulation and became a spiritual god. The thunder tribulation that was difficult for others was not difficult for Lu Ming. After the thunder tribulation, endless spiritual qi in the world gathered toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's aura was rising rapidly. Let's leave this place first. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he vanished like a graceful swan. A few hours later, a few million kilometers away, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. At this moment, his aura had stabilized, and he'd officially stepped into the first level of the spiritual god realm. At this moment, all the bloodlines had been absorbed into Lu Ming's body. His hair had turned black once more, and when he opened his eyes, they had become calm, pure, and devoid of any killing intent. Phew, the third bloodline is so formidable. Lu Ming let out a long sigh of relief. That boundless killing intent was too shocking. Earlier, Lu Ming had almost been controlled by it. It's because I have a strong killing intent towards the Zhou family. Otherwise, I should be able to barely control this force. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Earlier, he already had a strong killing intent towards the Zhou family. Coupled with the fact that he possessed the third bloodline, he'd almost been crushed by his killing intent, and it caused him to practically annihilate the Zhou family. With Lu Ming's original character, he wouldn't have done this. At most, he would annihilate the higher-ups of the Zhou family, and he would let many members of the Zhou family with low cultivations go. However, under the influence of the killing intent that surged like a tide, he only wanted to kill. Only by killing all members of the Zhou family would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. However, it had already occurred, so Lu Ming didn't regret it. Since the Zhou family had treated him like that and suppressed him for a year, then they had to bear the consequences. What exactly is this third bloodline? A drop of blood? But there's such a vast amount of power inside. Earlier, Lu Ming had only borrowed a trace of that energy, yet his strength had increased greatly. However, his will had almost been crushed by the killing intent. This caused Lu Ming to be shocked in his heart. He had to be careful when using the third bloodline in the future. Chapter 1053. I've gained a lot this time. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. In the divine earth flame, Lu Ming entered an ethereal state. Just like that, a year passed. During this year, he had been comprehending the intent realm and various martial skills. In that state, comprehending various intent realm and martial skills was much faster than usual. Coupled with Lu Ming's current comprehension ability, his progress was naturally terrifying. Unknowingly, his 5 intents had already broken through to the 4th level. So, when his third bloodline awakened and he broke through the ceiling tower that suppressed him, his 5 intents began to improve rapidly and broke through to the 4th level. At the same time, he began to break through to the spiritual god realm. Now, Lu Ming could clearly sense that his 5 intents had all reached the peak of the 4th level of the beginner realm. He was only a step away from the 4th level of the initial realm. Moreover, he had also cultivated the 7th step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Its power was equivalent to the highest level of the inferior divine martial skills. In the next moment, with a thought, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared. There were 6 golden chakras on it. After refining the blood essence of the Zhou clan, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline had also improved to the 6th level of the divine realm. My physical body has also broken through to the 9th level under the tempering of the divine earth flame. Lu Ming smiled. I have to be more careful in the future. I can't easily expose a treasure like the mountain and river diagram to people I don't trust. This incident taught Lu Ming a lesson. One shouldn't expose one's wealth, not to mention a treasure like the mountain and river diagram. It was easy for others to be greedy. This time, if the Zhou clan hadn't wanted to force him to hand over the mountain and river diagram and suppressed him, he would have been dead long ago if they had directly attacked and killed him. If he hadn't just awakened his third bloodline, which was so amazing that it didn't need to erupt with true essence and had terrifying strength, he wouldn't have been able to escape. This time was a fluke, but Lu Ming didn't want to have a next time. Haha, awesome. On the other side, Dandan laughed loudly as lightning flickered all over his body. This guy had absorbed a large amount of lightning tribulation energy and was still digesting it. What a monster! Not even the bloodline of the 9 dragons could devour the power of the tribulation lightning. Lu Ming, I really didn't misjudge you. Dandan flew over and laughed. I didn't expect you to be able to last for a year. Lu Ming said, don't you know who I am? My defense is invincible. That guy tried to refine me for a year, but in the end, he couldn't even hurt a single hair on my body. Dandan said proudly, you have hair. Lu Ming said in disdain. Bah, I'm just giving you an example, but your bloodline is really shocking. Even I feel flustered when I look at it. Dandan sized up Lu Ming. Can you identify what bloodline it is? Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he asked. I don't know. To be honest, I don't even know your second bloodline. You're a monster. You actually have 2 bloodlines that I don't know. But your second bloodline looks a little familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Dandan muttered, but in the end, he couldn't remember anything. That's as good as not saying anything, Lu Ming said in disdain. Then he got up and left. It's been a year. I wonder what level the cultivation of those geniuses have reached. Lu Ming looked forward to it and left quickly. Next, Lu Ming went to the barbaric mountains to look for powerful beasts to fight. His main purpose was to test the power of his third bloodline. As expected, every time Lu Ming activated his third bloodline, endless killing intent would surge in. Moreover, Lu Ming could sense the boundless sea of blood from that drop of blood and could also borrow the power of the sea of blood. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could only borrow a little bit of it. Moreover, every time he borrowed the power of his third bloodline, he was filled with killing intent, as if he wanted to kill all living things in the world. That kind of killing intent was too shocking. It seemed to be filled with endless resentment. Why is there such a strong killing intent, such a strong resentment? It said that all bloodlines can be traced. They can be found in the bodies of ancient, primordial, and immemorial creatures, divine weapons, and spirits of heaven and earth. What kind of creature is this drop of blood? Lu Ming was filled with doubts, and his imagination ran wild. As he moved forward, he cultivated and explored. Slowly, Lu Ming became more and more familiar with the use of his third bloodline. He could already keep his mind calm and not be affected by the killing intent when it surged in. Eastern Wilderness, 9 Dragons City. In a hall, Di Shun and Dongfang Yu stood respectfully in front of Martial Emperor Di. On both sides of the hall stood the patriarchs of the 6 ancient families. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Di Shun has successfully broken through to the spiritual god realm. If you see Lu Ming again, you'll definitely be able to kill him easily. The patriarch of the Wang family congratulated with a smile. Yeah, with Di Shun's talent, after entering the spiritual god realm, he'll definitely be able to exert a terrifying power of space. It'll be easy for him to kill Lu Ming. The patriarch of the Zhang family also took the opportunity to flatter. Yeah, Martial Emperor Di, he nodded and said, Shun'er is indeed good. He's invincible in the Eastern Wilderness, but don't underestimate the heroes of the world. The Central Continent has always been a place where geniuses come out in large numbers. In this era, there are many geniuses who are not weaker than Shun'er. The 5 young giants are even more powerful. Don't be complacent. Shun'er understands. Di Shun bowed and said, Yeah, I've received news that the Jade Wall of the Central Continent World Academy will be open to the public. Heroes from all over the world can go and watch it. You two should go to the Central Continent together. You can also see the heroes of the world and train yourselves. Martial Emperor Di said. Di Shun and Dongfang Yu's eyes shone brightly, revealing a look of anticipation. The Central Continent had always been known as the center of the divine wilderness. How prosperous and powerful were its geniuses. They were looking forward to it. The same scene happened in the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Heavenly Monster Valley. In a huge ancient tomb in the Heavenly Corpse sect, Shuejiani and Shizhan stood respectfully in front of the Corpse Emperor. Now that the Jade Wall of the Central Continent World Academy will be open to the public, you two should go to the Central Continent together to try your luck. According to my speculation, the geniuses of the Northern Plains, Western Desert, and Southern Underworld will also go to the Central Continent. The Central Continent will become a gathering place for geniuses. You two should go and train yourselves. The Corpse Emperor said. Yes. Shuejiani and Shizhan bowed and said. In the Heavenly Monster Valley, Ao, Tu, and Feng Xian also stepped onto the teleportation formation to the Central Continent under the Corpse Emperor's orders. Roar! 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 In a desolate mountain range, a black panther with 3 heads roared and pounced toward Lu Ming. A ferocious aura filled the forest. The 3 heads let out 3 roars, scattering the clouds in the sky and causing the mountain range to rumble. Its 3 heads spat out fire, lightning, and ice respectively. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 1054. A drop of blood floated up into appearance above Lu Ming's head, and it was his 3rd bloodline. After that, a trace of a bloody glow surged into Lu Ming's body from his 3rd bloodline. In an instant, a bloody glow suffused Lu Ming's body while his jet black hair turned blood red. Moreover, his eyes were like dazzling red rubies that emanated boundless killing intent. His 3rd bloodline wriggled and transformed into a battle sword that was held in Lu Ming's hand. Swish! The battle sword slashed down, causing space to directly split open while a blood-red sword light that carried jet black tore through the sky and slashed towards the 3 Black Panthers. Pooh! The sword light slashed down, causing the attacks of the 3 Black Panthers to be directly dispersed, and then the sword light continued forward and slashed the 3 Black Panthers into 2. The 3 Black Panthers that were equivalent to the 2nd level of the Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm had been killed by a single strike from Lu Ming. After breaking through to the Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm, Lu Ming's combat strength had improved greatly. Earlier, he'd merely utilized the strength of his 3rd bloodline. He hadn't utilized dragon energy, concept, and so on and so forth. Of course, it was naturally impossible for Lu Ming to surmount 5 or 6 levels to kill enemies at the Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm, like he could at the Spirit Embryo Realm, because that wasn't realistic. Existences that were able to surmount the Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm were geniuses amongst geniuses, and they were existences that could surmount a few levels to kill enemies at the Spirit Embryo Realm. When facing such geniuses, Lu Ming was naturally unable to surmount 5 or 6 levels to kill enemies, because that would be too exaggerated. Moreover, the gap between every single level in the Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm was extremely huge. Lu Ming wasn't too sure that he could surmount a few levels to kill enemies at the Domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm if he erupted with his full strength. When I utilized the strength of my 3rd bloodline, it actually contains strong slaughter concept. With a command in his heart, his 3rd bloodline entered Lu Ming's body, and then Lu Ming's hair turned black once more while the bloody glow vanished along with his killing intent. He'd returned to normal, but he was slightly shocked in his heart. Slaughter concept was an extremely terrifying concept that was filled with the energy of slaughter and was extremely terrifying. This concept was one of the most terrifying concepts in the heavens and the earth, and it wasn't inferior to the concept of time and space. This was not a concept that Lu Ming had comprehended himself, but he could borrow it when he used his 3rd bloodline. Although it was not comprehended by Lu Ming himself, it could be used as Lu Ming's killing move. Lu Ming was very satisfied. The blood of the 9 dragons appeared and sucked in the essence blood and demonic energy of the 3 Black Panthers. Then he left the place. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, refining the blood essence of the three Black Panthers. Wang, the hell-suppressing steel's bloodline, emerged and vibrated continuously. The 6 golden chakras shone brightly, and soon the 7th golden chakra emerged. The hell-suppressing steel bloodline had also risen to the 7th level of the divine grade. Along the way, Lu Ming had killed many ferocious beasts and refined their blood essences. Now, he had accumulated enough to upgrade the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline to level 7 divine grade, on par with the 9 dragons' bloodline. However, Lu Ming's cultivation didn't increase by much. He had only reached the mid-first level of the spirit god realm. After refining the energy of the 3 Black Panthers, the Yuan receiving stone appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming continuously poured his true Yuan into the Yuan receiving stone. When Lu Ming's true Yuan was almost exhausted, the Yuan receiving stone was also full. Sure enough, it's similar to my previous speculation. This Yuan receiving stone can only store my true Yuan at the first level of the spirit god realm. If my cultivation continues to increase, this Yuan receiving stone won't be of much use. After putting away the Yuan receiving stone, Lu Ming took out an origin stone and devoured it to recover. When Lu Ming's true Yuan was fully recovered, he waved his hand and a pile of storage rings appeared in the air. Most of these storage rings came from the Zhou clan and some of the experts he had killed before. Lu Ming hadn't organized them properly before. Now, it was a good time to do so. Lu Ming was already familiar with organizing the storage rings. First, he categorized the items and separated out the valuable items, the rare items that Lu Ming didn't recognize. After spending an entire day, Lu Ming finally finished organizing everything. There's only around 1 million origin stones left. Lu Ming sighed. The Zhou clan's patriarch, ancestor, and a few elders were all existences of the spirit god realm. When added together, there were a few million origin stones. However, Lu Ming had used more than half of them to break through to the spirit god realm. Now, only around 1 million remained. If Lu Ming used 1 million origin stones to improve his cultivation now, it probably wouldn't be enough to advance to the 2nd level of the spirit god realm. There were also some other miscellaneous things that wouldn't be worth much origin stones even if they were sold. What's in this chest? It's protected so tightly? Lu Ming noticed a chest in the Zhou clan's patriarch storage ring. He didn't know what material it was made of, but it was extremely hard and covered in inscription formations. The Zhou clan's patriarch hid it so well that it aroused Lu Ming's interest. Lu Ming observed it carefully. Even though this inscription formation was of a high level, Lu Ming still quickly noticed its flaws and weaknesses. Dandan, break it open. Lu Ming didn't have a spirit flame now, so he could only ask Dandan to do it. It's simple, leave it to me. Dandan scurried over and observed it for a moment before it waved its claws repeatedly, causing numerous inscriptions to enter the chest. The inscriptions on the chest glowed, and after a short while, the inscription formation on the chest trembled and collapsed. Give me a share of the treasures. Dandan shouted loudly, while its eyes glowed as it hurriedly opened the chest. After it opened the chest, Dandan's face sank and revealed a disappointed expression, because the things in the chest were very simple. There were only 2 things, a small jade chest and a book. They weren't the natural treasures Dandan had imagined at all. Without the natural treasures, Dandan instantly lost interest, and it walked to the side with a bored expression to nibble on spirit herbs. Lu Ming was slightly interested, and he picked up the book and started reading it. After a short while, Lu Ming revealed a trace of pleasant surprise. This book recorded a kind of secret skill, the illusory breathing skill. According to the book, cultivating the illusory breathing skill allowed one to change one's aura into another aura at will. This was completely different from the method of concealing one's aura. Concealing one's aura was just concealing one's aura so that others couldn't easily detect it. However, the illusory breathing skill allowed one to transform one's aura into another aura. This was simply escaping for one's life. The ultimate secret skill of disguise could sometimes save one's life. As long as one changed their aura and appearance, no one would be able to recognize them at all. In the world of martial arts, it was easy to change one's appearance, but not one's aura. Everyone's aura was unique, so this kind of secret skill was very precious. No wonder the Zhou family head kept it so well. If I cultivate the illusory breathing skill, even if I meet an old acquaintance, I don't have to be afraid of being recognized. Lu Ming revealed a trace of a smile and couldn't help but look at the jade chest. Put together with the illusory breathing skill, what was in the jade chest? Lu Ming opened the jade chest with some anticipation. Inside the jade chest was a jade tablet. Lu Ming took a look at it and knew that it was a recording jade tablet. He picked it up and scanned it with his mind. At first, Lu Ming was stunned, and then his face revealed an expression of disbelief. There's actually such a heaven-defying elixir in this world. Lu Ming was tongue-tied, and he was shocked beyond words. This jade tablet contained a kind of elixir formula, a method to refine a heaven-defying elixir. Chapter 1055. Consuming the Nirvana elixir would allow a martial artist's bloodline to have a chance of Nirvana. After Nirvana, one's bloodline would have a chance to upgrade. However, the upgrade wasn't fixed. It depended on one's potential and luck. So people could upgrade by 1 level, some by 2, or even more. Heavens! This elixir was too heaven-defying. It was very difficult to upgrade a bloodline after birth. The Nine Dragons bloodline was unique in the world. Moreover, Xianxia's bloodline was special. With the help of Emperor Liansong, his bloodline had undergone nirvana and evolved. Along the way, Lu Ming had only seen Xianxia's bloodline undergo nirvana and upgrade once. He had not seen or heard of any other cases. This nirvana elixir was so heaven-defying. If this news were to spread, it would probably cause chaos and stir up endless storms. Just think about it. If a martial artist with a 9th level king bloodline took the nirvana elixir, even if it was only 1 level, it was very likely that he would be promoted to a divine bloodline and be qualified to break through to the spiritual god realm. If some martial artists with divine bloodlines could upgrade their bloodline by 1 or 2 levels, their talent would undoubtedly be higher, and they would be able to go further in the future. This was especially true for top geniuses who had awakened to the 6th, 7th, or even 8th level of the divine bloodline. If they took the nirvana elixir, they might even be able to upgrade to the 9th level of the divine bloodline. How tempting and heaven-defying was this? It would be strange if people did not go crazy when they found out. However, according to the records, every martial artist only had 1 chance. After taking the nirvana elixir once, taking it a second time would have no effect and would develop resistance. However, this would still not reduce the nirvana elixir's supreme value. Back then, Coldblood Hall made a big move and said that a treasure had been taken away. Xianxia just happened to appear there. Could it be? At this moment, Lu Ming thought of many things. He had met Xianxia in the ancient herb garden, but she obviously did not want to act with Lu Ming and wanted to act alone. Later, Coldblood Hall seemed to be looking for a treasure in the ancient herb garden, but it was taken away. This caused Coldblood Hall to make a big move, seal the teleportation formation, and even besiege them on the plains to force them to hand over their storage rings. There, Lu Ming met Xianxia and rescued her. Logically speaking, Xianxia's cultivation was not high. In such a situation, it was very likely that she would hand over her storage ring to save her life. However, Xianxia did not. She did not have the slightest intention of handing over her storage ring. At that time, Lu Ming didn't think much about it, but now that he saw the Nirvana Pills pill formula, Lu Ming couldn't help but connect all these together. Perhaps Xianxia had obtained the formula from the ancient herb garden, and the reason why Coldblood Hall had mobilized so many people was most likely because they were looking for the formula. Unexpectedly, in the end, it still fell into the hands of Lu Ming. Although this pill formula was not very useful to Lu Ming, Because Lu Ming had the Nine Dragons bloodline, he did not need the Nirvana pill to improve his bloodline. However, Lu Ming was still very excited. Although it wasn't of much use to him, he had family and friends. This kind of pill formula would be very useful to his family and friends. However, the elixirs needed to refine the Nirvana pill are too rare. Lu Ming sighed again. Although the Nirvana pill was heaven-defying, the materials and elixirs needed were extremely precious and rare. A total of dozens of elixirs and materials were needed. Most of the supplementary materials were of the highest grade at LV8, and 7 of the main materials were of LV9. Moreover, they were of the highest grade at LV9. This made Lu Ming speechless. It was extremely difficult to collect these materials. Forget it, I'm not in a hurry. Take it slow. Lu Ming smiled. He memorized the Nirvana pill's formula and then put it into the mountain river diagram. Then, he opened the book of illusory breath and began to read. Next, Lu Ming practiced the illusory breath as he moved forward. Time passed day by day. It had been a month since Lu Ming left the Zhou family. On this day, Lu Ming came to a huge city. This city was extremely grand, full of vicissitudes, and magnificent and domineering. On the city gate, there were 3 big words, Xianxia City. I'm actually in Xianxia City. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Xianxia City was next to the World Academy. It was one of the top 10 ancient cities in the Middle Continent and had a long history. The World Academy was northwest of the Heavenly Eagle Castle. Lu Ming had unknowingly passed through the Heavenly Eagle Castle's territory and arrived at the World Academy. Since he was here, Lu Ming naturally had to take a look. After walking into Xianxia City, he realized that it was extremely prosperous. People came and went, and it was very lively. Why are there so many young prodigies? Lu Ming was a little surprised. He could see young prodigies walking by from time to time on the streets. They were in groups of 3 to 5, and each of them had a dignified appearance. They had the potential of dragons and phoenixes. They were definitely extremely powerful elites. Lu Ming sensed that many of them had awakened divine bloodlines. Although the Middle Continent was full of outstanding people and had many more prodigies in the Eastern Wilderness, it was still unrealistic to meet groups of divine prodigies in a big city. Could it be that something big has happened in Xianxia City or the World Academy for so many prodigies to gather? Lu Ming guessed. That's... Lu Ming suddenly froze as he saw 2 familiar faces, Xuejini and Shizhan. The Heavenly Corpse sects Xuejini and Shizhan had actually appeared in Xianxia City in the Middle Continent. This shocked Lu Ming. Interesting. The strongest prodigies of the Heavenly Corpse sect are here. Then, did Di Shun and the others come as well? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Xuejini and Shizhan didn't notice Lu Ming. Instead, they walked into a shop. Lu Ming came to a secret place, and his body started to change. After a while, Lu Ming turned into a dark-skinned, honest-looking youth. Then, he used the illusion art, and his aura changed. Now, even those who were familiar with Lu Ming wouldn't be able to recognize him if they stood in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and strode down the street. Xuejini and Shizhan walked out of the shop and passed by Lu Ming, but they didn't react at all. They treated Lu Ming as a stranger. Lu Ming smiled with satisfaction and walked into a restaurant. Have you heard? A month ago, the sanguinarum of the Cold Blood Hall broke through to the domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm. What? The sanguinarum broke through as well? The sanguinarum isn't very strong among the second-grade prodigies. I didn't expect him to break through as well. It looks like most of the second-grade prodigies have broken through to the domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm. The 5 young titans broke through to the domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm a year ago. Now, the second-grade prodigies have broken through as well. From now on, the world will belong to the younger generation. The younger generation will welcome the era of the domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm. So many young prodigies have actually broken through to the domain Enlightened Spirit God Realm in the same era. How unbelievable! Not long after he entered the restaurant, Lu Ming heard a wave of discussion. Lu Ming nodded to himself. Over a year had passed since the ancient herb garden, so it was normal for the second-grade prodigies to break through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm. Chapter 10:56. This is a great era, not only in the central continent, but also in the northern valley, the western desert, and the southern underworld. Some time ago, a genius from the northern valley came to the central continent and challenged one of the top 5 young warriors, Yang Patian. That battle was a great battle, but in the end, it was a draw. I heard about that battle too. It's amazing. I didn't expect the northern plains to have a genius like the top 5 young warriors, not only in the northern plains, but also in the western desert. A young holy monk entered the central continent and displayed his powerful combat strength. Also, a terrifying son of underworld from the southern underworld entered the central continent. According to reliable sources, the western desert and southern underworld both have geniuses who are not weaker than the top 5 young warriors. Hearing this, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and was shocked. He didn't expect the top 5 young warriors to appear in the southern underworld, northern plains, and western desert. The future was bound to be more exciting. What about the eastern wilderness? Are there any powerful geniuses in the eastern wilderness? Not in the eastern wilderness. The eastern wilderness has the word wilderness because it's a barren land. Since ancient times, it has been the weakest of the 5 domains. What geniuses can there be? Indeed, I heard that there are only 2 geniuses in the eastern wilderness who are not bad. One is Lu Ming, and the other is Di Shun. These 2 should be second-class geniuses. The others are just clowns who aren't worth mentioning. That's true. I also heard that there was a great battle in the eastern wilderness. Lu Ming is trapped and probably dead. Only Di Shun is left. Haha, it's just a barren land. What's there to talk about? Let's drink. There was a burst of laughter. When they talked about the eastern wilderness, their words were full of contempt. Humph, a bunch of rich kids. How dare you talk about being a hero? At this moment, a cold snort was heard in the restaurant. Everyone looked at a corner of the restaurant. There were 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man was burly and muscular. He was more than 2 meters tall and had bulging muscles. The woman's figure was graceful and beautiful, and her face was unparalleled. She was devastatingly beautiful. AO2, Fengxian. Lu Ming was stunned. He recognized the 2 of them. They were the 2 most powerful geniuses of the eastern wilderness, Sky Demon Valley. Oh, does that mean you're a hero? The 3 youths who had been discussing earlier were all dressed in white swordsman robes. It was obvious that they were from the same faction. At this moment, one of the young men with a sword on his back sneered at AO Tuesday. It's hard to say whether I'm a hero or not, but suppressing you is as easy as flipping my palm. AO2 sneered. He was very confident. In the Eastern Barren Territory, he was second only to Lu Ming and the Arch-God. He was one of the top talents, and no one could defeat him. Even if he came to the Central Continent, he was still confident that he would not be weaker than others. Suppressing me with a flip of your palm? Ha ha ha! I've never seen you before. Are you from the Eastern Wilderness? The young man with a sword on his back asked. That's right, AO2 of the Eastern Wasteland. AO2 said, So, you're a piece of trash from the Eastern Wasteland. You're just a worm. How dare you say that you can suppress me? You really don't know your place. The young man with a sword on his back shouted coldly. What did you say? AO2 stood up angrily. Cold, murderous intent shot out from his eyes, and a violent aura burst out. The restaurant was enveloped by a terrifying pressure. The young man with a sword on his back dared to call him a worm. That made him want to kill him. The young man with a sword on his back sneered. He pointed his finger like a sword and sliced AO2's aura apart. Let's go out and fight. I'll let you know if you're a piece of trash or not. The young man with a sword on his back stepped out and flew into the sky. AO2 stepped out as well. Huh. That worm from the Eastern Wilderness dares to fight with Senior Brother Song. He doesn't know what's good for him. Let's go out and have a look. The other 2 young men with swords on their backs laughed and followed AO2 out. Then, Fengxian followed them out. That's a genius from the Tianwu sword faction. That person just now seems to be Song Fei, the 3rd-ranked genius from the Tianwu sword faction. That flood dragon from the eastern wilderness wants to fight with Song Fei. Interesting. Let's go and have a look. Let's go. Inside the restaurant, everyone flew out and stood in the air to watch the battle. Lu Ming followed the crowd and flew out of the restaurant, hovering in the air. In the sky, AO2 and Song Fei faced each other. Their powerful auras attracted many people. That's a flood dragon from the eastern wilderness. Do you think he has a chance of winning? Impossible. Song Fei is the third-ranked genius from the Tianwu sword faction. He's extremely powerful. That flood dragon is no match for him. Many people were talking about it. There were 18 overlords in the central continent. Of course, there were also differences in strength among the overlords. The Tianwu sword faction was one of the top overlords in the central continent. It was stronger than Floating Mountain Sect, Cold Blood Hall, and Sky Eagle Castle. It had many experts and geniuses. As the third-ranked genius of the Tianwu sword faction, it was needless to say how powerful it was. Boom! Boom! Their auras roared in the sky, causing a terrifying whirlwind. Kill! AO2 was the first to attack. He transformed into his true form, a flood dragon that was a few hundred meters long. Its body was golden as if it was made of gold. Golden Storm Cut. AO2 roared. He opened his mouth, and 9 rays of dark golden light shot out from his mouth. They cut through the air and slashed toward Song Fei. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out as a ray of sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning. It tore through the void and sliced through everything, wherever the sword light passed. AO2's 9 rays of golden light were all cut through. However, the sword chi also dissipated. Gilded Dragon Claw. AO2's Flood Dragon Claw turned into a pure golden color. It was crystal clear and radiated a terrifying energy wave. The claw tore through the air. It was extremely terrifying. AO2 had reached the perfected spirit embryo level. When he attacked with his full strength, he was comparable to a spiritual god. However, Song Fei's cultivation was also at the perfected spirit embryo level. You have some skills. Take this. Song Fei shouted. His bloodline emerged. It was a silver-white battle sword with 7 golden chakras shining. Sword breaking the world. Song Fei transformed into a battle sword. The silver-white battle sword shone brightly as it slashed toward AO2's day. The battle sword and AO2's gilded dragon claw clashed. The sky was filled with golden and silver light. It was so dazzling that many people could not open their eyes. When the light dissipated, AO2 frantically retreated. There was a deep sword wound on his dragon claw. The scales on his claw were shattered and blood was flowing out. Whoosh! The silver battle sword slashed down again. Endless sword chi scattered. It was extremely terrifying. Deep scars appeared in the air. AO2 roared angrily and fought with all his might. However, Song Fei's sword chi was extremely sharp. It could cut through everything. It broke through AO2's attack and defense, leaving sword wounds on his body. AO2 was completely at a disadvantage. Soon, there were more than a dozen sword wounds on his body. Each of them was several meters long. Blood flowed out and even spilled on the ground. This blood contains the bloodline of a true dragon. Take it. Someone unkindly took all the blood that AO2 left behind. This made AO2 roar in anger. However, he was no match for Song Fei, even though he tried his best. Your flood dragon is not bad. I happen to be lacking a mount. You will be my mount from now on. Chapter 1057. Don't even think about it. AO2 roared angrily, feeling extremely aggrieved. AO2 had more than 70% of the true dragon bloodline. He had been a top talent of Sky Monster Valley since he was young. He was said to be able to compete with the Archgod. There were very few people among the younger generation in Eastern Wilderness who could compete with him. Although he was defeated by Lu Ming in the Battle of Providence, only Lu Ming and the Archgod were stronger than him in the entire Eastern Wilderness. The only other people who could compete with him were Shuejiani and Fengxian. He was still a peerless talent with a bright halo. However, When he came to Middle Continent, he was suppressed by a random young talent and wanted to capture him as a mount. At this moment, his confidence was severely damaged. Swoosh, swoosh. Beams of peerlessly sharp silver sword light sliced through the sky toward Ao Tuesday. Even though Ao2 had the true dragon bloodline, he was completely suppressed and torn apart by the terrifying Sword Chi. Surrender and be my mount, and I won't kill you. Otherwise, you'll die today. Song Fei's cold voice came from the silver battle sword. Don't even think about it, Ao2 shouted. Given his pride, he would rather die than be Song Fei's mount. Then die. The silver battle sword shone brightly, and the sword chi pierced through the air toward Ao2's head. Ao2 frantically retreated and blocked with all his might, but his head was almost chopped off. There was a deep wound on his neck. His body shrunk rapidly and escaped into the distance. Don't even think about leaving. Song Fei clearly had no intention of letting Ao2 go. He chased after Ao Tuesday. At this moment, a phoenix cry resounded. A divine bird that looked like a phoenix flew towards Song Fei. With a flap of its wings, a sky full of flames spread towards Song Fei. Song Fei was shocked. His sword chi whistled and cut through the flames. However, this delay allowed Ao2 to rush into the distance and disappear without a trace. The divine bird that looked like a phoenix was extremely fast. It flapped its wings and turned into a beam of light, rushing into the distance. Song Fei shouted angrily and chased after it. However, after a while, he failed to catch up. Lu Ming could clearly see that the phoenix-like divine bird was Feng Xian. She possessed the phoenix bloodline and was shockingly fast. Song Fei returned to his human form and snorted coldly. What Dong Wang prodigy? You're just trash. After saying that, he flew back into the tavern with the other two disciples of the celestial martial sword sect and continued eating and drinking. In the crowd, Xuejian, Yi, and Shizhan were also watching the battle. Their faces turned ugly, but they didn't dare to make a sound. Song Fei's battle prowess was shocking, and Xuejian knew that he was not Song Fei's opponent. I didn't expect there to be so many geniuses in the Middle Continent. I heard that Song Fei is only the third-ranked genius of one of the factions, the Sky Martial Sword faction. Sure, Zhan sighed. The battle just now had left him shaken. The Central Continent is indeed the center of the Divine Wilderness Continent. Geniuses are everywhere. In the Eastern Wilderness, only Lu Ming and the Emperor can defeat Song Fei. Bloodsore nodded, and the two of them left. Lu Ming didn't think much of it. He wasn't surprised by the outcome. Ao2 and Song Fei were third-grade prodigies, but Ao2 was only average among third-grade prodigies, while Song Fei was at the top among third-grade prodigies. He was close to the second-grade prodigies, so Ao2 naturally wasn't his match. Lu Ming also returned to the tavern and continued eating and drinking. Soon, he learned some new news. The reason so many prodigies had gathered in Xianxia City was that the World Academy's Jade Annulus would be opened in 3 days. The World Academy's Jade Annulus was said to contain endless mysteries. Martial artists who comprehended it would obtain great opportunities and benefits. It was even rumored that the All Things Jade Annulus contained a great secret and a divine treasury. However, it hadn't been opened for many years. The World Academy's Jade Annulus had always been closed to the public, but this time it suddenly announced that it was open to the public. All the heroes of the world were free to visit and comprehend it. Once the news was out, it naturally attracted a large number of sky prides. The Jade Annulus? Since I'm here, I can't miss it. Lu Ming continued eating and drinking. The news he heard next wasn't too important. It was all about which prodigies were more powerful, which beauties were prettier, and so on. After eating and drinking, Lu Ming walked out of the tavern and found an inn to stay in. 3 days passed quickly. Lu Ming left Xianxia City and rushed to the World Academy. He wasn't the only one. Many prodigies stepped into the air and flew over. At a glance, the sky was filled with streaks of rainbow light, like a meteor shower. The World Academy was very close to Xianxia City. Soon they arrived. That's Lu Ming was a little surprised when he saw it from afar. A snow-white palace floated in the air, emitting dazzling rays of light. The palace was extremely huge, like a city in the sky. It seemed to be completely made of jade. This was the core of the World Academy. Below the palace, there was a divine mountain covered in clouds. The spiritual chi was dense, and spiritual herbs were everywhere. Spiritual beasts were flying around. It was like a fairyland. The endless divine mountain below and the white jade palace in the sky were the complete World Academy. However, only the core of the World Academy could enter the white jade palace. Lu Ming and the rest naturally couldn't enter. They landed outside the World Academy and walked along an ancient bluestone path. Soon, they saw a huge stone tablet. There were 4 words written on the tablet: World Academy. The words were bold and powerful. At first glance, there was a terrifying aura that spread out. According to legend, these 4 words were left behind by a sacred emperor of the ancient Saint dynasty. They contained the sacred emperor's will. Tens of thousands of years ago, when the ancient Saint dynasty hadn't declined and ruled the 8 barren region, the World Academy was a place for the ancient Saint dynasty to cultivate talents. Countless experts had walked out of the World Academy. However, after the ancient Saint dynasty's Xie family declined, the World Academy became independent and became an overlord force. After passing by the stone tablet, there was a white jade staircase. The group climbed up the white jade staircase and arrived at a huge square. At this time, the square was filled with people. At a glance, there were probably tens of thousands of people. They were all geniuses. Everyone, the universal jade annulus, is in front. Please follow me. A white-haired elder appeared and smiled. Then, he flew forward and the group followed. After flying past dozens of mountains, the terrain in front of them leveled out. There were no mountains, only hills. On the hills, there were clouds and mist blocking the view. The group couldn't see through it. Hooray! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. According to legend, the World Academy was a force that cultivated both martial arts and inscriptions. There were experts who specialized in martial arts, and also those who cultivated inscriptions. There were also rumors that the World Academy had more than one sacred emperor. There were 2 of them. One was a martial arts sacred emperor, and the other was an inscription sacred emperor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures flashed, and a total of 8 elders appeared. Including the one who led the way, there were 9 of them. The 9 elders floated in the air and started to inscribe inscriptions. The inscriptions disappeared into the surrounding space. Ooh. Chapter 1058. Countless jade discs floated in the air. As far as the eye could see, it was densely packed with jade discs. Every single one of them seemed to be made of polished white jade. They were as smooth as a mirror as they floated vertically in the air. There was no end in sight. It was unknown how many of them there were. This was the all-jade disc. It was very different from what they had imagined. Lu Ming had imagined that the all-jade disc would be a huge jade disc. He didn't expect there to be so many of them. This is the all-jade disc. You can comprehend it on your own, but you can't destroy it. Otherwise, the World Academy won't let you off the hook. The last sentence of the old man who led the way made everyone's heart skip a beat. Everyone nodded. They didn't dare. Well, you see it. In front of each jade disc, there are 1 or several jade platforms. You can only comprehend it if you sit cross-legged on the jade platforms. The old man introduced. So that's what the jade platforms are for. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. A few jade platforms were suspended in front of each jade wall. Lu Ming had seen them long ago. It turned out that they were used for comprehension. This meant that each jade disc could only be comprehended by a few people at most. The jade platforms were very small and could only accommodate 1 person at a time. Well, you can comprehend it on your own. The old man nodded and left with the other 8. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the old man left, some people flew forward to find the jade discs. Lu Ming looked around and saw many familiar faces. Jing Kongling, Chu Kuang, Zhang Wenjing, and Hai Ziming from Floating Mountain were among them. In addition, Sandalwood Fairy, Eend Bupo from Sky Eagle Castle, Sanguinarum from Coldblood Hall, other talents from Coldblood Hall, and Junyu from Demonic Mountain were among them. Lu Ming also saw familiar faces from Eastern Wilderness, Shuijini, Shizhan, Ao Tu, and Fengxian. Dishun. Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze shifted and he saw the Emperor God. Beside him was Dongfangyu. It seems that all the top talent from Eastern Wilderness are here. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before flying forward. Lu Ming went to the jade wall at the very front and carefully examined it. Suddenly, a tyrannical saber intent spread out, causing his expression to change slightly. In front of this jade wall, there was only a jade platform. At this moment, there was already a young man sitting cross-legged on it. Lu Ming continued to move forward. He discovered that each piece of jade gave off a completely different feeling. It's really strange. There are artistic conceptions, and it seems like there are absolute arts as well. However, they are extremely mysterious. If you want to gain anything from them, it will depend on your comprehension ability and luck. Lu Ming strolled around casually. Many people had already found their targets and were sitting cross-legged on the jade platform. Lu Ming, the arrangement of these jade discs is very strange. In my opinion, there must be a great secret. On his shoulder, Dandan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Big secret? What secret? What did you see? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There were many rumors about the Vientiane jade disc in the outside world, but the most recognized rumor was that the Vientiane corn was connected to a mysterious place that contained divine treasures. The Ancient World Academy could open it, but that method was lost later on. The World Academy had not opened it for many years. It was said that that place was very strange. In ancient times, supreme experts would often enter seclusion and cultivate there, leaving behind many relics and cave abodes of experts. This was very tempting, but unfortunately, they could not enter later on. I don't know. I can't figure it out in a short time. I need time, Dandan said. He jumped down from Lu Ming's shoulder and walked around alone. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him and looked for the jade discs alone. Soon, Lu Ming came in front of a jade wall. Suddenly, he vaguely heard a dragon's roar, and a true dragon pounced at him. This is it. There was only a jade platform in front of this jade wall. No one had come yet. Lu Ming flew up, sat cross-legged on the jade platform, and closed his eyes to comprehend. Roar. The dragon's roar rang out. Lu Ming seemed to see a true dragon walking in the void. The dragon's aura was vast and mighty, causing the void to collapse and the earth to sink. It seems like every move contains supreme battle strength. Is this a true dragon battle technique? No, it doesn't seem like it. Lu Ming's mind raced. He felt that every move of the true dragon was a battle technique, but it also seemed like it was not. It was hard to grasp and grasp. Lu Ming tried to comprehend it carefully, but in the end, he gained nothing. No, why should I comprehend any battle technique from it? I can compare with my 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he began to comprehend. In this way, he indeed felt that he had benefited a lot. His comprehension of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps increased rapidly. He had already cultivated the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to the 7th step. At this step, it was even more difficult to cultivate. Every step was very difficult. Without luck, he might not be able to cultivate it in his lifetime. Every bit of improvement was rare and precious. Lu Ming sat cross-legged for 3 days. When he felt that he could not gain anything more, he got up and left to look for the next piece. In the sky, in the huge white jade palace, a few elders were discussing something. Sectmaster, is this really going to work? One of them asked. This is the only way. The sacred mansion has not been opened for many years. This time, with the arrival of the Great Era and the gathering of prodigies, everyone has great opportunities. Perhaps this is a chance. Perhaps someone can open the sacred mansion's secret realm. A white-haired elder with a sage-like demeanor said. I hope so. The other side. Lu Ming looked at a few more jade discs, but none of them were suitable for him. After looking at more than a dozen jade discs, Lu Ming finally found a suitable one. This jade disc still had dragon roars coming out. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the jade platform. Just like the previous jade discs, there were true dragons rolling in the void. However, what was different this time was that there were two true dragons. The two true dragons were fighting fiercely, their roars shaking the heavens. This is a true dragon battle skill. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The two true dragons clawed at each other. Dragon might lashed out as the dragons soared into the sky. Every move had destructive power. This was clearly a powerful true dragon battle skill. This battle skill is comparable to a divine battle skill. It will be very useful to me. Lu Ming was excited. After he used Bloodline Fusion to transform into 9 dragons, he usually only used the 9 dragons Heaven Stomping Step and the Hell Suppressing Heaven skill. Other than that, the 9 dragons relied on brute force to fight and lacked killing moves. If he had this true dragon battle skill, he would definitely be stronger when he transformed into 9 dragons. Lu Ming carefully observed the battle between the two true dragons. He sat there for 10 days. Lu Ming had been watching the battle between the two true dragons all the time. His understanding of the true dragon's combat skills was already quite good. "Scram, this jade disc is mine." Suddenly, a cold shout was heard, causing many people to involuntarily turn their heads to look. Xuejiani and Huang Kuei. Lu Ming's heart jumped. Xuejiani was sitting cross-legged in front of jade discs. Huang Kuei coldly looked at Xuejiani. It was Huang Kuei who told Xuejiani to scram. Xuejiani frowned and said, "Brother, I was the one who got here first. So what if you came first? You're just a country bumpkin from the eastern wilderness. What right do you have to comprehend the myriad jade discs? Scram." Chapter 1059. Huang Kuei said coldly. His eyes were cold and filled with disdain. He looked like a young master from a big city looking at a bumpkin from the countryside. Xuejiani's face darkened. He had his pride. Before the Battle of Providence, he was ranked second on the list of top 1,000 talents, second only to the Emperor God. No one in the Eastern Wilderness dared to talk to him like that. Huang Kuei actually told him to get lost and said that he was not qualified to comprehend here. The arrogant Xuejiani was furious. "What's with that look? Bumpkin, do you want to die?" Huang Kuei scolded. "Let's see if you have what it takes to get this jade disc." Xuejiani said coldly. "What do you mean by that? Do you want to challenge me?" Huang Kuei said, "That's right." The Blood Sword Dao was so arrogant, yet he was actually being looked down upon like this. He couldn't take it. He wanted everyone to know his strength. "Ha ha, since you want to be humiliated, I'll fulfill your wish. Let's go out and fight." Huang Kuei laughed heartily as his figure soared into the sky. He flew out of the all appearances Jade Walls area and arrived in the sky not far away. Xuejiani's figure moved and also rushed into the sky, arriving in front of Huang Kuei. The two of them stood in the air. "Interesting. That guy seems to be from the eastern wilderness. There's no expert in that barren land. He's just asking to be humiliated by challenging Huang Kuei. Let's go and see." Many people smiled and flew into the sky to watch from afar. Many people directly raised their heads to look at the Vientiane Jade Wall. The Eastern Wilderness has always been the weakest of the 5 domains. There are almost no experts there. The so-called talents in the Eastern Wilderness are all ignorant. They think that they're invincible just because they're the best in the Eastern Wilderness. They don't know that there's always someone stronger. That's right. Not long ago, a flood dragon from the Eastern Wilderness was also very arrogant, but he was completely defeated by a Song Fei from the Sky Martial Sword sect. He almost became a mount. Haha, is that so? AO2, Feng Xian, and even Di Shun and Dongfang Yufrown when they heard the disdainful whispers from the crowd. At this moment, Huang Kuei and Xuejiani's bodies were covered in blood-red light. Both of them had cultivated blood essence. Blood essence? You're just showing off in front of an expert. Huang Kuei sneered. Xuejiani unsheathed. Clang! A blood-red battle sword flew out from between Blood Sword's eyebrows. As it flew out, it grew to 10 meters long. As it grew, it split into 2, then 4, and finally 16 blood-red battle swords that danced around Blood Sword. Kill! Blood Sword yelled. He formed a sword finger and waved it. The 16 swords turned into 16 blood-red sword lights and stabbed toward Huang Kuei. As the 16 swords danced in the air, they erupted with boundless sword chi. 16 blood-red swords wrapped in boundless sword chi blasted toward Huang Kuei. Xue Jinyi's battle power was more than 10 times stronger than when he was in the Battle of Providence. His cultivation had reached perfection in spirit embryo, and his conception of blood and sword had become one. As the sword chi swept past, terrifying marks were left in the space. Blood Flame Emperor's Claw. Seeing this, Huang Kuei did not dare to be careless. As the blood-red light spread out, he continued to attack with his claws. In an instant, he had attacked hundreds of times. Huang Kuei attacked hundreds of times, and the boundless blood-red claw lights flooded toward Xue Jinyi. Every claw light was terrifyingly sharp and gave off a scorching aura. It had the power to burn and corrode. Huang Kuei's cultivation was also at perfection. Pung, pung, pung. The blood-red claw lights and the sword chi clashed, and the air trembled. Blood light rushed into the sky, and the sword chi surged. The blood-red claw lights and the sword chi canceled each other out, and they were evenly matched. Huang Kuei's face was ugly and gloomy. He couldn't even take down a country bumpkin from Easter Desolation, which made him feel embarrassed. Kill! Bloodthirsty Realm. Huang Kuei yelled and used Bloodthirsty Great Art. A blood-red light shrouded Xue Jinyi. Being shrouded by bloodthirsty great art, Xue Jinyi's face changed. He felt the blood in his body boiling, and a powerful force was pulling at his blood. Swoosh! Xue Jinyi hurriedly retreated, wanting to leave the range of bloodthirsty great art. However, Huang Kuei held him tightly, and Xue Jinyi couldn't escape from Huang Kuei's attacks. Helpless, Xue Jinyi could only execute bloodline fusion and transform into a blood-red battle sword. However, Huang Kuei also executed bloodline fusion and transformed into a blood-red claw. The blood claw and the blood sword clashed, and Xue Jinyi flew back rapidly. Under the influence of bloodthirsty great art, Xue Jinyi was at a disadvantage. Pung, pung, pung. After continuous clashes, Huang Kuei gradually gained the upper hand and suppressed Xue Jinyi. After dozens of moves, the blood-red battle sword crumbled, and Xue Jinyi spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. Xue Jinyi was defeated and wasn't Huang Kuei's match. The blood claw flashed and transformed back into Huang Kuei. He looked at Xue Jinyi with disdain and sneered. I said that a country bumpkin like you isn't qualified to cultivate in Myriad Jade Wall. Xue Jinyi's face darkened, but he didn't say anything. He had lost. What did a loser have to say? I heard that you used to be ranked second on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. It seems that the Eastern Barren Territory is really weak. If the second place is so weak, then the first place can't be any better. I heard that the first place is called Dishan. I guess he must be here today. Tell him to come out, and I'll take care of him today. Then, you people from the Eastern Barren Territory can pack up and go back to the Eastern Barren Territory. Huang Kuei was incomparably arrogant. He wanted to trample on the people of the Eastern Barren Territory today to make himself more famous. Are you looking for me? A cold voice sounded, and a figure stepped out. Lu Ming's eyes moved. It was Di Shun. Huang Kuei looked at Di Shun and said, You're Di Shun? That's right. Di Shun nodded calmly. You came at the right time. Come, I'll take care of you too. Huang Kuei sneered. Clang! As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying sword power rose from Di Shun's body. A mighty sword chi was as tall as the sky and exuded supreme pressure. Huang Kuei's expression changed drastically, and he broke out in cold sweat. Spiritual God, you're a spiritual god. Huang Kuei shouted in horror. Clang! A sword cry resounded as the sword chi slashed toward Huang Kuei. Huang Kuei retreated in horror. At the same time, he performed bloodline fusion and used all his strength to block the attack. But it was in vain. The sword chi slashed, and the blood claw exploded. Huang Kuei's body smashed into the ground below like a cannonball, creating a huge pit. Huang Kuei lay in the pit and kept coughing up blood. The crowd fell silent, and then they burst into an uproar. This person is so strong. He defeated Huang Kuei in one move. He's a spiritual god. I didn't expect there to be such a genius in the Eastern Barren Territory. His name is Di Shun. Before the Battle of Providence, he was ranked first on the list of top 1,000 talents. Later, he was defeated by someone called Lu Ming in the Battle of Providence. Now, he's ranked second. What? There's a stronger genius in the Eastern Barren Territory? Chapter 1060. Di Shun did not even look at Huang Kuei as he turned around and was about to head for the Jade Annulus. You think you can leave after beating up someone from Cold Blood Hall? A cold voice rang out as a blood-robed youth stepped out and blocked Di Shun's path. It's Sanguinarum, someone exclaimed. Sanguinarum is going to make a move. Even more people's eyes were burning with passion. Some time ago, they had heard that Sanguinarum had entered the spiritual god realm, while Di Shun was also at the spiritual god realm. The two spiritual god realm geniuses were about to make a move, which made many people's eyes light up. For Di Shun to be able to break through to the spiritual god realm at his age, he was definitely a second-class genius. It was rare to see two second-class geniuses make a move. You want to make a move? Then let's do it. I also want to see how outstanding the Central Continent geniuses are. Di Shun said calmly, but his tone was full of confidence. Now that he had made a major breakthrough in the space will, he was confident that he was not weaker than anyone. Even if he faced Lu Ming again, he was 100% confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Sanguinarum's eyes were cold as his body emitted a shocking blood-red light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, many figures appeared in the sky. All of them were giants among men. Jing Kongling, Sandalwood Fairy, Junyu, In Bupo, Kong Exun. Some people recognized that they were all second-class geniuses. There were more than 10 of them. This made people's hearts tremble. Apart from the Battle of Providence, this was the gathering of the second-class geniuses. Obviously, the battle between Sanguinarum and Di Shun had attracted them. Boom, boom. Sanguinarum and Di Shun released a terrifying aura at the same time. A saber radiance shot up into the sky from Sanguinarum's body, while a sword radiance shot out from Di Shun's body. The saber radiance and sword radiance clashed, and their power was extremely terrifying. Clang! The sword radiance and saber radiance met in the air, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. At this moment, Sanguinarum and Di Shun moved at the same time. Blood-gathering heavenly saber, Big Dipper Emperor Sword. As soon as they made their move, both of them executed low-grade, divine rank martial skills. At their level, there was no need for probing anymore. Every move they made was a killing move, and they had to carry out an incomparably terrifying killing move. Boom! The saber and the sword collided. Saber light and sword chi overflowed, cutting the space in half. One side was the saber world, and the other side was the sword world. The two of them retreated at the same time before colliding again. Boom! 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 In just a few breaths, the two of them had already exchanged dozens of blows. Spatial cracks were constantly being torn apart in the sky. The deep spatial cracks seemed to be able to suck in one's mind. It was incomparably terrifying. Many people kept retreating, not daring to stand too close, because their combat strength was too strong and it far surpassed an ordinary first-level spirit god. Even the energy that leaked out from their bodies was capable of killing an ordinary first-level spirit god. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. There were only a dozen or so people who could stand at the front to watch the battle. They were all at the same level as Sanguinarum. The Emperor God's combat strength has made a major breakthrough. It's even more unfathomable now. Lu Ming did not fly up into the sky. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the jade platform in front of the jade wall and looked up. He felt that the Emperor God had not used his full strength at all. Bloodthirsty realm. Sanguinarum executed the bloodthirsty realm, but it was useless. It was split apart by the Emperor God's sword. Sanguinarum's face turned solemn. He was starting to lose confidence in the battle. How can he be so strong? The Emperor God is only ranked second in the Eastern Wilderness. How can there be such an expert in the Eastern Wilderness? Sanguinarum's mind raced. Finally, he executed the bloodline fusion and turned into a blood-red bat. After executing the bloodline fusion, Sanguinarum let out a cry and released a terrifying sound wave attack. At the same time, it flapped its wings and charged towards the Emperor God like a blood-red lightning bolt. However, the Emperor God stood there motionless. "You're not dodging? Go to hell." Sanguinarum's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he charged towards the Emperor God. However, when he reached the Emperor God, he felt that something was amiss. It was just an illusion. At this moment, the Emperor God suddenly appeared behind Sanguinarum and slashed out with his sword. This is space essence? Many people's pupils contracted rapidly. They were in disbelief. Oh no! Sanguinarum sensed danger and flapped his wings to dodge the attack. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, the Emperor God stepped in the air and his body flashed in and out of the air. He was extremely fast and charged towards Sanguinarum. Instant step. However, compared to the Battle of Providence, the Emperor God's instant step was much stronger. He was extremely fast and could move a few miles in a flash. It was impossible to catch him. Space essence. It's really the space essence. This time, even more people saw it, and some people cried out in alarm. Gosh, it's really the space essence. How is this possible? Someone in the Eastern Wilderness has comprehended the space essence. Unbelievable. Yang Patian, one of the top 5 youths, has comprehended the space essence. I didn't expect someone in the Eastern Wilderness to have comprehended the space essence as well. Waves of exclamations and cries of disbelief could be heard from all around. Space and time were king. The space essence was too strong. It was not just a saying. Even Jing Kongling and the other second-class prodigies looked solemn. In their hearts, the Emperor God was an extremely terrifying opponent. Space essence. It's the space essence. Then I'll break your space essence. Sanguinarum shouted. The blood-winged heavenly bat opened its mouth and roared. A terrifying sound wave burst out. Wherever the sound wave passed, the space rippled like water. In the end, it cracked open, revealing deep spatial rifts. The Emperor God frowned. His aura became stronger and stronger as he slashed out with his sword. This sword contained 3 types of concepts: the sword essence, the golden flame essence, and the space essence. This sword moved the space and formed a large space crack. The sword light slashed out. It was unstoppable as it slashed towards Sanguinarum. Sanguinarum shouted. Blood-winged heavenly bat's wings were like blades as it slashed out with its strongest attack. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. Rays of light swept across the sky. A pillar of light shot up into the sky, scattering the clouds in the sky. A hole seemed to have been punched in the sky. Bang! A figure retreated quickly. It was the blood-winged heavenly bat. As the blood-winged heavenly bat retreated, he turned back into his human form. However, there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Sanguinarum was injured. Do you still want to fight? The Emperor God's hair fluttered. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Sanguinarum. He had an invincible confidence. That's it for today. We'll fight another day. Sanguinarum's face turned ugly. He snorted coldly. Then his figure flashed, and he instantly disappeared. Sanguinarum actually left just like that. Everyone knew that Sanguinarum had lost. He had lost to the Emperor God. Chapter 1061. Di Shun, a genius from Eastern Wilderness, had defeated Sanguinarum, shocking everyone. Di Shun is so powerful. He didn't even use his bloodline. I didn't expect there to be someone like him in Eastern Wilderness. I heard that Di Shun is a direct descendant of a martial emperor in Eastern Wilderness. He's so talented that he's ranked second in Eastern Wilderness. What? Dishun is ranked second in Eastern Wilderness? I thought he was the top genius in Eastern Wilderness. Who's ranked first then? Lu Ming is ranked first. Dishun is so powerful, but Lu Ming is able to defeat him. What kind of genius is he? Looks like this generation is a great era. Even Eastern Wilderness has risen to prominence. Geniuses like Lu Ming and Dishun are born. Many people were amazed by Dishun's power. They were also curious about Lu Ming, who was able to defeat Dishun. Sanguinarum is so unlucky. He has lost a few battles in the past year. He was defeated by a genius called Lu Shaoqing a year ago, and now he's defeated by Dishun. That's how the fight between geniuses works. The weak will become the stepping stones of the stronger. Some people who had grudges with Cold Blood Hall deliberately dug up Sanguinarum's past. Looks like we have another powerful opponent in the future, Demonic Mountain Lord said, his eyes filled with a strong fighting spirit. He's really terrifying. Inbupo nodded. His combat strength was almost the same as Sanguinarum's, and he was probably no match for Dishun. According to the World Academy, Tiansu Cave is open. Anyone who passes it can enter the marrow cleansing pool once. Suddenly, a piece of news came, causing an uproar at the scene. What? Tiansu Cave is open? Anyone who passes it can enter the marrow cleansing pool? Is that true? It's true. It's definitely true. The news came from the headmaster of the World Academy. Gosh, it's great that I can enter the marrow cleansing pool. I want to give it a try too. You? Stop dreaming. Who doesn't know that the World Academy's Sky Market Cave is terrifyingly difficult? Since ancient times, very few people have been able to pass it. How would you know if you don't try? I heard that the Heavenly Ruin Cave doesn't test one's strength. Everyone who enters the Heavenly Ruin Cave will face different situations. There was once a martial king who entered the Heavenly Ruin Cave. That's true. Let's give it a try. After an intense discussion, countless people flew in a certain direction. Sky Market Cave? Marrow Cleansing Pool? I didn't expect the World Academy to open the Marrow Cleansing Pool. I can fight for it. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The World Academy's Marrow Cleansing Pool was famous all over the world. Entering the Marrow Cleansing Pool would allow a martial artist's physical body to undergo a metamorphosis, complete a sublimation, and finally reach perfection. One of the most important conditions for breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm was to have a perfect Grade 9 physical body. However, after cultivating the perfect Grade 9 physical body, it would be difficult to complete it. There would be a hurdle that would be difficult to cross. However, the Marrow Cleansing Pool could complete the perfect Grade 9 physical body and lay the first foundation for breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm. Many peerless geniuses who aspired to become martial emperors were tempted. For example, Jing Kongling, Junyu, and the others. Even those geniuses who knew that they had no chance of breaking through to the martial emperor realm were tempted. Who wouldn't want to have a stronger physical body? Lu Ming was also tempted. His physical body had reached the perfect Grade 9 physical body. If he could cultivate his physical body to the perfect Grade 9 physical body in the Marrow Cleansing Pool, it would save him a lot of trouble in the future. Lu Ming also left the Jade platform and followed the crowd in a certain direction. Soon, they arrived in front of a huge mountain. This mountain was extremely huge. The bottom of the mountain was at least 100 miles wide. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge cave. This was the Sky Market Cave. The Sky Market Cave led from here to the other side of the mountain. It was 100 miles long. As long as one could pass through the Sky Market Cave and come out from the other side, one would be considered to have passed the Sky Market Cave and be given a slot to enter the Marrow Cleansing Pool. However, the Sky Market Cave was extremely mysterious. It was said that everyone who entered would encounter different things. Since ancient times, very few people had been able to pass it. It was extremely mysterious. I'll give it a try. A young man rushed into the Sky Market Cave. Soon, a light flashed outside the Sky Market Cave, and he was teleported out. He returned to the crowd dejectedly. What happened? What did you encounter? Someone asked. As soon as I entered, I encountered a powerful beast. It slapped me, and I was severely injured. That's why I was teleported out. Fortunately, the injury was fake. I recovered as soon as I came out. That person replied, "I'll give it a try." Another person rushed in. After a while, he was also teleported out. Someone asked him. The person said that he encountered a battle sword, and it directly chopped him into pieces. Everyone looked at each other. Indeed, everyone who entered would encounter different situations. It was impossible to know the flaws, weaknesses, and patterns. Next, the Sky Prides entered the Sky Market Cave one after another. However, none of them succeeded. Jing Kongling, Junyu, and the other Sky Prides did not move. They stood in the void and watched quietly. Lu Ming did not move either. He was not in a hurry and let the others go first. In the end, Lu Ming closed his eyes and comprehended the will of heaven and earth. For 10 days, countless people went in. However, none of them succeeded. Everyone was dejected. Chu Kuang, Zhang Wenjing, and the other Grade 3 Sky Prides also went in. However, they all failed. In Bupo went in. Someone shouted. Many people were shocked. Finally, a Grade 2 Sky Pride made a move. In Bupo went in for a long time. After half an hour, he still had not come out. Can In Bupo make it? Someone guessed. It was very likely that he had not come out after half an hour. Grade 2 Sky Prides were indeed different. Someone went to the other side of the mountain and waited to see if In Bupo would come out of the Sky Market Cave. Suddenly, a light flashed at the entrance of the Sky Market Cave. In Bupo was also sent out. Sigh. In Bupo sighed. He had also failed. This Sky Market Cave is too difficult. Even a Grade 2 Sky Pride can't make it. It's indeed too difficult. I wonder if the 5 young overlords can make it. Many people sighed. Whoosh! A ray of bloodlight rushed in. It's Sanguinarum. Someone recognized him. Sanguinarum had apparently recovered from his injuries. He also appeared here and wanted to try the Sky Market Cave. Unfortunately, similar to In Bupo, he was also sent out after half an hour. He had also failed. Next, Junyu, Sandalwood Fairy, and the others went in one after another. However, they all failed. Wu Qinkong went in. Someone whispered. A young man in a white robe with a long sword on his back stepped into the Sky Market Cave. Wu Qinkong, the number 1 Sky Pride of the Sky Martial Sword Sect. He was an extremely terrifying and powerful figure. He was very famous in the Central Continent. Grade 2 Sky Prides were also divided into strong and weak ones. Wu Qinkong was undoubtedly one of the top Grade 2 Sky Prides. He was known as one of the strongest Sky Prides after the 5 young overlords. Chapter 1062. Almost an hour had passed since Wu Qinkong entered. In the end, Wu Qinkong failed and was sent out. Even Wu Qinkong failed. Will we be able to get through the Tianshu Cave? Yeah, it's too difficult. Maybe he can't even pass the 5 giants. That's not necessarily true. The Tianshu Cave doesn't test pure combat strength. Many people sighed. Even Wu Qinkong could not pass it. It was too difficult. Wu Qinkong flew to the side with his combat, sword on his back, and sat in the air calmly. I'll give it a try. Jing Kongling stepped into the air and entered the Tianshu Cave, surrounded by clouds. However, no one was optimistic about Jing Kongling. Even Wu Qinkong had failed. No one thought that Jing Kongling could pass. Almost an hour later, a cry of surprise came from the exit of the Tianshu Cave. Success! Jing Kongling succeeded. Exclamations rose and fell. What? Jing Kongling succeeded? Let's go and see. Instantly, many people flew to the other side of the mountain. Even Sandalwood Fairy, Junyu, and Wu Qinkong could not help but fly to the other side of the mountain. When they arrived, they saw Jing Kongling standing in the void. Jing Kongling had passed the Tianshu Cave. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, 2 beams of light flew down from the white jade palace in the sky and turned into 2 white-robed elders. They were the 2 elders of the World Academy. Haha, Miss Jing Kongling, congratulations on obtaining a spot to enter the Marrow Cleansing Pool. This token is for you. The Marrow Cleansing Pool will open in half a month. With this token, you can enter the marrow cleansing pool. An old man laughed. A badge appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Jing Kongling. Thank you, senior. Jing Kongling thanked him and took the token. Many people looked at Jing Kongling enviously. This was a token that could allow one to enter the marrow cleansing pool. In Bupo, Sanguinarum, Junyu, and the others were even more envious. They were all aspiring sovereigns. The marrow cleansing pool could save them a lot of time. Wu Qingkong's eyes were burning with passion. He looked at Jing Kongling possessively. Everyone knew that Wu Qingkong was Jing Kongling's admirer, but Jing Kongling did not seem to be interested in him. Sister Kongling, congratulations. Sandalwood Fairy smiled and walked towards Jing Kongling to congratulate him. Fairy Sandalwood did not feel anything about the marrow cleansing pool. She cultivated the Tao of inscription, so the strength of her physical body did not matter much. Jing Kongling was also quite happy. At first, she didn't think that she would be able to pass. Then, everyone returned to the entrance of the heavenly market cave. A tall and straight figure stepped in. It's him, Emperor God. Many people's eyes flickered. After defeating Sanguinarum last time, Dishun's fame had increased greatly, and he had attracted a lot of attention. Many people were watching and guessing whether the Imperial God could pass through the Sky Market Cave. It shouldn't be possible. The pure Void Spirit is a special case. I really don't know what the requirements are for entering the Heavenly Market Cave. It's too difficult to pass through the Heavenly Market Cave. Based on this ratio, less than 10 people in the world can pass through. Indeed, the World Academy already knew that not many people could pass. That's why they opened the marrow cleansing pool. Otherwise, if everyone could pass, the World Academy would suffer a huge loss. Some people were chatting and waiting. Suddenly, he passed. Dishun passed. Another cry of surprise rang out. What? He passed. How is that possible? A group of people was shocked and hurriedly flew over to take a look. Indeed, they saw Dishun at the entrance of the Heavenly Market Cave. Dishun really passed through the Heavenly Market Cave. This Dishun is amazing. Some people sighed and began to reevaluate Dishun. Dishun had first defeated Sanguinarum, and now he had passed through the Heavenly Market Cave. It was really amazing. Naturally, many people thought of Lu Ming. Anyone who knew about the Eastern Wilderness geniuses knew that Lu Ming, not Dishun, was the strongest in the Eastern Wilderness. Even Wu Qingkong stared at Dishun with two beams of terrifying sword light in his eyes. As expected of Dishun, the strongest descendant of Di. In the crowd, Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. Dishun was indeed very strong and talented. He had comprehended 3 types of intent realm, and he even had a terrifying intent realm like the space intent realm. During the War of Providence, Lu Ming had relied on the combination of the path of inscription to barely suppress Dishun. In Lu Ming's heart, he had never underestimated Dishun. Now that more than a year and a half had passed, Dishun had become even more terrifying. In the white jade palace above, the 2 elders flew down again and looked at Dishun in surprise. Another person had passed. This was indeed beyond the expectations of the World Academy's higher-ups. Young Master Dishun, take this token. With it, you can enter the marrow cleansing pool to cultivate. One of the elders handed Dishun a token. Dishun took it and thanked the elder. Yang Patian is here. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the front. What? Yang Patian, one of the 5 giants, is here? The scene was filled with exclamations. Then one by one, they rushed forward. In the air, a young man walked over. This young man had his hands behind his back. His hair was loose, and he was tall and burly. His eyes were bright and full of wildness. Step by step, he walked very slowly, but there was a supreme majesty exuding from him. Everyone felt a huge pressure weighing down on their hearts. Wu Qingkong, Junyu, and the other Sky Prides looked solemn. Dishun's eyes revealed a trace of battle intent. Like Dishun, Yang Patian had also cultivated the space intent realm. Is this Yang Patian, one of the 5 young giants? Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at Yang Patian. Yang Patian gave him a strong sense of pressure. He had a feeling that this person was very strong and dangerous. Yang Patian walked in the air. Without looking at the crowd, he walked into the Sky Market Cave and disappeared. Let's go to the exit. Yang Patian should be able to pass through the Sky Market Cave. Many people flew to the exit of the Sky Market Cave. Even the two elders from the World Academy did not leave. Instead, they waited at the exit. Half an hour later, a tall figure stepped out of the Sky Market Cave's exit. Yang Patian. He had indeed passed through the Sky Market Cave. Amazing, amazing. The 5 giants should be able to pass through the Sky Market Cave. That's right. The 5 giants are too terrifying. In the past, they were all sky prides that only appeared once in 1,000 years. However, 5 of them appeared at the same time in this generation. Many people sighed. The 5 giants were the pinnacle of all the sky prides in the central continent. The ultimate goal of all the young people was to be powerful. It was certain that they would become supremes. In the future, there was a high chance that they would break through to the Emperor realm. In other words, they were the next generation of emperors. It's time for me to give it a try. Lu Ming smiled. He walked to the entrance and stepped in. Chapter 1063. After Yang Patian received the token from the World Academy's elder, many people returned to the entrance of the Sky Market Cave. After Yang Patian put away the token, he stepped into the air and left as if there was nothing worth his attention. Another person went in. Who is it? I want to go in and give it a try. I don't know him. He's just a small fry. I think he'll come out in less than 2 minutes. Today is really exciting. 3 people passed the Sky Market Cave in a row. Yeah, but the strongest group of people have already gone in. I don't think anyone else will pass. Many people chatted casually, planning to wait for Lu Ming to fail and be teleported out. But 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and Lu Ming still hadn't come out. Nest, that guy can actually hold on for so long. Strange. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe he'll come out in a while. However, they waited for a long time, but Lu Ming still didn't come out. They couldn't help but look at each other. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the Sky Market Cave, his surroundings changed, and he arrived on a platform. Formation. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There was an extremely powerful formation in the Sky Market Cave. No, my cultivation. At this moment, Lu Ming was shocked to discover that his cultivation level had been decreasing at a rapid pace. From the Spirit God realm to the Spirit Embryo realm, then to the Spirit Sea realm, King realm, Martial Ancestor. In the end, Lu Ming's cultivation fell all the way to the 9th level of the Martial Warrior realm before stopping. His Intent realm, 2nd bloodline, and 3rd bloodline were all sealed. Only the 9 Dragons bloodline wasn't sealed. The combat strength he could exert was actually similar to when he was at the 9th level of the Martial Warrior realm. Beside Lu Ming, there was a long spear. In front of the platform, a figure condensed. It was a middle-aged man with a long sword on his back. The aura he emitted was at the 1st level of the Martial Master realm. That long spear is your weapon. If you can defeat me, you can go to the next level, the middle-aged man said coldly. Then he unsheathed his sword, and a sharp sword light cut through the air, making an ear-piercing sound as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming pulled out the long spear beside him, shook it, and displayed the astral fire spear art. Whoosh! The long spear turned into a beam of rainbow light and pierced through the middle-aged man's forehead, killing him instantly. The middle-aged man's figure collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Is this a test of my battle prowess in the Martial Warrior 9th layer? Lu Ming guessed. In the next moment, 3 figures appeared in front of the platform. The 3 middle-aged men looked exactly the same, and their cultivations were all at Martial Master Realm. The 3 of them unsheathed their sword at the same time and charged at Lu Ming. With a flick of his spear, he engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 middle-aged men. In a short while, the 3 of them were killed. When Lu Ming had been a 9th-level martial warrior, it had not been difficult for him to kill a 1st-level martial master. After killing the 3 people, the surrounding environment changed again and Lu Ming appeared on another platform. My cultivation has reached the 9th level martial master realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he discovered that his cultivation had reached the 9th level martial master realm. In front of him, another middle-aged man appeared. He looked the same as the previous one, but his cultivation was completely different. This middle-aged man emitted an aura of a first-level martial master realm. Sure enough, was this a test of Lu Ming's battle prowess at each stage? There was nothing to say. The two of them fought, and Lu Ming killed the middle-aged man in just one move. In the next moment, 3 other middle-aged men at the first-level martial master realm appeared and were also killed by Lu Ming. After that, Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the 9th level martial master realm, and the opponent that appeared was at the first-level martial ancestor realm. The outcome was the same. Lu Ming overcame all the difficulties and passed this round. In the next stage, Lu Ming's cultivation was at the half-step king realm, and his opponent was at the first-level martial king realm. At this time, Lu Ming discovered that he could use the power of the second bloodline. However, he could only unleash the power of the half-step king realm. In this battle, Lu Ming spent a bit of time, because the further he went, the harder it was to fight across realms. However, Lu Ming still passed. Then, Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the peak king realm, and his opponent became at the first-level spiritual sea realm. This battle took up a lot of time, but he still managed to pass it. Then it was the perfect spiritual sea realm and the first-level spirit embryo realm. He also passed. However, when Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the perfect spirit embryo realm and the first-level battle spirit god realm, he encountered a real challenge. In the beginning, when he faced a first-level spirit god realm, Lu Ming could still relax and kill him in the end. However, when he fought against 3 first-level spirit god realm experts, he encountered a huge challenge. Lu Ming used all his strength to fight against the 3 first-level spirit god realm experts. This battle lasted for half an hour. Lu Ming killed the 3 first-level spirit god realm experts with great difficulty, and he himself was severely injured. This is too difficult. If it's all this difficulty, how did Jing Kongling pass? How did the Emperor God pass? Lu Ming thought speechlessly. It was hard to say, but Lu Ming was sure that Jing Kongling and the Emperor God couldn't kill 3 first-level spirit god realm experts when their spirit embryos were at the perfect stage. Everyone faces different situations in the Sky Market Cave. Could it be that my luck is bad and I encountered a difficult one? Lu Ming was speechless. At this time, the surrounding environment changed. Lu Ming discovered that there was a cave entrance in front of him. Bright light shone from the cave entrance. Lu Ming passed through the entrance of the Sky Market Cave. At this time, Lu Ming discovered that his cultivation had recovered to the first-level spirit god realm, and the injuries he suffered earlier had also healed. Without hesitation, he took a step out. As soon as he stepped out, he saw that some people outside the cave were staring at him in disbelief. At the entrance of the Heavenly Ruins cave, there were undoubtedly more people guarding it. However, at this moment, some of them were already impatient. Who is it? Why hasn't he come out after so long? I've been waiting for an hour. Yeah, who went just now? Could it be another second-class prodigy? I didn't see him just now. No, I've never seen that person before. I don't know him. You don't know him? He must be a small fry. How could he have been in there for so long? Could he have passed? Impossible, he can't have passed. At this time, an incredulous shout came from the entrance of the Sky Market Cave. He passed. Another person passed. Who is he? Why haven't I seen him before? The voices were clearly heard, and the people at the entrance of the Sky Market Cave were stunned. They looked at each other in dismay. He passed. Who is it? Let's go take a look. At this time, almost everyone flew toward the entrance of the Sky Market Cave. When they saw Lu Ming, they were all shocked. This was because no one knew him. They had never seen him before. Lu Ming smiled bitterly as he looked around. His tanned face revealed a simple and honest smile. Is he from the Eastern Wilderness? Someone asked the Emperor God. No, I've never seen him before. The Emperor God shook his head. He's not from the Northern Plains either. The ones who spoke were a few burly young men. They were carrying maces and axes, and their auras were wild. Chapter 1064. He's not from the eastern wilderness or the northern plains. He's definitely not from the western desert. Could he be a genius from Nanming? Impossible. No one from Nanming comes here. Everyone continued to talk about it, trying to guess Lu Ming's identity. However, in the end, no one knew who Lu Ming was. The Sky Market Cave is mysterious. Not only the strongest geniuses can pass it. Some ordinary geniuses can pass it if they're lucky. Someone said. Everyone looked at him strangely. Some of them looked at Lu Ming passionately. Swoosh, swoosh. Two white-haired elders descended from the sky. They were the two elders from the World Academy. The two elders were surprised to see Lu Ming. They thought that no one would be able to pass the Sky Market Cave after Yangpatian. They did not expect someone to succeed. Young friend, take this token. The marrow cleansing pool will open in half a month. You can enter it with this token. One of the elders took out a token and handed it to Lu Ming. Thank you, elders. Lu Ming took the token and thanked them with cupped fists. The two old men smiled faintly and turned to leave. Many people looked at the token in Lu Ming's hand with passion. Among them, Wu Changkong, Sanguinarum, and other second-grade geniuses were the most excited. Please make way. Lu Ming put away the token and revealed a simple and honest smile. He squeezed through the crowd and headed toward the all-encompassing Jade Wall. He was no longer interested in who would pass the Sky Market Cave. In the crowd, Sanguinarum looked at Lu Ming's back. Dandan, how's the research going? When he arrived at the Jade Annulus, he saw Dandan pacing back and forth, studying it carefully. I've already made some progress. Kid, don't disturb me. After a while, I'll definitely give you a big surprise. Dandan ignored Lu Ming and continued his research. This guy. Lu Ming smiled and ignored Dandan. He searched for a suitable jade disc and continued to comprehend. The all-appearances Jade Annulus was all-encompassing. Anything could be found in it. Soon, Lu Ming found an incomparably mysterious jade wall. Before this jade wall, Lu Ming could comprehend the profound principles of the concept of fire. Lu Ming carefully comprehended. With Lu Ming's current perception, he had gained a lot. In just a few days, Lu Ming's concept of fire had gained a lot. He felt that he could break through at any time and reach the fourth level of the concept of fire. Lu Ming was overjoyed and continued to comprehend. After another 3 days, Lu Ming's concept of fire really made a breakthrough, reaching level 4 lower tier. This trip to the World Academy was worth it. He had gained a lot. Young hero, my young master invites you in. At this time, a young woman walked to Lu Ming's side, smiling sweetly. Who is your young master? Lu Ming frowned slightly. You'll know when you get there. It's on that mountain, not far away. The woman pointed to a mountain in the east. Okay, I'll go with you. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then followed the young woman and flew toward the mountain. The mountain was only about 100 miles away from the all-appearances Jade Annulus. They arrived in a flash. There were 2 figures on the mountain. One of them was Sanguinarum, while the other was older and wore a blood-red robe. He must be an expert from Cold Blood Hall. Sanguinarum smiled when he saw Lu Ming. Huh, how should I address you, brother? I'm from mountains. You won't know me even if I tell you. May I know what business you have with me? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Oh, it's very simple. I want to buy your token to enter the marrow cleansing pool. How many origin stones do you need? You can name a price. Sanguinarum said. So it's because of this. Lu Ming sneered. When he saw Sanguinarum, he guessed that Sanguinarum was looking for him because of his token. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I have no intention of selling the token. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Sanguinarum's face darkened when he saw Lu Ming's refusal. You better think about it. The marrow cleansing pool is of no use to you. It'll only be a waste. Only in my hands can it be maximized. There was a hint of threat in his tone. He looked at Lu Ming with disdain. What he meant was that the marrow cleansing pool would be a waste in Lu Ming's hands. It's my business whether it's a waste or not. You don't have to worry about it. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lu Ming said coldly and turned to leave. Boom! All of a sudden, A terrifying and powerful aura rose, and a strong pressure pressed down on Lu Ming's body. It was Master Shueluozi. At this moment, Master Shueluozi's eyes were cold as he said, "Brat, even if you don't want to, you have to. That token is a complete waste on you. Only with me will it be able to bring out its full potential. It can only be used to its greatest potential when it's on you." Lu Ming looked at Sanguinarum with disdain and said, "First, you were defeated by Lu Shaoqing. Then, you were defeated by the Emperor God. A loser like you is acting all high and mighty. Aren't you ashamed? In my opinion, it's a waste to give the token to you. How dare you?" Sanguinarum roared and said coldly, "Kid, I wanted to buy it from you with origin stones. It seems like there's no need for that now. Hand it over. Otherwise, you know the consequences." The old man next to Sanguinarum also stared coldly at Lu Ming. That elder was definitely a powerful cultivator, a terrifying, powerful cultivator. He gave Lu Ming a very dangerous feeling. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. This was the World Academy. "Idiot." Lu Ming looked at Sanguinarum with disdain and said, "Do you think this is Cold Blood Hall? This is the World Academy. There are emperors here. I'm afraid even the emperors have seen what you've done. Do you still want to rob me?" "You." Sanguinarum gritted his teeth. Indeed, this was the World Academy. Lu Ming had obtained the token to enter the marrow cleansing pool through the cave of Heaven Market. If Lu Ming had given the token to him, the World Academy might not have cared. However, if they wanted to rob him, the World Academy would not sit by and do nothing. He thought that given his status, Lu Ming, this lad who appeared out of nowhere, would definitely be scared to death. He would give him face and obediently give him the token. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming did not give him any face at all. "Kid, you can't hide in the World Academy forever. You'd better leave yourself a way out," the old man said coldly. This was a blatant threat. He meant that if Lu Ming left the World Academy, no one would be able to protect him. "Huh," Lu Ming sneered. He could not be bothered to say more. He simply ignored Shueluozi and the elder and turned to leave. The old man and Sanguinarum were so angry that their faces turned green. They were ignored by Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked toward the Plenitude Jade Wall. However, he was stopped by someone on the way. It was Wu Changkong from the Sky Martial Sword Sect. Chapter 1065. "What's the matter?" Lu Ming asked coldly. "Hand over your medallion and give me the spot to enter the marrow cleansing pool." Wu Changkong was very direct and went straight to the point. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Indeed, it was because of the spot to enter the marrow cleansing pool. These people really thought that he was a pushover. Jing Kongling had the Floating Mountain sect and Yang Patian behind him, so they did not dare to offend him. The Di Shun had shown great strength, and the Di Tian Divine Palace was behind him. However, they did not go looking for him. Without a doubt, Lu Ming, who had appeared out of nowhere, had become a hot steamed bun. "Idiot," Lu Ming said, and did not bother with Wu Changkong. He took a step forward and moved like a beam of light, instantly arriving at the myriad jade annulus. He continued to search for the corresponding jade annulus. Wu Changkong's eyes were as sharp as swords as he looked in the direction Lu Ming left. Lu Ming was very unhappy. If these people continued to pester him, Lu Ming did not mind using thunderous means to teach them a lesson. Lu Ming continued searching for the jade annulus. Soon, he found a jade annulus with a profound state of thunder and carefully comprehended it. Time flowed like water. Half a month had passed since Lu Ming passed through the Heavenly Ruin Cave. At this moment, someone came to inform Lu Ming that the marrow cleansing pool had opened and he could enter. Lu Ming followed this person and flew over many mountains before arriving at a small hill. When he arrived, he found that Jing Kongling, the Di Shun, and Yang Patian were already there. When Jing Kongling saw Lu Ming, he smiled. The Di Shun sized up Lu Ming curiously. As for Yang Patian, he had his hand behind his back and did not even look at Lu Ming. "All right, open a marrow cleansing pool." There were a few white-haired old men here. The mental energy flame on their foreheads jumped, and inscriptions appeared and entered the hill. "Ka! Ka!" The hill cracked open, revealing an ancient bluestone path leading to the front. Go! The marrow cleansing pool is just ahead. You only have 3 days. Once the 3 days are up, come out. An elder reminded. Everyone nodded. Yang Patian took the lead and walked towards the ancient bluestone road. Then, Di Shun, Jing Kongling, and Lu Ming stepped onto the ancient path one after another. Stepping on the ancient bluestone road, a land filled with dense spiritual energy appeared in front of them. On the ground, there were 9 ponds that emitted a faint mist, just like 9 celestial ponds. This was the marrow cleansing pool. Lu Ming was shocked. He hadn't expected there to be 9 marrow cleansing pools. However, the area was not large. Each of them was only a few meters in radius. The 4 of them each chose one and walked over, stepping into the marrow cleansing pool. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the marrow cleansing pool, he immediately felt a mysterious power around him. It kept drilling into his body. It was the pool water. It was the power of the pool water. The water of the marrow cleansing pond had a mysterious and unfathomable power. Of course, it wasn't just the water. The entire marrow cleansing pond had a kind of field energy that helped the water permeate Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that his physical body was rapidly improving. Originally, Lu Ming's physical body had reached grade 9. Now it was constantly climbing towards the peak of grade 9. So comfortable! Lu Ming exclaimed. Marrow cleansing was supposed to be a very painful thing. However, there was no pain at all here. Instead, he felt comfortable all over. Lu Ming could clearly feel that the impurities and dirt in his body were being cleaned out by a mysterious power. It made his body purer and cleaner. Time flew by quickly. Just like that, 3 days passed. Splash! Lu Ming rushed to the marrow cleansing pool, his eyes shining. So cool. Lu Ming felt refreshed, and his body was ethereal. Now his physical body was perfect. It was as if his body was made of divine, stainless gold. It was strong and pure. Complete gray 9. Complete gray 9. Is this the limit of the physical body? Lu Ming felt carefully, and his face was filled with joy. He had a feeling that his physical body was now complete and had reached a limit. It was impossible to improve it anymore. If it continued to improve, it would no longer be a mortal body. It would be another level. Jing Kongling, Di Shun, Yang Patian, and the others also came out of the marrow cleansing pool with smiles on their faces. Obviously, they had also gained a lot. Yang Patian took the lead and walked out. Then, the others came out of the marrow cleansing pool one after another. Outside, the elders were still waiting. When they came out, the elders inscribed inscriptions, and the hill returned to its original state. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, in the distance, 9 light pillars shot up into the sky. It was extremely shocking. Everyone looked in that direction in shock, because it was the direction of the universal jade annulus. What was going on? Is this the Saint Mansion? The Saint Mansion is open. The elders of the World Academy were excited, and their voices trembled. Saint Mansion? Lu Ming and the others were shocked. Legend had it that the universal jade annulus had a great secret. It was connected to a divine treasure and a secret land. It was very mysterious. 30,000 years ago, the divine treasure could be opened occasionally. Experts would enter to cultivate and comprehend the path. It contained great opportunities. But 30,000 years ago, there was a terrible war in the central continent. The ancient Saint dynasty rebelled. That war directly weakened the ancient Saint dynasty's Xie family, and the central continent was divided by the emperors. The World Academy was also seriously affected by that war. In the end, even a method to open the divine treasure was lost. Since then, that divine treasure in the Saint Mansion had never been opened. Could it be open again? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without hesitation, Lu Ming and the others flew in the direction of the universal jade annulus. At this moment, Lu Ming saw streaks of light flying out of the huge white jade palace in the sky. Streaks of light flew out of all the peaks of the World Academy and toward the universal jade annulus. Soon, Lu Ming and the others arrived. At this moment, all the universal jade annulus were glowing. Inscriptions appeared and gathered into 9 huge light pillars that shot into the sky. Outside the 9 light pillars, there were countless figures standing in a dense crowd. Obviously, the elites who were comprehending in the universal jade annulus had been expelled for some reason. Whoosh! As soon as Lu Ming arrived, a little turtle jumped onto Lu Ming's shoulder. "Dandan, what's going on?" Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. "Haha, Lu Ming, how is it? I've cracked the secret of this place. I've activated the formation here." Dandan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming proudly. "You did it." Lu Ming was speechless. In fact, he had guessed that it might be because of Dandan, but he didn't expect it to be Dandan. "This place is connected to a mystic realm. It's amazing," Dandan exclaimed. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, more and more people appeared in the sky. Some of the elders emitted terrifying auras. Supremes, so many Supremes. Lu Ming was all too familiar with this aura. It was the aura of a Supremes. Chapter 1066. The World Academy indeed had people who practiced the path of inscription and martial arts. They were extremely powerful and unfathomable. There were also many people whose auras were weaker than supreme beings, but they were still extremely powerful. They were definitely high-level spirit gods. The Sacred Mansion. The Sacred Mansion is open. The Sacred Mansion that hasn't been opened for 30,000 years has really opened. The Dean made the right decision. Voices echoed in the sky. Whoosh! Suddenly, an old man stepped out and rushed toward one of the light pillars. However, as soon as he rushed in, he immediately revealed a look of horror and let out a scream. In the next moment, his body directly exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Many people gasped and felt a chill run down their spine. That old man was definitely a high-level spirit god, but he died just like that. What's going on? How could this be? Legend has it that anyone can enter the Sacred Mansion. Why did Elder Wu die? In the World Academy, there were voices of disbelief. 30,000 years ago, regardless of gender or age, no matter how strong one's cultivation was, they could enter the Sacred Mansion to find opportunities and cultivate. But why did that old man die just now? Did the rules of the Sacred Mansion change? Someone made a guess. Many people felt that it was very likely. After all, the Sacred Mansion had not been opened for 30,000 years. It was also very likely that the rules had changed. In this way, no one dared to act rashly. No one knew if they would die if they rushed in. After that, the World Academy sent out experts to study and find out what was going on. The news of the World Academy's Sacred Mansion reopening also spread like a storm. Dandan, do you know what's going on? Lu Ming appeared on a mountain peak 100 miles away with Dandan and asked. According to my speculation, the 9 light pillars are the space path, the passage to the arcane realm. However, this passage contains a time array, and there is a requirement for the age of the person who enters. However, I don't know the specific age limit, so I don't know. Dandan explained. There's a requirement for age? That's strange. Lu Ming was a little surprised because according to the rumors, there was no age limit in this arcane realm 30,000 years ago. However, it was useless to think too much about it. Next, Lu Ming cultivated while waiting for news. If he was able to enter at that time, Lu Ming didn't want to miss it. It was said that within that secret ground, there would be great opportunities. In the past, there would often be utmost powerful beings sitting in seclusion within. If those utmost powerful beings could leave behind something, that would be a great opportunity as well. That was because, according to the legends, the most powerful experts were all emperors. As the days passed, more and more people came to the World Academy. Many major forces received the news, and a large number of people rushed over. Some of the factions even sent 9 Heaven Supremes. For example, the forces closest to the World Academy, such as Floating Mountain, Cold Blood Hall, Sky Eagle Castle, Sky Martial Sword Sect, Demon Mountain, and G family. There were also people from many smaller forces who had come. In fact, even more geniuses had arrived. For a moment, the World Academy was filled with powerful cultivators. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. At this time, the World Academy released news that they had investigated the rules of the entrance to the Saint Mansion Arcane Realm. Only living beings under the age of 50 could enter, and those over 50 who entered would die. Moreover, the World Academy and the 9 Heaven Supremes of the various factions had discussed that all of them could enter. However, because there were too many people coming to the World Academy, including those under the age of 50, it was obviously not feasible for so many people to enter. Therefore, the World Academy planned to screen those who had reached a certain level of fighting strength to enter. This was because it was said that the Saint Mansion Arcane Realm was also very dangerous. Those who didn't have enough fighting strength would also die. A day later, a huge formation rose up in a huge square of the World Academy. This formation was the screening place. Anyone under the age of 50 could participate in the selection of the Commander-in-Chief. Only those who passed could enter the Saint Mansion Arcane Realm. There was a sea of people gathered around the square. Countless people from various factions had gathered here. Lu Ming was also in the crowd, so people were standing in the sky. Most of them were old, and some looked young. Everyone knew that these people were the 9 Heaven Supremes of the various factions. Puppets will form within the spell formation. Enter and kill the puppets. Every time you kill a puppet, you will be covered with quintessence chi. At first, it will be red, but as more quintessence chi gathers, the color of your quintessence chi will change. Then it will be orange, yellow, green, and finally violet. Only when the essence chi gathers on your body reaches yellow will you pass. You can enter the Saint Mansion Arcane Realm. If you don't, you will be eliminated. Start now. In the sky, an old man from the World Academy announced the rules of the screening. The rules were very simple. Enter the formation, kill the puppets, and accumulate essence chi. If one's essence chi reached a certain level, they would pass. As soon as the old man finished speaking, many people rushed into the formation. There were many young people, but most of them were men in their 30s or 40s. This time, anyone below the age of 50 could enter. Those who were 50 years old were a generation older than Lu Ming's generation. Naturally, there would be more people. This formation could accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time. However, after a few minutes, people were transported out continuously. Their bodies were covered in a layer of red light. It was obvious that they had been eliminated. These people aren't even in the spirit embryo realm. Naturally, they can't enter. Lu Ming shook his head. He could tell the cultivation level of these people. More than 10 minutes later, more people were eliminated. Many of these people were covered in orange light, but they were still eliminated. Their cultivation was mostly below the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. After that, the people who were transported out all had yellow light on their bodies. These people were delighted because they had succeeded. As long as the light on their bodies reached yellow, it was considered a success. Looks like cultivation above the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm is more or less enough. Lu Ming thought to himself. He realized that the people who had succeeded were mostly above the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. However, there were also young geniuses whose cultivation was below the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. It was obvious that their battle prowess was above the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. After more than an hour, the first batch of people who entered all came out. The strongest few people were covered in purple light, which was incomparably astonishing. Lu Ming saw Junyu and Sanguinarum who were covered in purple light. However, there were more people in their 30s or 40s who were covered in purple light. These people had cultivated for a longer period of time, so their battle prowess was extremely strong. The second batch had tens of thousands of people entering. From this, it could be seen how many people were gathered at the World Academy. And this was only those below the age of 50. If there wasn't an age limit, the number of people would be even more terrifying. Lu Ming was also in the second batch. The moment he stepped into the formation, puppets that looked like demonic beasts condensed and pounced towards Lu Ming. Those below the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming punched out, and these puppets turned into ashes. At the same time, red essence flew over and covered Lu Ming's body. Following that, more puppets condensed. However, these puppets were too weak and were easily killed by Lu Ming. The light covering Lu Ming's body also slowly condensed and brightened. Chapter 1067. A few minutes later, the light covering Lu Ming's body turned orange. I'll just pass the test later. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming slowed down. Lu Ming planned to just pass the test. The only way to enter the Sacred Mansion's secret realm was to make a fortune quietly. If he was too eye-catching, he would be targeted by many people. Lu Ming deliberately used his movement skill to avoid many puppets. After more than 10 minutes, the light on Lu Ming's body turned yellow. At this time, he deliberately let a beast claw him. Then, a ray of light shone on Lu Ming, and he was sent out. When Lu Ming went out, many people looked at him. Because Lu Ming had passed the Heavenly Market Cave, he naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, when they saw the light on Lu Ming's body, it immediately caused an uproar. Oh, it's that kid who passed the Heavenly Market Cave. Why did he only last for a short while? And it's only yellow? I knew it. This guy was just lucky. He probably encountered something easier when he passed the Heavenly Market Cave. Legend has it that in ancient times, someone passed the Heavenly Market Cave without encountering anything. This guy's just lucky. What a piece of trash. That's right. So this guy is trash. I thought he was a rare genius. Bah. All around, pairs of disdainful eyes looked at Lu Ming and mocked him. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He knew very well in his heart. Why should he care about what others thought? Lu Ming walked to the side and closed his eyes to rest. So he's a piece of trash. Sanguinarum sneered. Wu Qingkong's eyes were cold. The screening continued. There were more than 100,000 people participating in the screening. In the end, 20,000 people passed the screening and could enter the Sacred Mansion's secret realm. Jun, you come up. Sanguinarum, come up. Kongling, come up. At this time, the supremes of the major forces in the sky were calling for the geniuses of their forces. Then, Junyu, Sanguinarum, Jing Kongling, Wu Changkong, and the other geniuses flew into the sky. What's going on? Someone was surprised. I know. Legend has it that 30,000 years ago, the experts of the World Academy were able to obtain a rare treasure from the Saint Mansion secret realm called the Saint Mansion Life Talisman. If you carry a Saint Mansion Life Talisman with you, if you are killed in the Saint Mansion secret realm, the Life Talisman will save your life and allow you to revive outside the Saint Mansion secret realm. What? There's actually such a precious treasure? That's right, but there aren't many life talismans left. The major factions must have spent a lot of money to buy them from the World Academy to protect their strongest geniuses. This is simply cheating. Many people sighed, feeling both envy and helplessness. With such a life talisman, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the Saint Mansion secret realm. He wouldn't have to worry about losing his life. In that case, he would be able to venture into dangerous places without any worries. Lu Ming naturally heard the discussions of the crowd. He could only sigh. It was really good to have a powerful force as a backer. Very soon, the various geniuses were assigned. Everyone, let me explain. The Saint Mansion secret realm is divided into 9 regions. That's why there are 9 light pillars. Each light pillar will appear in a different region. Now, the 9 major factions will each take 1 light pillar. Those from the other factions will follow the 9 major factions into the secret realm. Let's go now. I'll say it again. Those who didn't pass the screening will be forbidden from entering. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy. A white-haired elder from the World Academy announced the rules. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. He was incomparably majestic. Everyone was stunned. This was a supreme. No one dared to go against him. Immediately, everyone flew towards the universal jade annulus. You follow us in. Some of the strong men from the Sky Martial Sword faction waved their hands and pointed at a group of people. Those people were from the smaller factions and had to follow the 9 major factions into the secret realm. This time, there were a total of 8 overlord factions. There was also the Medicine King Valley. Although the Medicine King Valley wasn't an overlord faction, they were on good terms with the major factions. They were very powerful and could be considered a major faction. Coincidentally, they occupied 9 light pillars. Those from the smaller factions that were pointed out by the Sky Martial Sword faction obediently followed the people from the Sky Martial Sword faction into a light pillar. Sure enough, those below 50 years old could enter without any problem. With a flash of light, the figures disappeared. "You follow us." An expert from Demon Mountain pointed at a group of people who entered a light pillar. Each faction pointed at a group of people who entered a light pillar and disappeared. "You follow us." A burly man from the Cold Blood Hall waved his hand and pointed at a group of people. Lu Ming was among them. "Oh no, we're going to follow the Cold Blood Hall. Why do I have a bad feeling about this?" Someone whispered. He was very wary of the Cold Blood Hall. The Cold Blood Hall had always been known for their ruthlessness. "What? You don't want to follow us? Then don't go in. A bunch of trash. What's the point of going in?" The strong man from the Cold Blood Hall shouted coldly. Everyone's faces darkened. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped forward. He saw a cold gaze staring at him. It was Sanguinarum. Lu Ming sneered. There were no senior experts in the Saint Mansion Secret Realm. If these people continued to push their luck, Lu Ming did not mind killing them. In the end, those who were pointed out followed the Cold Blood Hall and entered the light pillar. This was a great opportunity. Who would want to miss it? There was a flash of light. The next moment, Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared on a flat ground. This area was very flat, but there was a huge mountain in the distance. A ray of light was emitted from the top of the mountain, forming a light shield that shrouded a huge territory in light. Lu Ming and the others were now in the light shield. "Hey, my genuine vitality is greatly suppressed. It's difficult to fly." "Me too. It's the light shield. It has a strong suppressive effect." At this time, voices came from all around. Lu Ming looked around and found many people from the Cold Blood Hall, as well as many who had entered the light pillar with him. Those who entered the light pillar would appear together. Lu Ming tried and found that his genuine vitality was greatly suppressed. Even if he could fly, his speed was extremely slow. "There's treasure on the mountaintop. Let's go check it out." Many people had their eyes on the mountain and rushed forward. Suddenly, there was a scream in front of them. Light flashed and flames rose into the sky. Someone was burned to ashes in the flames. "Formation! There's a big formation here," someone shouted. Lu Ming also rushed forward and looked carefully. Sure enough, the path leading to the mountain was full of dangerous formations. But this further proved that there was treasure ahead. Otherwise, why would there be so many formations? "Look, there's a spiritual herb ahead," someone whispered. In front of them, there was a small purple tree on a small hill. The tree was crystal clear and seemed to be made of purple jade. It was extraordinary. "There's more than one." Someone found another spiritual herb. Chapter 1068. Finally, someone could not help but carefully identify the gaps in the formation and carefully move forward. However, the formation glowed, and several more people were killed in the formation. Everyone was finally scared. Although the spiritual herbs were good, they had to be alive to enjoy them. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. Many people began to retreat. They planned to leave this place and head to other places to seek opportunities. Swish! Swish! Suddenly, a group of people in blood-red robes surrounded them. They were all experts from Cold Blood Hall. "What are you doing? Why are you blocking our way?" Someone asked. "What are we doing? We asked you to come with us, so you have to do something. Otherwise, what's the use of trash like you? Go lead the way." A burly man in his prime said in a cold voice. He was in his 40s, half a generation older than Lu Ming and the others. His chi and blood surged, and his aura was extremely powerful. His cultivation was unfathomable. This time, he was the leader of the Cold Blood Hall. "What? You're asking us to pave the way for Cold Blood Hall?" "No, I'll never agree to that." A man in his prime refused. There were formations ahead. Wasn't it courting death to scout for Cold Blood Hall? You don't agree? Then die. Swish. The burly man from Cold Blood Hall took a step forward and suddenly appeared in front of the man. The man wanted to resist, but he was enveloped by a terrifying force and could not move. Puff! The burly man's hand was like a knife and stabbed into the man's chest. The man let out a shrill scream, and then, under everyone's horrified eyes, the man's body shriveled and turned into a dried corpse. Cold Blood Hall's blood-sucking skill. Someone's voice trembled, and his face was full of fear. Now, are you coming in or not? The burly man looked coldly at the crowd. Everyone's face was pale. I knew it. Following Cold Blood Hall here would not end well. I shouldn't have come in. Someone sighed, but at this point, it was useless to say more. The group could only move forward. Brat, hurry up and go. Huang Kuei was also among the Cold Blood Hall people, and he stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced at Huang Kuei indifferently, but he didn't make a move. Instead, he walked forward with the others. Sanguinarum stared at Lu Ming and sneered, his eyes cold. Hurry up. If you don't leave, I'll kill you. The burly man shouted coldly. His name was Xue Feng, and he was the top expert of the previous generation in Cold Blood Hall. Many people gritted their teeth and stepped forward. Light flickered, and a great formation appeared. In an instant, more than 10 people were killed. It's too dangerous. Going up like this is simply courting death. I beg you, let me go. Someone trembled in fear and begged for mercy loudly. What's your name? Some people aren't fine. If you shout again, I'll kill you right now. Xue Feng said ferociously. Sure enough, some people were fine. After walking for 100 meters, they did not come across the formation. This region was not completely filled with great formations. There were some gaps left, and one could move through them. However, one needed to have good eyesight, and not everyone could see them. Lu Ming's figure flickered as he continued to move forward for more than 100 meters without any problems. This kid is quite lucky. Sanguinarum stared coldly at Lu Ming. Last time, Lu Ming had refused to give him the opportunity to enter the marrow-cleansing pool, so he hated Lu Ming and had been looking for a chance to kill him. Lu Ming looked around and carefully identified the gaps. With his eyesight, he could naturally see where there were no formations. His figure flashed left and right, and he came to a small hill where a small purple tree grew. It was only 1 meter tall and looked like a purple jade. It was full of essence and was very extraordinary. Purple gold tree. Lu Ming recognized the small tree. It was an upper LV8 spiritual herb. If cultivated well, it could even bear purple gold fruit and evolve into a LV9 spiritual herb. Lu Ming dug out the purple gold tree and put it away. He would plant it in the mountain river diagram when he had time. Hey kid, what are you doing? Who told you to put away the spiritual herb? Throw it out and get it to us. Huang Kuei had been staring at Lu Ming. When he saw Lu Ming put away the spiritual herb, he immediately shouted, Idiot! Lu Ming glanced at Huang Kuei and said indifferently, What did you say? Kid, you're courting death. You're dead. You know you're dead. Huang Kuei shouted angrily. Xue Feng and the others also looked at Lu Ming. Oh, come and kill me then. Lu Ming curled his lips. Don't come out if you dare. Huang Kuei looked at Lu Ming ferociously. His face was red, but he did not dare to step forward. Coward! Lu Ming pursed his lips. With a flash of his figure, he headed towards another spirit herb. Very soon, Lu Ming also put away the other spirit herb. No, he knows the art of inscription and can see the gaps in the formations. Xue Luozi roared, realizing what was going on. Lu Ming's movements were as smooth as flowing water. He was so fast that it did not seem like he was trying his luck, but he could see the gaps. Ha ha ha, these idiots. On his shoulder, Dandan laughed and his eyes lit up. There were so many spiritual herbs here that he was almost drooling. During this period, Dandan had eaten a lot of spiritual herbs. He felt that he was constantly recovering and remembered many things. When he saw the spiritual herbs, his eyes lit up. Damn it! Sanguinarum, Huang Kuei, Xue Feng, and the others gnashed their teeth. They could not wait to kill Lu Ming. Those who were lucky enough not to be killed by the formation stood still. Anyway, they did not have to be afraid of the Cold Blood Hall people in the formation. Lu Ming's body flashed, and at least 7 or 8 spiritual herbs went into Lu Ming's pocket. These good-for-nothings, damn it. Use the inscription crystal. Xuefeng's killing intent flashed, and a white crystal appeared in his hand. Senior brother Xuefeng, are you going to use the inscription crystal now? Sanguinarum and the others were a little distressed. The major forces had spent a lot of money and prepared many secret treasures for their disciples to enter the Saint Mansion's secret realm and obtain opportunities. The inscription crystal was a very rare treasure. Once used, it could freeze the formation and prevent it from exploding. It was most practical for exploring some secret realms. Yes, that mountain is no small matter. There should be some great treasures. Xuefeng clenched his teeth and pinched the inscription crystal. Suddenly, the inscription crystal shattered and turned into a layer of white light, rushing forward. Wherever the white light passed, it seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. All the formations were frozen. It's the inscription crystal. The formation is sealed. Let's go. Whoosh, whoosh. Those who were forced by the Cold Blood Hall people rose into the air and rushed into the depths of the mountain. You're courting death. The Cold Blood Hall people shouted coldly and chased after those from the smaller forces. A terrible battle broke out in this area. Go to hell, boy. Huang Kuei was the first to rush toward Lu Ming. His blood-red claws clawed at Lu Ming. The claws were as sharp as knives and aimed at Lu Ming's heart. He wanted to suck Lu Ming's blood dry. Boom. Chapter 1069. Lu Ming's slap shook the space violently, as if it could suppress the heavens. Before the slap arrived, Huang Kuei felt as if hundreds of mountains were pressing down on him. He could not even breathe. No. At this moment, he was flustered, shocked, and scared. Lu Ming's palm was so big that it covered the sky. He wanted to scream, but he could not. Bang! Lu Ming's slap landed on him. Huang Kuei's body exploded into pieces. This time, everyone was shocked. Huang Kuei was the second genius of Cold Blood Hall, but he was killed by Lu Ming with a single slap. Boy, you have some strength. But how dare you kill a genius of Cold Blood Hall? You're courting death. Sanguinarum roared. He stepped on the air, and blood rushed to the sky. He grasped the air, and a saber appeared, slashing at Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had killed Huang Kuei with a single slap, Sanguinarum was still confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Huang Kuei was only a perfected spirit embryo, while he was already a spirit god. He could kill Huang Kuei with a snap of his fingers. He did not believe that Lu Ming, who had appeared out of nowhere, could be his match. Boom! Lu Ming struck again with a slap. Boom! Sanguinarum's saber light was shattered by Lu Ming's slap. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed towards Sanguinarum like a stream of light. Roar! 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 During this process, dragon roars were constantly heard from Lu Ming's body. Dragon power burst out one after another. Soon, 5 streams of dragon power burst out. Now, Lu Ming's body had reached the perfected 9th grade. Even if he used all his dragon power, there would not be scales on his skin. He could control them all. Lu Ming's strength increased sharply as 5 streams of dragon power burst out. He used the heaven-suppressing hell skill and slashed down. Hiss! The space shattered like a rag in Lu Ming's hand. The terrifying power made Sanguinarum shiver all over. Oh no! Sanguinarum was shocked. Blood vessels appeared on top of his head and turned into a blood-winged bat. With a roar, the space surged toward Lu Ming like a wave. However, Lu Ming's palm slashed across, and the sound wave was split into 2. A terrifying force erupted and blasted heavily on the blood-winged bat. With a miserable shriek, the blood-winged bat was sent flying, blood splattering everywhere. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was simply unbelievable. Xueluozi, a second-class prodigy, was sent flying by Lu Ming with one move. His blood splattered across the sky. This was simply unbelievable. Who was this person? He was too terrifying. Previously, when he saw Lu Ming taking part in the screening, he thought that Lu Ming was a weakling. Now, it seemed that Lu Ming had obviously concealed his abilities. His true combat ability was simply terrifying. Kill! Lu Ming stepped in the air and used the Nine Dragons' heaven-stomping steps. He instantly appeared above the Bloodwing bat and stomped his feet. Boom! 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 The terrifying power blasted Sanguinarum's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood before his body collapsed and returned to human form. Bang! Lu Ming stomped heavily on Sanguinarum's nose. Sanguinarum's face caved in and smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. He lay there and spat out blood. Lu Ming's cultivation was at the mid-first level of the spirit god realm, which was slightly higher than Sanguinarum's. In addition, his 5 intents were almost at the 4th level of the spirit god realm. His power was too strong when he used 5 streams of dragon power. Moreover, Lu Ming's heaven-suppressing hell skill had become even more terrifying after reaching the spirit god realm. He could completely crush Sanguinarum without using his bloodline. Stop, kid, you're courting death. The people of Cold Blood Hall came to their senses and roared as they charged at Lu Ming. Those who dared to charge at Lu Ming were all in their 40s or 50s. They had cultivated for 10 or 20 years more than Lu Ming and the others. Their cultivation was very high. In an instant, 5 experts charged at Lu Ming. 3 of them were at the 2nd level of the spirit god realm, and 2 were at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. Kill! Lu Ming shouted as another 2 streams of dragon power erupted. The Nine Dragons' bloodline was at the 7th level of the divine realm. There were a total of 7 streams of dragon power. Lu Ming's power was extremely strong. He struck out with his palm, shaking heaven and earth and shattering the space. Bang! 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 In an instant, Lu Ming struck out 5 palms and clashed with each of the 5 experts. Bang! 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 The 3 strong men at the 2nd level of the spirit god realm screamed as their bodies exploded. They were killed in one move. The 2 experts at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm were also seriously injured. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated rapidly with fear in their eyes. The eyes of the people from the small forces almost popped out of their sockets. They had thought that Lu Ming was a weakling, but now they knew that he was a demon king. However, they were overjoyed. The stronger Lu Ming was, the better it would be for them. Only then would they have a chance to escape from Cold Blood Hall's clutches. Devour. Lu Ming clenched his left hand, and the devouring power erupted. The blood essence of the 3 experts at the 1st level of the spirit god realm were all devoured by Lu Ming. Lu Xiaoqing, you're Lu Xiaoqing. Sanguinarum, who was still alive, shouted. He had fought with Lu Ming before and recognized the devouring power. What? He's Lu Xiaoqing? Those who had heard of Lu Xiaoqing were shocked. Kill. Lu Ming stepped into the air and charged at the 2 injured experts at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. The 2 of them were horrified. They retreated at high speed, but their speed could not be compared to Lu Ming's. Lu Ming's body was like a stream of light, closing in on them at high speed. His palms crushed the void and struck the 2 of them. The 2 tried their best to resist, but it was useless. Their arms exploded and their chests caved in. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and were on the verge of death. Bastard, you're courting death. Shuefeng roared. The other experts also roared and charged at Lu Ming. There were hundreds of people from Cold Blood Hall. Most of them were middle-aged strong men with strong cultivation and amazing battle strength. Shuefeng was the most terrifying. He flashed like a ray of bloodlight and appeared in front of Lu Ming in an instant. He punched at Lu Ming. Endless bloodlight flashed and filled the air, pressing down on Lu Ming. This attack was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he also punched out. When the 2 fists collided, Lu Ming's body shook violently and was blasted away like a cannonball. He flew back 10,000 meters and smashed a 1st-level spirit god expert. What a strong battle strength! Lu Ming felt his fists go numb and his chi and blood surge. He was a little shocked. Shuefeng's strength was beyond his imagination. No wonder he was the top genius of Coldblood Hall. How dare you kill our experts? No one can save you today. Xuefeng's killing intent surged toward Lu Ming. Around him, bloodlight flashed as other experts charged at Lu Ming. Die Lu Xiaoqing die. At this moment, Xueluozi had already struggled to get up. He glared at Lu Ming, his eyes almost spitting fire. He was actually tortured so badly by Lu Ming. His nose bridge had been stepped on by Lu Ming, and it was deeply indented. It was beyond recognition. Chapter 1070. Kill. Xuefeng was still the fastest as he arrived first. His fists were like blood diamonds that flickered with a crystalline luster. With a punch, the space was directly shattered. It was extremely terrifying. 4th level spirit god. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. Xuefeng's cultivation should be at the 4th level of the spirit god realm, and he was a very powerful genius with unparalleled combat strength. Lu Ming's body was surrounded by 5 colored wills, which increased the power of the hell, suppressing heaven's skill. He met Xuefeng's fist with fists and punched several times in succession. Boom! Boom! The 2 fists collided and the sky shook as if 2 gods were fighting. Then, Lu Ming was sent flying again and retreated far away. Looks like I have to use my 3rd bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Xuefeng was too powerful. Even if his talent wasn't as high as Sanguinarum's, wasn't lower than Huang Kuei's. He should have awakened a 7th level divine bloodline and should have been a 3rd grade genius when he was young. If they were at the same level, Lu Ming could kill such a genius with a flip of his hand. However, Xuefeng's cultivation was too high. He was at the 4th level of the spirit god realm, which was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming. Every level in the spirit god realm was a huge gap that was difficult to make up for, not to mention a gap of 3 levels. Moreover, Xuefeng was a top genius. Kill! Kill! 3 strong men pounced at the same time. Powerful auras filled the air. They were all at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm, and they were a level higher than the previous 2. Bang! 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 Lu Ming punched out and exchanged 3 blows with the 3 men. The 4 of them retreated at the same time. Xuefeng charged at him from behind. Buzz! At this moment, the mountain in the distance shook and a bright light filled the air, shocking everyone. That's a door, someone exclaimed. Everyone saw a door of light appear at the top of the mountain. It was sparkling and resplendent, and it emitted a dazzling light. Treasure! It must be a peerless treasure. Charge! Some people from small forces exclaimed, and then charged towards the mountain with blazing light. Don't even think about it. Some people from Coldblood Hall also charged over. Brat, consider yourself lucky. Xuefeng fiercely glared at Lu Ming, then put down Lu Ming and rushed towards the mountain peak. Although Xuefeng's battle prowess was strong, Lu Ming's battle prowess had also exceeded his expectations. If he wanted to kill Lu Ming in a few moves, it would be very difficult. If the treasures were taken away by those small forces, then the losses would outweigh the gains, so he quickly rushed over. Charge! The rest of the Coldblood Hall also rushed over. Sanguinarum glared coldly at Lu Ming before he chased after the Coldblood Hall members. How can I leave when there are treasures here? Lu Ming smiled and rushed over as well. Although Xuefeng was strong, he still had a trump card he hadn't used yet. If he used it, escaping wouldn't be a problem. Thus, Lu Ming didn't fear him at all. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard as the group flew forward. After flying for a while, they realized that there was no formation in front of them. That can't be a herb garden, can it? Lu Ming looked back. The territory they had just seen looked like a herb garden, so there was an inscription formation protecting it. As they continued forward, a huge group of palaces appeared in front of them. The group of palaces seemed to cover a large area, but they were very old and full of the aura of time. Many places had collapsed. The mountain was right in the middle of the group of palaces. It looked as if the mountain had fallen from the sky and smashed into the center of the group of palaces, crushing a large area of them. At this time, the light gate on the mountain was even more dazzling. one could vaguely see a jade talisman floating in the light gate. The light gate was a vision formed by the light emitted by the jade talisman. Treasure. It's definitely a treasure. Someone shouted greedily and rushed toward the group of palaces. Get out of my way, a bunch of ants. You're courting death. Shuefeng roared angrily and continuously punched. The fist radiance broke through the air, and a dozen warriors screamed as they were killed. The others were shocked and kept a distance from Shuefeng. However, there were many people from the other forces, and some of them were experts. After avoiding Shuefeng, they didn't give up and continued to rush forward. Hundreds of people rushed toward the mountain. Lu Ming followed at a steady pace. The group of palaces was not dangerous, and there were no formations. They flew smoothly and arrived at the mountain. This mountain looked like a tiger lying there. It looked very lifelike, as if it had been carved out of a huge rock. On the top of the mountain, there were strange lines protruding like petrified tree roots. What a strange shape. What a strange mountain. But there was no time to think. Everyone stared at the light gate and the jade talisman. The jade talisman was above the tiger's head. As the crowd flew toward the mountain, a fierce battle broke out. The experts of Cold Blood Hall were extremely domineering. They killed those from the smaller forces. Suddenly, a large number of experts were killed, and the mountain was stained with blood. No one noticed that the blood scattered on the mountain directly seeped into the mountain and disappeared, as if it had been swallowed up. Now's the time. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He used the 9 dragons' heaven stomping steps and turned into a flowing light. In an instant, he surpassed the experts of Cold Blood Hall and rushed toward the light gate. Boy, how dare you come again? You're courting death. Shuefeng roared and threw punches at Lu Ming. Fist radiance blasted toward him. Lu Ming took a few steps, and his figure flashed, avoiding the fist gleams. Let's attack together and kill him. Sanguinarum shouted and ordered the crowd to surround and kill Lu Ming. Kill! 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 Some people from Cold Blood Hall rushed toward Lu Ming, while others continued to rush toward the light gate. At this time, dozens of people from the smaller forces had been killed. The rest of them were terrified and did not dare to fight anymore. They desperately retreated. Cold Blood Hall was completely in control of the battle. Shuefeng was the fastest. Seeing that he was about to reach the light gate, his eyes burned with passion. This jade talisman was definitely a precious treasure. Perhaps it was a powerful inheritance. Whoosh! At this moment, a black light shot out from the mountain and swept toward Shuefeng. Shuefeng was shocked. He threw out a series of punches to block the black light. A tree root? No, it's a vine. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He found that it was a vine that attacked Shuefeng. Who dares to stop me? You're courting death. Shuefeng roared and threw out a series of punches. He wanted to crush everything. At this time, Lu Ming had already exchanged more than a dozen blows with the people from Cold Blood Hall. There were more than a dozen people besieging Lu Ming, including several powerful experts. Buzz! Buzz! Bloodlight filled the air as the Cold Blood Hall experts unleashed their bloodlines. 3 of them had level 5 divine bloodline and were at LV3 Spirit God Realm. They were the strongest and had amazing battle strength. These 3 were the main force against Lu Ming. The rest of them had level 4 and level 3 divine bloodlines. Their cultivation ranged from the 2nd to the 3rd level of the Spirit God Realm. They were the elites of the Cold Blood Hall and had powerful combat strength. However, Lu Ming could handle them easily. The main force was the 3 experts with level 5 divine bloodline. Chapter 1071. I'll send you to hell. Lu Ming went all out. A drop of blood appeared on top of his head. It was the 3rd bloodline. As the 3rd bloodline appeared, a trace of energy poured into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body suddenly exploded with a shocking, killing intent. Lu Ming's black hair turned blood red in an instant. His eyes were like blood-red rubies, filled with terrifying, murderous intent. Kill! After borrowing a trace of the 3rd bloodline's energy, Lu Ming's strength increased tremendously. He struck out with his palm and the battle saber in the hands of a level 5 divine bloodline expert with a 3rd level spirit god shattered. His body exploded after being struck by Lu Ming's palm. Clang! Above his head, the 3rd bloodline twisted and turned into a blood-red battle sword. Lu Ming held it in his hand. His murderous intent grew stronger. The terrifying murderous intent shrouded the dozen or so experts of Cold Blood Hall, making them shudder from head to toe. Swish! With a flash of blood-red light, the blood-red sword cut through the void. Puff! A few domain enlightened spirit god realm experts were slashed into two by a single sword strike, and they perished successively. This included an expert at the 3rd level of the domain enlightened spirit god realm, who had awakened a 5th level divine rank bloodline. The rest of them screamed in fear and frantically retreated to distance themselves from Lu Ming. How could this be? Not far away, Xue Feng, Sanguinarum, and the others' eyes almost popped out when they saw this scene. How could Lu Ming be so terrifying? His combat strength was too shocking. Lu Ming could even kill a level 3 spiritual god expert in seconds. Kill! Lu Ming's eyes were cold, and his killing intent was like a tide. Holding his sword, he charged toward the Cold Blood Hall experts like a killing god. With a swing of his sword, a few more heads flew high into the air. Devour! Then, he clenched his left hand, and the power of devouring erupted. He wanted to devour the blood essence and genuine vitality of the Cold Blood Hall experts. But in the next moment, Lu Ming was surprised, because he found that there was also a powerful force in the mountain that was devouring the blood of the Cold Blood Hall experts. Lu Ming was a step too late. He only managed to devour a small amount. The mountain devoured most of the blood. What happened? Before Lu Ming could react, banging sounds came from mountain. The protrusions on the mountain that looked like tree roots suddenly moved. The rocks exploded and turned into vines that shot towards Lu Ming and the others. Suddenly, shrill screams were heard. Some of the Cold Blood Hall members could not dodge in time and were pierced by the vines. Their bodies shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The vines kept wriggling like straws, absorbing the blood. Vampiric vine. This is the legendary vampiric vine. Some disciples of Cold Blood Hall exclaimed. It's the vampiric vine. Lu Ming was also secretly shocked. As it turned out, the protruding vines on the mountain were actually the vines of the vampiric vine. Due to the passage of time, the vines were covered with a layer of soil, and the soil had turned into rocks. That was why everyone thought that the vines were rocks. Unexpectedly, it was the vampiric vine. The vampiric vine was a terrifying creature. It had appeared in ancient times and was almost extinct in modern times. Every time it appeared, it would cause a catastrophe and a storm of blood. This was because the vampiric vine could continuously devour blood. As long as it did so, its strength would continue to evolve. It was truly terrifying. Many of the disciples of Cold Blood Hall turned pale with fear. Swoosh! Swoosh! The vines waved in the air, some of them even thicker than a person. They were incomparably huge and charged towards the crowd. The disciples of Cold Blood Hall were constantly killed and their blood sucked dry. Among them, Xue Feng suffered the most attacks. Several thick vines besieged Xue Feng because he had the strongest blood chi. Damn it! A blood leopard appeared above Xue Feng's head. There were 7 golden chakras on its body. Xue Feng had the bloodline of a level 7 divine realm. As he transformed into a blood leopard, his battle strength was astonishing. The blood leopard clawed out with its claws, causing several spatial cracks to appear in the air. Several other vampiric vines were also severely injured. Lu Ming was also attacked by 2 vines. With a slash of his blood-red sword light, one of the vines was chopped off. This vampiric vine has just awakened. Its battle strength is not strong. Let's work together and kill it. Xue Feng shouted. Kill! All the experts of Cold Blood Hall who had awakened their bloodlines unleashed their bloodlines and attacked the vines together. Boom! Boom! Powerful chi blasted out, causing a series of explosions. The blood-red vines exploded one by one and were broken. Some of the chi blasted onto the mountain, causing rocks to fly everywhere. That's when the rocks on the mountain exploded. Everyone was shocked to find that there were hairs under the rocks. There was flesh and blood underneath. That's a demonic beast. At this moment, everyone understood. This tiger-shaped mountain wasn't actually a mountain. It was clearly a gigantic demonic beast in the shape of tiger. From the looks of it, the tiger-shaped demonic beast and the vampiric vine had fought a great battle. In the end, both sides suffered great losses. The tiger-shaped demonic beast was killed and smashed into the palaces, while the vampiric vine was severely injured and on the verge of death. After a long time, a layer of rock had covered its body, making it look like a mountain peak. But now, stimulated by fresh blood, the vampiric vine had awakened. "Go get the jade talisman and leave this place," Shui Feng shouted. This was a bloodthirsty vine that had lived for who knew how long. After being sealed for so many years, it was still able to awaken. This was too shocking, and it caused the hearts of those who saw it to tremble. Shui Feng had a bad feeling about this. He did not dare to stay any longer. He wanted to get the jade talisman and leave this place as soon as possible. Squeak, squeak. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound rang out. Boom! The mountain shook. At the highest point of the mountain, a huge protrusion shook, causing rocks to explode. That was the main body of the vampiric vine. The vampiric vine was about to fully awaken. What moved just now was only its vines. Just like an octopus, only its tentacles moved. Now, the main body was about to awaken. Shui Feng transformed into a blood leopard and pounced, blocking many of the vines. The other Cold Blood Hall disciples rushed toward the jade talisman. Whoosh! Lu Ming chopped down a vine with his sword. He then used the Nine Dragons' heaven-stomping step and rushed toward the jade talisman. Die! Shui Feng's blood sword slashed across the sky, cutting a dozen Cold Blood Hall experts in half. Bastard, I'll kill you! Shui Feng roared, his eyes red. So many experts had been killed by Lu Ming. He wanted to vomit blood. Unfortunately, he was facing a pile of rot tan alone and couldn't get away at all. Today, it's your Cold Blood Hall who will die, Lu Ming said coldly. He charged forward and killed a few more people. Damn you, Lu Xiaoqing! In front, Sanguinarum was terrified. He gritted his teeth and rushed toward the jade talisman. He was only a few dozen meters away from a jade talisman. But at this moment, a few vines rushed out from the ground and whipped toward him. Damn it! He roared angrily. He was blocked. Bam! Bam! Rocks exploded. More vines appeared around the jade talisman, blocking all the Cold Blood Hall experts. Lu Ming, give me the jade talisman. Dandan transmitted to Lu Ming. Okay. Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and threw it toward the jade talisman. Lu Ming stared at Sanguinarum. Chapter 1072. Damn it! Stop him! Sanguinarum was shocked. He quickly retreated and hid behind the other Cold Blood Hall experts. Lu Ming dashed forward and swept his battle sword. The experts of Cold Blood Hall were killed one by one. Of course, not all of them were in the spiritual embryo realm. Many of them were in the spiritual embryo realm. They could not stop Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming appeared in front of Shui Luozi in an instant. No! No! Sanguinarum shouted. He wanted to escape, but Lu Ming's sword cut Sanguinarum in half. Lu Ming frowned. He saw a ball of white light wrapped around Sanguinarum's body and flew into the sky. In the next moment, Sanguinarum's body reformed. He was not dead, but his eyes were full of resentment. Lu Xiaoqing, Cold Blood Hall will not let you go. With a loud roar, Shui Luozi disappeared in a flash of white light. Life talisman, Lu Ming whispered. He had heard that the strongest geniuses of the various forces had life talismans of the Saint Mansion. Even if they died, they could be resurrected outside. It seemed to be true. Amazing, Lu Ming sighed. The life talisman had merged with the rules of heaven and earth of this secret realm. As long as one wore the life talisman, they could not be killed. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. However, the others from Cold Blood Hall did not receive such treatment. If they died, they would die for real. Dandan rushed toward the jade talisman. At least a dozen vines whipped at it. Dandan stepped on the void, and an inscription formation appeared. Its body flashed in the air and avoided the vines. It rushed past them and appeared in front of the jade talisman. It grabbed the jade talisman and stuffed it into its mouth. "Let's go, we got it!" Dandan yelled and ran forward like a madwoman. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound resounded through the air. Rocks and boulders exploded as the main body of the vampiric vine woke up and let out an enraged roar. It was something that looked like a tree bump. It looked like a bunch of tree roots, and countless vines extended from it. Countless vines danced and howled. In an instant, dozens of Cold Blood Hall disciples in the spirit embryo realm were killed by the vines, and their blood was devoured. After devouring the blood, the vampiric vine's aura grew even stronger. "Let's go, let's go!" Xuefeng roared and waved his claws, breaking several vines as he rushed forward. The remaining Cold Blood Hall disciples also fled for their lives. The Dandan was extremely agile. Its inscription shone, and the vines could not catch it. Lu Ming stepped into the air and flew towards Dandan. Whoosh! Dandan jumped onto Lu Ming's shoulder and shouted, "Let's go, let's go!" That was because the vampiric vine had locked onto them and was chasing after Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the Nine Dragons' heaven-stomping steps and was astonishingly fast. With a flash of light, he disappeared into the distance. In all directions, the people from the small forces and the remaining Cold Blood Hall experts took the opportunity to flee. After running for tens of thousands of miles, the people of Cold Blood Hall rushed out of the area covered by the light shield. Without the suppression of the light shield, their speed skyrocketed. They turned into streaks of bloody light and disappeared. They only stopped after rushing for tens of thousands of miles. Then, they looked at each other. "Lu Xiaoqing, damn you!" Xuefeng almost vomited blood as he roared with red eyes. Tragic, too tragic. Hundreds of people from Cold Blood Hall had entered, but now there were less than 100 left. At least 200 people had died. Most of them were at the spirit embryo realm, but there were many domain enlightened spirit god realm experts as well. Most importantly, almost all of the 10 strongest people in the younger generation of Cold Blood Hall were dead. Only 2 of them were left, and Sanguinarum was still alive due to the protection of the life talisman. It was too tragic. The losses were incomparably heavy. Among them, there were more than a dozen spirit god experts killed by Lu Ming. Even the overlords did not have many spirit god experts. More than half of Cold Blood Hall's geniuses from the previous generation were killed by Lu Ming. "Lu Xiaoqing, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human." Xuefeng roared, his voice echoing for hundreds of miles. Lu Ming sprinted madly. Tens of thousands of miles later, he was finally out of the range of the light barrier. His speed had increased tremendously, but behind him, the vampiric vine was still chasing after him. Lu Ming spared no effort and flew for hundreds of thousands of miles before he managed to shake off the vampiric vine. This guy is really difficult to deal with. After finding a secluded place, Lu Ming entered the mountain river diagram. He took a deep breath and began to refine the energy of the blood essence that he had devoured. World Academy, outside the Jade Wall of All. Suddenly, the space trembled and a ray of light flashed. Sanguinarum's body appeared. Instantly, everyone's eyes fell on Sanguinarum. Sanguinarum was dead. Everyone knew that Sanguinarum had died in the battle. He had only survived because of the life charm. He was the first genius who had died in battle with a life charm. "Sanguinarum, what happened?" asked an elder from Cold Blood Hall. He was a supreme master from Cold Blood Hall. The others also looked at Sanguinarum curiously. They were curious about what had happened. Sanguinarum had died in battle. "Lu Xiaoqing, it's Lu Xiaoqing," Sanguinarum roared bitterly and then briefly explained what had happened. "What? It's that weakling." After hearing this, everyone was shocked. Many people were dumbfounded. Lu Ming had attracted a lot of attention when he passed the Heavenly Market Cave. However, Lu Ming's results in the later selection were too poor. Many people thought that Lu Ming was just a weakling who had passed the heavenly market cave by luck. However, after hearing Sanguinarum's story, many people were scared. How is he a weakling? He was clearly a killing god, an Azura. That guy was just pretending to be weak. That's right. He's too despicable. He must have hidden his strength. I've heard of Lu Shaoqing. He appeared in Pill City before. That time, he defeated Sanguinarum. He's a genius who came out of nowhere. Haha, Cold Blood Hall has suffered a great loss this time. They actually chose a killing god to go in with them. Many people discussed loudly. Some of the overlords were not afraid of Cold Blood Hall at all. They looked at Cold Blood Hall with contempt, such as Sky Eagle Castle and Floating Mountain. Cold Blood Hall's people were so angry that their lungs hurt and they had the urge to vomit blood. Sanguinarum, in particular, was so angry that his stomach hurt. This was because he was the one who had chosen Lu Ming. Lu Ming had dared to not give up the quota for the marrow cleansing pool to him and even mocked him. He had planned to make Lu Ming regret in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. He never expected that he would bring a killing god with him. If not for Lu Ming, they would not have been so miserable facing the bloodthirsty vines. He had only himself to blame. I hope Xue Feng can kill that bastard. Cold Blood Hall's people secretly gritted their teeth, hoping that Xue Feng could kill Lu Ming. In the Saint Mansion's secret realm, Lu Ming was refining the Essence Blood with all his might. After a few hours, the Essence Blood's energy was completely refined. Lu Ming's cultivation increased rapidly, reaching the peak of first-level spirit god in one go. However, his bloodline did not improve. Now that both of Lu Ming's bloodlines were at level 7 divine level, it was very difficult to improve them. He needed a huge amount of essence blood. It's a pity that a large part of the blood essence has been devoured by the bloodthirsty vines. Otherwise, with so many experts' energy, it would be enough for me to break through to second-level spirit god. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. It's still not safe here. The bloodthirsty vines are ancient evil creatures. Once they're born, they'll go berserk and their strength will skyrocket. I better stay away from them first. After leaving the mountain river diagram, Lu Ming flew into the distance. Chapter 1073. Lu Ming stopped at this point. He was far enough away that the vampiric vine shouldn't be able to catch up to him. Dandan, what kind of treasure is that jade talisman? Lu Ming asked Dandan curiously. Take a look for yourself. Dandan opened his mouth, and the jade talisman flew out. Lu Ming caught it. Dandan wasn't interested in anything that wasn't related to spiritual herbs. Dandan, your strength has improved a lot recently. Lu Ming said. Dandan was able to snatch the jade talisman from the vampiric vine and escape with ease. Lu Ming was very curious about its strength. Of course. That's why I asked you to give me more spiritual herbs. Also, I swallowed some lightning tribulation when you were transcending your tribulation. That thing is very nourishing and helped me recover a lot. Dandan said proudly. Heavenly tribulation is very nourishing. Lu Ming was speechless. This guy was really mysterious. When the lightning cauldron was transcending its tribulation, this guy swallowed the heavenly tribulation in one gulp. At that time, it was still an egg. How is it? Have you been subdued by my godly might? Follow me and serve me well in the future. You'll have a good life ahead of you. Dandan said proudly. It had already started to feel complacent. Go in. Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and stuffed him into the mountain river diagram. Then he looked at the jade talisman in his hand and scanned it with his spiritual sense. After breaking through to the spirit god realm and condensing a spirit god, one would be able to develop spiritual sense. It was more useful than the eyes and could sense everything. In the next moment, Lu Ming's face lit up with joy. The 9 seals of the Divine Gate is a type of sealing technique. It's a powerful secret technique. Lu Ming muttered to himself. The more he comprehended it, the more surprised he became. The 9 seals of the Divine Gate was a technique that could be used to condense the door of sealing and seal the opponent. When cultivated to a high level, it was said to be able to seal the heavens, earth, people, and everything. It was extremely terrifying. Amazing too amazing. The more Lu Ming comprehended, the more amazed he became. He discovered the power of the divine gate 9 seals. This was a terrifying secret technique that had been left behind by an emperor in the Saint Mansion's secret realm countless years ago. It had been lost in the outside world for countless years. Lu Ming simply found a hidden place and entered the mountain and river diagram. He sat cross-legged under the tree of enlightenment and carefully comprehended. Now, the Tao Comprehension ancient tree already produced 3 leaves, becoming more and more unordinary. Great Tao aura curled up around it. When one sat on the side, they could enter an ethereal state. Lu Ming was completely focused on comprehending the 9 seals of the God Gate. Gradually, a mysterious light began to emanate from his body. As time passed, the light began to condense, transforming into a glowing door. It was like a door leading to the eternal unknown. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, Lu Ming's hands formed a series of hand seals at extreme speed. A light gate condensed and flew towards Dandan. The light gate shone brightly, enveloping Dandan within. Nestling, what are you doing? Dandan's limbs flailed wildly as if it was being suppressed. Only when Dandan's body glowed brightly and inscribed various formations did it manage to escape. Not bad. Lu Ming smiled. Even the vampiric vine couldn't stop Dandan from escaping. Its ability to escape was unfathomable and slippery. However, even Dandan was careless and was suppressed by the gate of sealing for a moment. Lu Ming was very satisfied with the power of the gate of sealing. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be suppressed by the gate of sealing. In a battle between experts, even if one was sealed for a moment, it could determine life and death. Moreover, as Lu Ming's cultivation increased, the power of the gate of sealing would also increase. It could be used as one of Lu Ming's trump cards. Especially since Lu Ming had just started cultivating, he could only cultivate 1 gate of sealing. The 9 seals of the God Gate, when cultivated to the highest level, could cultivate 9 gates of sealing. That was truly terrifying. With each additional gate of sealing, the power of the gate of sealing would multiply. I've already wasted 3 days. I can't waste any more time. It's rare for me to enter the Saint Mansion secret realm. I can't waste it. With a thought, Lu Ming came out of the mountain river map. He randomly chose a direction and flew forward. Dandan also climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder and looked around for spiritual herbs. Roar! On a mountain peak in front of him, a giant wolf appeared. It was as big as a mountain, and its entire body was silvery white. It raised its head and howled, causing the entire mountain range to shake violently. So powerful. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He retracted his aura and landed on a mountain range below to observe from afar. Rumble. Suddenly, the mountain range below Lu Ming's feet moved violently, and then it floated in the air and flew toward the giant wolf. Nestle. Lu Ming realized that the mountain range below his feet was not a mountain range, but a giant snake. The giant snake was as big as a mountain, and its body was covered with mud, rocks, and trees. It lay there motionlessly like a mountain range. Titan giant snake, no. Even if it's not a pure-blooded Titan giant snake, it's close. Lu Ming wailed and hurriedly flew to the side. Fortunately, the giant snake only had eyes for the giant silver wolf and did not pay attention to Lu Ming. Roar! The giant silver wolf roared, and with a stomp of its foot, the mountain peak below it shattered. Its huge body pounced on the giant snake. The 2 behemoths fought fiercely, and for a moment, heaven and earth shook, and the mountain peak shattered. What a powerful, vicious beast. This is definitely not a force from the outside world, but a powerful, vicious beast born and bred in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. Lu Ming avoided them from afar, not daring to get close. These 2 beasts were definitely at the high-level spiritual god realm, and they were extremely terrifying. This secret realm is very dangerous. Previously, I encountered the bloodthirsty vine and now I have to be careful. Lu Ming concealed his aura and flew carefully. Not long after, he saw a few saber marks on a cliff. He carefully sensed them and found that they were left by a peerless expert. If a saber practitioner carefully comprehended them, they would definitely be enlightened. Rumor has it that 30,000 years ago, a supreme expert came here to cultivate. These saber marks are probably left behind by an expert who comprehended something during his cultivation. Lu Ming guessed. If so, there would be many such marks in the secret realm. If he could find the right one, it would be a great opportunity. Lu Ming did not stay long because he did not practice saber, and the marks did not fit him. Along the way, he found many spiritual herbs. Lu Ming only kept a few and gave the rest to Dandan. There's someone ahead. A day later, Lu Ming saw a figure flying in front of him. It was not someone from Cold Blood Hall, but someone from another force. When entering the Saint Mansion secret realm, there were 9 light pillars that entered 9 different areas. However, these 9 areas were connected and were all in the same secret realm. The major forces began to enter separately to avoid disputes. However, as time passed, the people in the 9 areas would definitely encounter each other. Lu Ming guessed that he had already arrived at another area. Lu Ming flew forward and saw many people gathered under a stone wall, carefully observing and comprehending. Chapter 1074. Lu Ming pondered for a while and realized that it was not useful to him. Just as he was about to leave, get lost. Suddenly, a loud roar could be heard. A young man in white with a long sword on his back came from the sky. A terrifying sword aura emanated from his body and pressed down on the crowd. Wuxia, Sky Martial Sword Faction, Wuxia. Many people were shocked. Sky Martial Sword Faction was extremely prosperous. It was one of the top factions in the Middle Continent. Not many factions could compare to it. In this generation, the Sky Martial Sword Sect was also filled with geniuses. Just in terms of Grade 2 geniuses alone, there were already 2 of them, Wu Chengkong and Wu Tsong. Wu Chengkong was the number 1 elite of Sky Martial Sword Faction, while Wu Tsong was ranked 2nd. Although he was ranked 2nd, he was as strong as In Bupo and Junyu. With 2 elite elites in this generation, Sky Martial Sword Faction's reputation was at its peak. Get lost. I want this place. Wu Tsong looked down from above. Many people gritted their teeth. This place was huge. Wu Tsong could have chosen a place to comprehend, but he chased them away. Although they were angry, they did not dare to voice it out. They could only leave. Many people had gained some insights, but they had no choice but to stop and leave this place. You're still not leaving? Wu Tsong looked at Lu Ming with a piercing gaze. Lu Ming looked calm. He glanced at Wu Tsong and left. This place was useless to him. He had already planned to leave, so there was no need to fight with Wu Tsong. Sky Martial Sword Faction is really overbearing. Keep it down. Many elites have entered Sky Martial Sword Faction. The previous generation's number 1 elite is also here. Although his talent is not as good as Wu Tsong and Wu Chengkong, he has cultivated for more than 10 years. His combat strength is terrifying. We'd better not offend them. Some people discussed in low voices as they left the place. Lu Ming headed north and soon appeared 10,000 miles away. Caw! A bird's cry resounded through the sky. A huge eagle soared through the sky, covering the sky and covering the sun. What a powerful aura. This was also a powerful beast. It was the overlord of this secret realm. The giant eagle flew to a cliff in front of them and landed. Lu Ming realized that there was a nest on the cliff. That is, from a distance, Lu Ming discovered that there was a strange aura on the cliff. There were vague marks on it that looked like a human figure. There are traces left behind by supreme experts. I wonder if they will be of any use to me. Lu Ming carefully approached the eagle's nest and waited patiently. This wait lasted for an entire day. The next day, the giant eagle let out a long cry, spread its wings, and flew away from its nest. After the giant eagle left, Lu Ming rushed down the cliff to take a closer look. There was really a figure carved on the cliff. This figure seemed to be launching an attack. Boom! Boom! Upon closer inspection, the figure seemed to have moved. A terrifying killing intent exploded out, enveloping Lu Ming. Kill! With an explosive roar, the figure sent a palm strike towards Lu Ming. A terrifying killing intent enveloped Lu Ming, causing his entire body to turn cold. He couldn't even muster up the will to resist. The palm strike directly landed on his body. Lu Ming was shocked. He took several steps back, only to realize that everything was an illusion. So powerful. Lu Ming let out a long breath. He was a little shocked, but also a little excited. This was a martial technique that was extremely powerful. It contained killing intent and could even affect one's mind. Lu Ming activated his third bloodline and could borrow the powerful slaughter intent. This martial technique was just right for Lu Ming. Let's try to comprehend it here and see if I can comprehend this martial technique. Lu Ming stepped forward and observed carefully. Lu Ming guarded his heart and remained motionless. Whoosh! This time, it wasn't a palm strike. A sword appeared in the figure's hand, and it slashed out. Lu Ming remained motionless, allowing the battle sword to slash past him. As expected, the battle sword was like an illusion. After slashing past, the figure executed another move. This time, it turned into a saber. Whoosh! Whoosh! This figure moved freely, executing all kinds of attacks. The weapon in its hand was also unpredictable. What a mysterious martial technique. Lu Ming looked at it for a while and finally figured out something. This martial technique didn't have a fixed move. In other words, the move was only the surface. The key was the intent. Once one comprehended the intent of this martial technique, any weapon would be able to unleash great power. This was a killing move that was specially created to kill people. Its power was extremely strong. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the air, carefully comprehending and studying. In the evening, a cry resounded in the sky. The giant eagle had returned. Lu Ming left and sat cross-legged not far away to continue comprehending. After the giant eagle left the next day, Lu Ming returned to the cliff and continued to comprehend. "Brat, get lost!" Suddenly, a loud roar was heard, interrupting Lu Ming's comprehension. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly as he turned around. Wuxia, it was that person again. Now, he had his eyes on this cliff. "Get lost!" A cold shout came from Lu Ming. Wuxia was stunned. He obviously didn't expect Lu Ming to tell him to get lost. Then, Wuxia's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent as he stared at Lu Ming. "Brat, do you know who you're talking to? If you say the wrong thing, you will pay with your life. Get lost." Lu Ming's voice was even colder when he said the second word. "You're courting death." Wuxia shouted coldly as his sword chi surged. He slashed out with his palm, and a terrifying sword radiance slashed down at Lu Ming. Lu Ming casually waved his hand and deflected the sword radiance. He got up and stepped toward Wuxia. "You have some skills, but you are wrong to be so arrogant in front of me." Wuxia shouted as he unsheathed his sword. The sword's cry shook the sky. Swoosh! The sword cut through the void, creating a terrifying crack in space. Roar, roar, roar. A dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body as the dragon power erupted. Lu Ming's body was covered in purple light. With a palm strike, Wuxia's sword chi was shattered. Lu Ming didn't stop and continued towards Wuxia. Wuxia was shocked and in disbelief. Lu Ming's combat strength was far beyond his imagination. Where did this expert come from? Without time to think, Wuxia quickly retreated. A bloodline sword appeared above his head. It was a level 8 divine gray bloodline. He performed bloodline fusion and turned into a battle sword. He slashed out a shocking sword radiance, wanting to split Lu Ming in half. Clang! Lu Ming clenched his fist and activated the suppressing hell skill. He struck out with a terrifying force on the sword radiance. The battle sword shook violently and almost collapsed as it was sent flying far away. Swoosh! Lu Ming stepped forward and threw out a punch. The battle sword shook violently and was sent flying tens of thousands of meters away, splitting 2 mountains. Run, run! Wuxia was horrified. He controlled the battle sword and turned to run. Lu Ming stepped into the air and chased after Wucang. Wucang turned into a sword radiance and flew out a few hundred miles in an instant. However, Lu Ming was even faster. Wucang was almost scared out of his wits. "Stop! I am a disciple of the Sky Martial Sword Sect. If you dare to attack me again, you will be an enemy of the Sky Martial Sword Sect." Chapter 1075. Lu Ming sneered and continued to step forward. He clenched his fist and punched out. There was no doubt that Lu Ming had unleashed the power of 7 dragons and activated the heaven-suppressing art. Coupled with the 5-color concept, his power was terrifying. Clang! Another punch landed on the sword. This time, Wucang could not resist it anymore. The sword exploded, revealing his true body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fled frantically. "Oh my God, who is that? It looks like Wucang." "Yes, it's him. He's actually running away and being chased." "Who's so powerful to be able to chase after Wucang? Isn't that the weakling? He's chasing after Wucang. He's so terrifying. He just defeated Wucang's bloodline fusion with one punch." "What weakling? He's clearly a rare genius with unparalleled combat strength. He's too strong. No wonder he could pass the heavenly market cave." Not far away, 5 or 6 people passed by. When they saw this scene, they were dumbfounded. Wucang did not know Lu Ming because he was not there when he went through the heavenly market cave. He only arrived after the secret manual of the Saint's Mansion was opened. However, those who passed by recognized Lu Ming. Back then, they also thought that Lu Ming was lucky to pass the heavenly market cave. Now, they were really shocked and thought that they were dreaming. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' sky-stomping steps and was astonishingly fast. He caught up with Wucang in a few moments and punched out again. No, Wucang roared and tried his best to resist, but half of his body was still shattered by the punch. Bang! Then, Lu Ming stomped his foot. Wucang screamed and was torn into pieces. Another second-class prodigy had been killed. However, just like Shueluozi, after Wucang was killed, another ray of white light shrouded him. Not far away, his body actually condensed again. He gave Lu Ming a resentful look, then, with a tremor, he disappeared without a trace. Life talismans again. Lu Ming frowned. These second-class geniuses all had the potential to become rulers. The major forces valued them very much and spent a lot of money to buy life talismans from the World Academy. Almost all the second-class prodigies had one. Second-class geniuses were too important. There was hope for them to become rulers. An Emperor Realm expert could make a force become an overlord force, allowing it to prosper for 10,000 to 20,000 years, compared to a supreme being who knew how many times more important. What these overlord powers hoped for the most was to have a successor. If there was no successor and no new emperor was born, then the overlord power would quickly weaken. For example, the Medicine King Valley and the Talisman Puppet sect. In the history of the Divine Wilderness, there have been countless overlord factions, but how many of them have been able to prosper and pass down their legacies? Very few. Many overlord forces eventually weakened because there were no emperors among the later generations. One could imagine how highly those overlord forces valued second-class geniuses. In the distance, the few of them sucked in a breath of cold air and broke out in cold sweat. Lu Ming was too ruthless. A second-grade genius was killed just like that. Fortunately, they had the life talisman. Otherwise, the Sky Martial Sword sect would go crazy. Lu Ming glanced at the few of them and ignored them. He returned to the cliff and continued to comprehend the killing move. The World Academy. Outside the Universe Jade Annulus, it was still crowded with people. High up in the sky, the Supremes sat cross-legged and waited silently. Buzz! Suddenly, a white light flashed and Wucang appeared. Everyone's eyes turned to look at him. Wucang, it's Wucang. He was killed. What danger did he encounter? It seems like the secret realm is really dangerous. I wonder how many of those without life talismans died. Danger comes with opportunity. It's worth it if you can get something out of it. Many people looked at Wuxia in disgust. Wuxia, what happened? High up in the sky, one of the sky martial sword sect's supremes asked. Since the supremes asked, Wuxia did not dare to ignore them. A dark-skinned young man. He looked simple and honest, but he was extremely cunning. Wuxia did not know Lu Ming's name, so he described Lu Ming's appearance. What? Wasn't this the appearance of that trash Lu Xiaoqing? It's him again. He's really a killing god. First, he killed many experts from Cold Blood Hall, Sanguinarum, and now he killed Wuxia. He's really terrifying. He killed so many geniuses consecutively. His battle strength is amazing. I'm afraid he's one of the top second-class geniuses. Many people exclaimed. Those from Cold Blood Hall looked gloomy. Sanguinarum gritted his teeth and looked terrible. Why did they have to drag them into it? On the cliff in the Saint Mansion secret realm, Lu Ming was carefully comprehending. Every time the giant eagle returned, he would leave. The next day, when the giant eagle went out to look for food, he would go and comprehend. After 5 consecutive days, he gained a lot. This mark was not complete. It was just a kind of intent. Lu Ming comprehended 5 killing moves from this intent. Lu Ming named them the 5 killing moves. The 5 killing moves did not have a specific move. It was just a way to use the slaughter essence. In other words, without the slaughter essence, it was useless. However, when Lu Ming borrowed the power of the 3rd bloodline, he could borrow the slaughter essence. Thus, the 5 killing moves came in handy. Previously, when Lu Ming borrowed the power of the 3rd bloodline, it was just pure strength. With the 5 killing moves, it would undoubtedly be more powerful. Almost there. 5 days later, Lu Ming got up and left. This mark was not complete. Even if he continued to comprehend, he would not gain much. Lu Ming left and continued to look for opportunities. One day later, Lu Ming came to a lush mountain range. Hey, why are all the spiritual herbs along the way emptied out? Which bastard did this? Dandin ran around like a gust of wind, cursing. In this mountain range, the spirit chi was very dense. Ancient trees towered into the sky. Along the way, Dandin found dozens of pits left behind by the spiritual herbs. According to Dandin's speculation, they were all left behind by level 8 spiritual herbs. He was angry that someone had gotten to them first. They are too clean. Not even a hair is left. Dandin sighed. Lu Ming was also speechless. They had changed several positions in this mountain range, but it was still the same. There is someone in front. Suddenly, Dandin stared and climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming restrained his aura and moved forward carefully. In front of him, a figure in white clothes was walking in the air, flashing in a mountain forest. From the back, he looked very young. However, he was bald, and the top of his head was smooth and round. His movement technique was extremely fast. Like a gust of wind, he appeared in front of a spiritual herb. "My hair good," the bald man murmured, and then waved his sleeve. The spiritual herb left the ground and was kept by him. This could be a Western Desert holy monk. Lu Ming was surprised. Legend had it that the Western Desert was different from other places. They cultivated Buddhism. The entire Western Desert mainly cultivated Buddhism, and there were many ancient temples. Judging from the bald man's clothes and the Buddhist chants, he was clearly a Western Desert holy monk. After keeping the spiritual herb, the Western Desert holy monk continued forward. Not long after, he came to a dark underground cave and observed carefully. Chapter 1076. In the Western Desert holy monk's hand, a round plate emitted a beam of purple light that shot into the sky. It was so shocking that it could be seen even from far away. After a while, the Western Desert holy monk put away the round plate and the beam of light disappeared. That was because there were streaks of rainbow light flashing in the distance. Someone was attracted. What is that guy trying to do? Lu Ming was hiding not far away. He had seen everything. The Western Desert holy monk put away the round plate and returned to the dark cave. He shouted, "The treasure in this cave is mine." After shouting, his figure flashed, and he quickly left the cave. Soon, more than a dozen streaks of rainbow light flew over, revealing more than a dozen figures. The treasure is in the cave. Kill. We can't let others beat us to it. Get lost. It's mine. More than a dozen experts rushed into the cave. Roar, roar, roar. In the cave, the roars of beasts were heard. The entire ground was shaking as a fierce fight broke out in the cave. That guy is using someone else to do his dirty work. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. Didn't they say that the Western Desert holy monks were kind-hearted and would help all living beings? That guy was too unreliable. Could he be a fake? I have hair. I have no hair. Buddha is merciful. That guy chanted again. In a flash, he didn't enter the cave, but went in another direction. That guy is very mysterious. Let's follow him. Lu Ming quietly followed the Western Desert holy monk and came to a place dozens of miles away. There was a huge cave in that place. At that moment, Lu Ming heard a loud roar coming from the cave, and then it gradually faded away. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He finally understood that guy's motive. This cave was connected to the other cave dozens of miles away. This guy from the Western Desert was using someone else's cave to lure the ferocious beasts away. Then, he could easily enter this cave and search for treasures. That wasn't a merciful holy monk. He was clearly an unscrupulous monk. That monk looked around furtively. Only then did Lu Ming see his face. She had a baby face and was slightly chubby. Her skin was so smooth that it would make women jealous. Her skin was pink and tender, and she looked harmless to humans and animals. He looked around, then chanted the name of Buddha and rushed into the cave. This guy is really not a good person. On his shoulder, Dandan looked at him with disdain. Lu Ming curled his lips and thought, "You're about the same as him. There must be treasures in this cave. Let's go in and take a look." Lu Ming also carefully rushed into the cave. The cave was very large. After a few thousand meters, it became even more spacious, like a huge underground cavern. Faint rumbling sounds could be heard from the front. It was clear that the battle was extremely intense. Next, I saw a few pits. There must have been some spiritual herbs growing there, but they were all dug up by that monk. What a pity, Dandan lamented. As the two of them continued forward, they realized that the underground caverns were crisscrossing. They could no longer see the monk's shadow. Lu Ming walked forward casually. Suddenly, he stopped as a purple light attracted his attention. On one of the walls, a hazy purple light was emitted. It was hazy and beautiful. Lu Ming channeled his true yuan and wiped away the rocks on the surface. A Longan-sized purple crystal appeared. This is a purple flame crystal. Lu Ming was shocked, but he was overjoyed. Purple flame crystal was a precious material that was rarely seen in the world. It could be used to refine weapons or pills. It was priceless. Most importantly, purple flame crystal was one of the most important main materials for refining nirvana pills. It was a level 9 material. Lu Ming did not expect to find a purple flame crystal here. He immediately condensed his true yuan into a blade and dug out the surrounding rocks to dig out the purple flame crystal. So heavy. The Longan-sized purple flame crystal weighed more than 10,000 kilograms. It was really shocking. I wonder if there are more. After Lu Ming put away the purple flame crystal, he looked around carefully. It would be great if he could find a few pieces here. Although nirvana pills were not very useful to Lu Ming, they were very useful to others. If Fatty Kong Jin had nirvana pills, he could even raise his third bloodline to level 9 divine grade. There were also his parents and disciples. In the future, when he met Xianxia, Mulins, and the others, they would all be very useful. If there was a chance, Lu Ming wanted to collect the materials and refine a few cauldrons. After walking around for a while, Lu Ming discovered something else. There was purple light emitting from one of the walls. Just as Lu Ming was about to dig, a terrifying gust of wind attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked. He turned around and threw out a palm strike. Bang! A terrifying force surged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming could not help but take a few steps back. What a powerful force! Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Although he did not release his dragon force earlier, his vital essence was extremely strong. Coupled with the 5 types of intense and the hell-suppressing heaven skill, an ordinary martial artist at the 2nd level of Spirit God would be killed by him with one palm strike. But now, he was forced to retreat. My hair. A Buddhist chant was heard. A harmless face appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was the monk. He looked very young, in his 20s. He squinted his eyes and smiled. He put his palms together and said, "Benefactor, the ferocious beasts in this cave were lured away by my friends. It's not good for you to take advantage of them like this, right?" Even though he was talking, the monk was still smiling. Lu Ming and Dandan looked at him with disdain. Those people were obviously tricked by the monk, but in the monk's mouth, they became his friends. How shameless. Master, everyone has a share. I saw what you did just now. If this spreads out, I'm afraid it won't be good for the reputation of the Western Desert holy monk. Lu Ming said with a smile, "My hair, my Buddha is merciful. I think you've misunderstood. Monks are merciful." The baby-faced monk chanted a Buddhist chant. Roar. Before the monk could finish, a loud roar was heard. A huge lizard shining with purple flames pounced towards the monk. Buzz. A golden light shone from the monk's body. He threw out a palm, and a huge golden palm print hit the purple lizard. With a boom, the lizard was shattered into pieces. Merciful? Lu Ming was tongue-tied. My hair. My Buddha is merciful. The monk chanted a Buddhist chant again. He looked at Lu Ming and said, "Benefactor, I've taken a liking to this purple flame crystal. Why don't you give it to me?" "What if I don't?" Lu Ming said. "My hair. My Buddha. Hair your sister. I know you don't have hair." Lu Ming shouted and suddenly attacked. The dragon force in his body erupted and his strength increased. He threw a punch at Monk Wuliang. Monk Wuliang's body shone brightly. The dazzling golden light spread, making Monk Wuliang look like the reincarnation of Buddha. In addition, he had a harmless face. If Lu Ming had not seen him secretly, he would have thought that he was an enlightened monk. Boom! Chapter 1077. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded as energy shot out in all directions. The underground cave shook violently. The rock of this underground cave was extremely hard. Perhaps it was because of the strong beasts living here. If it was an ordinary cave, it would have exploded. Even so, the entire underground cave was shaking violently. Bam! Bam! After one move, Lu Ming's body trembled as he retreated a few steps. So strong. This monk's strength is actually so terrifying? Lu Ming was shocked. At this moment, he had already unleashed his dragon force, but he was still pushed back by the other party. The golden palm print was shockingly powerful, as though it could suppress everything. It was on par with the suppressing hell skill. Lu Ming was shocked. Unscrupulous monk was also surprised. He did not expect Lu Ming to be able to receive his palm without being injured. Roar! Roar! The shaking here attracted the attention of the beasts on the other side. Loud roars could be heard. Clearly, some beasts were charging over. "I have hair. Benefactor, you are so strong. This purple flame crystal can be yours." This little monk will take his leave. Unscrupulous monk chanted Buddha's name and left with his sleeves fluttering. The Western Desert is indeed unfathomable. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Since ancient times, the Western Desert had always been the territory of Buddhism. It had always been mysterious and powerful. Many people said that the Western Desert was second only to the Central Continent among the 5 major territories in the Divine Wilderness. Roar! 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 The thunderous roars caused the underground cave to rumble. Lu Ming did not think too much about it. He dug out the purple flame crystal and left the place in a flash. Next, Lu Ming walked around the underground cave for a while, but he did not find a third purple flame crystal. Instead, he found a few purple giant lizards, which were killed by Lu Ming. However, there was obviously a nest of giant lizards in this underground cave. Some of them were very strong. Lu Ming did not stay for long. After a while, he left the cave and flew into the distance. A gust of wind blew past. Lu Ming smiled. After obtaining 2 purple flame crystals, Lu Ming was in a good mood. There were 7 main ingredients for refining the Nirvana pill. Each of them was extremely precious and rarely appeared in the outside world. Now that he had obtained one, it could be considered an opportunity. Naturally, Lu Ming was in a good mood. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded. Up ahead, sword energy rushed into the heavens. Inscriptions flickered and space was torn apart. There were people fighting an intense battle. Lu Ming flew over an extremely fast speed. Using the water concept, he condensed a cloud of mist and hid within it to watch. There were a total of 4 people in the battle, and Lu Ming was quite familiar with a few of them. Sandalwood Fairy, Kong Xian, the genius of the World Academy, and Wu Changkong of the Celestial Martial Sword Sect. Lastly, there was a burly man in his 40s who was no weaker than Wu Changkong. The 4 of them were in a chaotic battle. However, it was clear that Sandalwood Fairy and Kong Xian were working together. The 2 of them were fighting against Wu Changkong and the Muscular Man. The battle was extremely intense. That is, at this time, Lu Ming discovered that there was a small lake below. The lake water was clear, and in the lake, there were 3 carps swimming around. The 3 carps shone with golden light, and their bodies glowed with light. Sometimes they gathered, sometimes they scattered, and when they did, they looked like a true dragon. Dragon carp? It's actually a dragon carp. Lu Ming was shocked. Dragon carps were also a kind of supreme treasure. It was said that they were the descendants of true dragons and had the blood of true dragons in their bodies. When used to refine elixirs, they were a rare treasure medicine. Its value was even higher than that of purple flame crystals. Coincidentally, one of the 7 main ingredients for refining Nirvana elixirs was the blood of dragon carps. You want to compete with me? You're courting death. The dragon carps are mine. Wu Changkong shouted, his murderous intent surging. Wu Changkong, don't be too overbearing. There are 3 dragon carps. How about 1 for each of us? Sandalwood Fairy spoke. 1 for each of us. Are you qualified? All 3 of them are mine. Wu Changkong sneered. His sword energy whistled, and cracks appeared in the space. It was extremely terrifying. The other muscular man did not speak. His body emitted a white light as he waved his hand. A sky-covering palm appeared, tearing the heavens and the earth apart. This is the great sky-splitting palm. This person should be an expert from the G family, an overlord force. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Among the 3 parties, Wu Changkong's combat strength was astonishing. The muscular man from the G family had a profound cultivation and was not weak either. However, when Sandalwood Fairy and Kong Xian joined forces, their combat strength was terrifying. They were not weaker than the others. It was difficult to determine the outcome of the battle in a short period of time. Lu Ming smiled. He suddenly unleashed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and dashed toward the surface of the lake. In an instant, he appeared above the surface of the lake. With a grab, a huge vital essence hand appeared and grabbed toward the 3 dragon carps. Who is it? You're courting death. At this moment, the people in the air were shocked. Wu Changkong even roared in anger. The 3 dragon carps were about to fall into Lu Ming's hand. However, at this moment, the 3 dragon carps glowed and turned into a ray of light. In a flash, they escaped from Lu Ming's true essence giant hand. Lu Ming was shocked. Just as he was about to use all his strength to capture them, a terrifying sword energy slashed toward Lu Ming. Helpless, Lu Ming could only turn around and punch out. Bang! The sword energy was defeated. Whoosh! Whoosh! In a flash, Wu Changkong, the brawny man from the G family, Sandalwood Fairy, and Kong Xian appeared around Lu Ming. However, they did not attack immediately. Instead, they locked their auras on Lu Ming. Brad, it's you. Wu Changkong was taken aback when he saw Lu Ming clearly. Sandalwood Fairy and Kong Xian were also surprised. Apparently, they had recognized Lu Ming. Brat, to be able to block my sword attack, You must be quite capable. You must have been hiding your strength. Wu Changkong looked coldly at Lu Ming and continued, however, you dare to capture dragon carps under my nose. You go to die. In a martial saint's secret ground, everyone has a share. Of course, I can take action when I see the treasure. Lu Ming curled his lips. If you take action, you'll have to pay with your life. Wu Qingkong's killing intent exploded. When Lu Ming had refused to give up his spot in the marrow cleansing pool, he had already wanted to kill Lu Ming. Now, his killing intent was even stronger. Whoosh! Wu Changkong swung his sword, and a terrifying sword chi slashed at Lu Ming. It was even stronger than before. Lu Ming was fearless. He activated the suppressing hell skill and punched out with his dragon force. Boom! The heavens and the earth trembled as the energy surged. Pillars of water rose from the lake below. The 3 dragon carps flashed and dodged the energy. Bang! The sword chi dissipated. Lu Ming broke the sword chi with his fist. He stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "You're still not strong enough." Then he punched out again. Lu Ming's fist seemed to contain the force of millions of tons. It was so terrifying that the entire space trembled. So strong? Wu Qingkong was shocked. His true essence surged, and his sword hummed as he slashed out a shocking sword chi. However, it was useless. Lu Ming was like an invincible god of war. He punched out and destroyed the sword chi. He quickly approached Wu Qingkong. On the side, Sandalwood Fairy, Kong Xian, and the others were also shocked. They had never imagined that the young man who had passed the heavenly market cave by luck would be so powerful. It was too terrifying. Why do I find this person's fighting style a little familiar? Sandalwood Fairy said. I have the same feeling. Kong Xian said. Whoosh. Chapter 1078. Don't even think about it. Sandalwood Fairy shouted. She waved her hand and a few elixirs flew out. The elixirs glowed and turned into weapons that attacked the burly man from the G family. At the same time, Kong Xian also attacked the burly man from the G family. The 3 of them engaged in a fierce battle. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming was brave and invincible. He stepped on the void and punched with earth-shattering force. The void continued to explode as Wu Changkong was forced to retreat. He was at a complete disadvantage. Finally, he let out a long roar and used bloodline fusion to turn into a battle sword. The sword chi whistled as he fought Lu Ming. To be honest, Wu Qingkong's battle strength was very strong. He was much stronger than Sanguinarum. No wonder he was called one of the strongest experts after the 5 magnates. He had the right to be arrogant. However, his cultivation was still at LV1 spiritual god. Lu Ming was never afraid of anyone at the same level. Clang! Clang! After a few consecutive punches, the battle sword was sent flying and vibrating in the air. Damn it, who are you? Wu Changkong roared in disbelief. He could not believe that someone who appeared out of nowhere had such terrifying battle strength. Not far away, Kong Xian and the others were also shocked. Wu Changkong was completely suppressed. It was too shocking. Who else could do this except for the 5 magnates? Rumble. At this moment, a terrifying explosion came from afar. A ray of bloodlight flew over at high speed. Swoosh! A burly figure appeared in the air. His eyes were like lightning. When he saw Lu Ming, his killing intent was even more shocking. Lu Xiaoqing died. With a roar, the figure punched out. The blood-red fist radiance pierced through the void and blasted toward Lu Ming. Shui Feng. Lu Ming frowned. This figure was Cold Blood Hall's #1 genius of the previous generation, Shui Feng. He did not expect Shui Feng to be here. Lu Ming punched back and collided with Shui Feng's fist radiance. His body trembled, and he was forced to retreat. Shui Feng was very strong. With a level 7 divine bloodline and a LV4 spiritual god cultivation, his battle strength was terrifying. Shui Feng stepped forward with a violent aura. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Lu Ming. At this moment, Sandalwood Fairy and Kong Xian were dumbfounded. Lu Xiaoqing? Just now, Shui Feng had called Lu Ming Lu Xiaoqing. This dark-skinned young man was actually Lu Xiaoqin. Sandalwood Fairy and her companion exchanged a blow with the Ji clan's burly man and retreated far away. They did not continue fighting. Xuefeng's arrival made the situation even more complicated. "Brother Lu, it's you?" Sandalwood Fairy said. "Fairy, how have you been?" Lu Ming smiled. Facing Xuefeng, he remained calm. "It's really you." Kong Xian was also shocked. At that moment, Wu Changkong retreated far away and observed from afar. "This brat offended Xuefeng. He's courting death." Wu Changkong sneered. "Kill!" Xuefeng roared, stepped forward, and punched out. The space shattered under the blood-red fist. It was extremely terrifying. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The third bloodline appeared, and a trace of power entered Lu Ming's body. Instantly, a terrifying killing intent emanated from Lu Ming's body, and his hair turned blood-red. Then, the third bloodline turned into a sword, which Lu Ming held in his hand and slashed out. Puff! The blood-red sword light flashed and split Xuefeng's fist in half. "Is that his bloodline? Strange. Why is there no chakra?" Sandalwood Fairy and the others were shocked. First, they were shocked that Lu Ming had finally used his bloodline power. His combat strength had indeed increased, and he had not used his full strength before. Second, they were shocked that Lu Ming's bloodline did not have a chakra. This was unheard of. "Damn it, this guy probably doesn't have a life talisman. I must find a way to kill him. When he fights Xuefeng, I'll wait for an opportunity to strike." Wu Changkong's mind kept spinning. Xuefeng was also shocked when he saw Lu Ming's sword break his fist. The true essence in his body circulated wildly, and his aura became even more violent. Divine Blood Leopard Fist. Xuefeng's fists were like blood jade, and he constantly punched out. Fist radiance flew out, and in the process, it turned into a blood leopard and pounced on Lu Ming. This was a divine-level martial skill, and it was extremely powerful. 5 slaughter styles. Lu Ming circulated the 5 slaughter styles, and the blood-red battle sword buzzed. Sword radiance shot out and scattered the blood leopards one after another. Slaughter mentality. Xuefeng was shocked, and at the same time, he was even more determined to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming's talent was too shocking. He was only at the first level of Spirit God, but he could already fight with him. Bloodline appeared above his head, and in the next moment, he turned into a blood leopard, roaring and pouncing on Lu Ming. Lu Ming was fearless. He held his battle sword and fought with Xuefeng. Lu Ming's combat strength was unparalleled, and he was invincible among those at the same level. However, Xuefeng's cultivation was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming's. Moreover, he had also comprehended a divine-level martial skill, and his bloodline fusion was even more powerful. Lu Ming and Xuefeng exchanged dozens of moves and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. The difference between our cultivation is too great. If I use the 9 Dragons bloodline, or the Suppressing Hell Steel bloodline, and the 3rd bloodline, I might be able to fight with him. Lu Ming's mind raced. However, this result was already enough to shock everyone present to the extreme. I didn't expect Brother Lu's combat strength to be so strong. This is too shocking. Kong Xian was tongue-tied, and after a while, he said this. He was also at the first level of Spirit God, but he realized that if he fought with Lu Ming now, he would be easily killed. On the other side, the battle sword that Wu Changkong had transformed into was also trembling in fear. If Lu Ming had used this kind of combat strength, he would not have been able to resist at all. He was too strong. That's right, even the 5 great authorities might not be as strong as him. Sandalwood Fairy sighed. Seal. In the middle of the battle, Lu Ming used the 9 seals of the God Gate, and a light gate was formed. It shone brightly and suppressed Xuefeng. For a moment, Xuefeng was actually frozen. Kill! Lu Ming took a step forward and slashed at Xuefeng's head with his sword. Roar! Xuefeng roared, and a bloody light burst out. With a bang, the light gate was shattered at the critical moment. Xuefeng continued to retreat, but he was still one step too late, and a piece of his scalp was cut off. Then Lu Ming lifted his leg and kicked Xue Feng's stomach, sending him flying. What a pity! Lu Ming lamented in his heart. His cultivation was still not strong enough, and the gate of the seal was broken by Xue Feng's violent True Yuan. If Lu Ming's cultivation was stronger, or if he had cultivated 2 gates of the seal, it would not be so easy for Xue Feng to break it. The gate of the seal was not omnipotent. If one's cultivation was too strong, Lu Ming would not be able to seal it. Even so, Xue Feng was already shivering. He looked at Lu Ming with fear in his eyes. Just now, he was almost killed by Lu Ming's sword. What kind of secret technique is this? It's so terrifying. He was horrified. For a moment, he dared not step forward to fight with Lu Ming. Kill! This time, it was Lu Ming's turn to take the initiative. He stepped forward and attacked Xue Feng. Buzz! Chapter 1079. The Gate of Seals glowed and flew towards Xue Feng like a ray of light. Moreover, the light emitted by the Gate of Seals also had a sealing effect. Xue Feng could not escape at all. His body was enveloped by the light of the Gate of Seals, and he could not help but stiffen. Swoosh! Lu Ming's body was like a flickering shadow as he rushed towards Xue Feng. The blood leopard that Xue Feng had transformed into let out a furious roar. Blood spurted out like a volcanic eruption and rushed towards the Gate of Seals. This time, Lu Ming was even faster. The blood sword pierced through the void and pierced through the blood leopard's body in an instant. Roar! The blood leopard let out a shocking roar as it broke through the Gate of Seals and clawed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's expression changed. In a hurry, he struck out with his palm and clashed with the blood leopard's claw. With a loud bang, Lu Ming's body was sent flying a few thousand meters away. His qi and blood were in turmoil, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Xue Feng's genuine yuan was too strong. The moment Lu Ming stabbed him, he broke through the Gate of Seals and launched a counterattack. However, the blood leopard that Xue Feng had transformed into was definitely not in a good state after being stabbed by Lu Ming. At this moment, he roared and did not dare to continue the battle. Instead, he turned and ran. Lu Ming did not chase after him. With his current cultivation, coupled with the 9 seals of the Divine Gate, he could indeed injure Xue Feng. However, it was almost impossible to kill him. If Xue Feng went all out, Lu Ming would not be in a good state either. In the blink of an eye, Xue Feng had disappeared. As for Wu Changkong, he had already sneaked away before Xue Feng had escaped. As for the dragon carp, he did not dare to take it anymore. If he stayed, he would definitely be killed by Lu Ming. On the other side, the expression of the Ji family's strong man changed. In the end, he let out a long sigh and turned to leave. His combat strength was only on par with Wu Changkong. If he continued to stay, he would only be courting death. In an instant, only Lu Ming, Sandalwood Fairy, and Kong Xin were left above the lake. Brother Lu, why did you disguise yourself? Even your aura has changed. We are suffering, Sandalwood said with a smile. There are some people that I don't want to see. Fairy, please forgive me. Lu Ming smiled. Then, Lu Ming looked at the 3 dragon carps in the lake and said, Do you two also need dragon carps? It's all thanks to Brother Lu this time. Otherwise, if Xue Feng had arrived, Brother Kong and I probably wouldn't have gained anything. These 3 dragon carps naturally belong to Brother Lu. Sandalwood said, Fairy, you're too polite. I only need 2. As for the other one, you can take it. Lu Ming smiled and landed on the surface of the lake. He used the Divine Gate 9 seals. In a flash, the Gate of Seals appeared and locked the 3 dragon carps in place. Then, his Zhen Yuan condensed into a giant hand and scooped up the 3 dragon carps. With a wave of his hand, 2 of the dragon carps disappeared. Lu Ming had collected them into a small lake in the mountain and river diagram. To refine the Nirvana pill, he only needed the true blood of the dragon carps, not the dragon carps. Therefore, 2 dragon carps were enough, and more would not be of much use. There is no harm in giving the other one to Sandalwood Fairy. Thank you, Brother Lu. Sandalwood Fairy was overjoyed. She was an alchemist, and this dragon carp was indeed of great use to her. After Sandalwood Fairy put it away, she was about to say something when her expression suddenly froze. She revealed a look of surprise and stared ahead with wide eyes. On the side, Kong Xian was the same. He seemed to have seen something extremely shocking. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He turned around, and in the next moment, his eyes immediately widened. In front of him, at an unknown distance, there was a magnificent palace that emerged from the void. It was surrounded by clouds and mist outside, like an immortal palace. It was incomparably huge, but it was full of vicissitudes, as if it had crossed endless years. It seemed real and illusory at the same time. From afar, it was very unreal, like an illusion. What kind of palace is this? It wasn't there just now. Lu Ming was surprised. There was nothing there just now, so why would an ancient palace suddenly appear? Sacred mansion. It's the sacred mansion. Kong Xian muttered to himself, his eyes revealing an incomparable excitement. Sacred mansion? Both Sandalwood Fairy and Lu Ming were very surprised. This arcane realm was called the Sacred Mansion Arcane Realm, but Lu Ming had never known what it meant. He did not expect that there really was a sacred mansion. Yes, in the ancient books of our World Academy, there's a sacred mansion in this arcane realm, and there's a supreme existence inside. It is said that it surpasses the Emperor. Kong Xian said word by word. His eyes were filled with excitement, as if he was on a pilgrimage. An existence that surpasses the Emperor. Lu Ming and Sandalwood gasped a breath of cold air. In the divine wilderness continent, the Emperor was the strongest. In the eyes of all cultivators, the Emperor was already a supreme existence. Their combat strength was earth-shattering. With a palm strike, they could split the sky and crack the earth, penetrate the earth, and pierce through the sky. It was boundlessly terrifying. The ultimate goal of all cultivators was to become an emperor and dominate the world. But now, there was a figure above the emperor here. How could it not be shocking? Is this true? Lu Ming asked. Kong Xian shook his head and said, I don't know, but it is indeed recorded in the ancient books. And according to the ancient books, the sacred mansion rarely appears. Even when the emperors could freely enter this place, no one has seen it. It has always been a legend, but now it has really appeared. It is incredible. Kong Xian sighed again and again. He was very excited, and then he revealed many secrets. According to the old legends, there was an existence that surpassed the sovereign-level living in this Saint Mansion. If someone obtained the Saint Mansion token, they could enter the Saint Mansion with it and obtain great opportunities. They might even have the chance to obtain the inheritance of that existence. And the Sacred Mansion token was in the Sacred Mansion Arcane Realm. It is said that this Sacred Mansion Arcane Realm has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if it is an existence above the Emperor, it can't live for hundreds of thousands of years, right? Sandalwood Fairy said with some doubts. The path of cultivation was against the heavens. The higher the cultivation, the longer the lifespan. It was already very heaven-defying for an emperor to live for 10 to 20,000 years. It was equivalent to a mortal living for hundreds of years, watching the world change like a living history book. As for the existence above the emperor, no matter how powerful it was, it could not live for hundreds of thousands of years. It was too shocking and unbelievable. Unless it was a legendary god. Legend said that gods could exist with heaven and earth, but that was only a legend. I'm not too sure about that either. Kong Xian shook his head. Even so, their eyes were filled with flames. An existence that surpassed a ruler. This was too shocking. Once one reached such a boundary, one would definitely be all-powerful and unimaginable. If it was true, they would benefit endlessly if they obtained something. Roar! Roar! At this moment, a long howl resounded through the earth. It was extremely shocking. A wolf. The three of them saw a huge silver wolf appear on a mountain peak in the distance. It howled at the sky, and its aura was shocking like a tsunami. With a stomp, the mountain peak collapsed. The silver wolf broke through the sky and flew in the direction of the sacred mansion. Rumble. In the sky, a mountain ridge moved. Upon closer look, it was a giant snake swimming across the sky, heading toward the sacred mansion. Bang! The earth rumbled and trembled. Not far away, a giant ape as tall as a mountain stepped on the ground, causing the earth to crack and the mountains to tremble. Chapter 1080. The land seemed to be boiling. Powerful beasts went berserk and flew in the direction of the Saint Mansion. Along the way, if they saw any human martial artists, they would kill them immediately. There were even powerful beasts that killed each other. Caw! With a sharp cry, the sky darkened as a terrifying pressure pressed down. Oh no, run! Lu Ming's face changed as he rushed to the side. Sandalwood Fairy and Kong Xian's faces also changed as they followed Lu Ming to the side. A strong wind blew as a giant eagle flew over their heads. Its eyes were as sharp as swords as it glanced at the three of them. With a flap of its wings, a terrifying tornado was formed and swept toward the three of them. Wherever the tornado passed, not to mention trees, even huge mountains were uprooted and swept into it. The scene was horrifying. The three of them ran forward at full speed to avoid the tornado. After the giant eagle fanned out the tornado, it ignored Lu Ming and the others and quickly flew away. The three of them didn't dare to take it head-on. They used their movement techniques to avoid it. After flying for a few thousand miles, the tornado weakened and disappeared into the air. Phew! The three of them let out a long breath. That giant eagle was definitely a beast above the 7th level spirit god realm. It was too strong. They were too weak. It seems that the sacred mansion has really appeared. The powerful beasts in the secret territory have all been alarmed. Kong Xian said, "What are you going to do next?" Lu Ming asked, "We'll meet up with the other brothers and see if we could take a gamble. If we can get a little opportunity from the appearance of the sacred mansion, it will be endless benefits." Kong Xian's eyes were burning with passion. Sandalwood Fairy nodded. A group of people from the Medicine King Valley had also entered. She also wanted to meet up with them. "Fairy, why don't we join forces? The Medicine King Valley is good at inscription. The World Academy also has people who are good at inscription and martial arts. Only by working together can we bring out the best in each other." Kong Xian said, "Okay, it's decided. Brother Lu, will you come with us?" Sandalwood Fairy looked at Lu Ming. "No, I have other things to do. I'll take my leave now." Lu Ming shook his head, bid farewell to the two of them, and left. The two of them felt that it was a pity. If Lu Ming were to join them, their chances of success would undoubtedly be greater. Then, the two of them left. With the appearance of the sacred residence, everyone in the secret realm was in an uproar. Everyone from the World Academy knew some secrets, and rumors about those above the ruler level had also spread. All the powerhouses who entered the secret realm were extremely enthusiastic. Powerhouses from various forces gathered and headed toward the sacred residence. Lu Ming flew all the way and soon saw a few corpses of ferocious beasts. They were all killed by the ferocious beasts. Lu Ming landed, and his devouring power burst out, devouring the blood essence of the ferocious beasts. This was the reason why he had left Sandalwood Fairy and Kong Xian. Just now, the powerful vicious beast in the mystic realm had gone on a rampage and killed many martial artists and weaker vicious beasts. Lu Ming didn't want to waste them, so he swallowed them and broke through to the next realm. Along the way, Lu Ming devoured all the human martial artists and ferocious beasts that he saw being killed. Many of them were at the spiritual god level. Lu Ming devoured more and more energy. After a full day, Lu Ming had devoured the energy of hundreds of human cultivators and vicious beasts. Then, he found a hidden place and entered the mountain river diagram to begin refining. The energy of the blood essence was all used to improve the 9 dragons' bloodline. The other energy was all converted into vital essence. Lu Ming began to break through to the 2nd level of the spirit god realm. His current conception of heaven and earth was completely ahead of his cultivation. As long as he had energy, he could break through to the next realm. Boom! Boom! The majestic vital essence gathered in the spiritual god, making it more solid. The spiritual god sat cross-legged in his dantian, his whole body glowing and looking solemn. After a long time, with a rumble, Lu Ming's aura surged. The second level of the spirit god realm. Lu Ming had finally broken through to the second level of the spirit god realm, and his strength had greatly improved. If he encountered Xue Feng now, Lu Ming was confident that he could kill him even without using the 9 seals of the Divine Gate. Lu Ming stood up and stepped out, appearing outside the mountain river diagram. Now I can fight for the Saint Mansion. Lu Ming revealed a confident expression. If it was before he broke through to the second level of the spirit god realm, even if Lu Ming went, he might not be able to obtain any benefits. Many of the previous generation's geniuses had entered the mountain river diagram. Every overlord force probably had an expert like Xue Feng, and there might even be someone stronger. Moreover, these forces had many people. If Lu Ming was at the first level of the spirit god realm, even if he went, he might not be their opponent. Moreover, there was also Yang Patian. The battle strength of the 5 young tycoons was absolutely shocking and couldn't be underestimated. But now, Lu Ming was confident that even if he couldn't suppress all of them, it wouldn't be a problem for him to get a share of the loot. Using the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, Lu Ming turned into a streak of light and flew away. Soon, Lu Ming had flown a few 100,000 miles. So far, where's the Saint Mansion? Lu Ming was speechless. After flying a few 100,000 miles, he felt that the Saint Mansion wasn't close at all. It was still so far away that he couldn't see it. Lu Ming continued to fly, flying a few 100,000 miles. Unfortunately, it was still the same. He didn't feel that he was close to the Saint Mansion. The Saint Mansion was floating in the air like an immortal palace. Boom! Suddenly, there was an uproar in front of him. There were experts fighting fiercely. In the distance, the sky was shrouded in endless light. Various colored lights flickered as terrifying attacks collided continuously. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. He restrained his aura and flew over. Fairy, Brother Kong. Below, there were some figures looking up. Fairy Sandalwood and Kong Xian were among them. Lu Ming flew over to greet them. Brother Lu. Seeing Lu Ming, both of them smiled. What's going on? Lu Ming asked. They're fighting for the Saint Mansion's token. Fairy Sandalwood said. What? The Saint Mansion's token has appeared? Lu Ming was shocked. He didn't expect that the battle in the sky was because of the Saint Mansion's token. High up in the sky, dazzling lights flashed. It was impossible to see the faces of the people inside. Only 7 or 8 figures could be seen crisscrossing and fighting fiercely. They were all powerful and terrifying existences. Even Fairy Sandalwood and Kong Xian could only watch from below, unable to interfere. There were many people watching below. Lu Ming saw Bupo from the Sky Eagle Fort and some other experts from the Sky Eagle Fort. In addition, the Ji family from the Demon Mountain was also there. Everyone stared at the sky, watching the progress of the battle. Bang! Suddenly, a huge figure was shot down and fell heavily on the ground. It was a lightning eagle. Its body was covered in lightning, but there was no aura. It was dead. Senior brother. Bupo and the others shouted in anger. Obviously, this lightning eagle was an expert from the previous generation of the Sky Eagle Fort. Swoosh! At this moment, another figure rushed down. Chapter 1081. Senior Brother Luo. Kong Xian's expression changed as he stepped forward. Obviously, this person was an expert from the World Academy. I'm no match for them. I don't need the Sacred Mansion token. Senior Brother Luo sighed. Kong Xian and Sandalwood Fairy were shocked. They knew that Senior Brother Luo was the #1 prodigy of the World Academy. He had awakened a 7th level divine bloodline and reached the 4th level of the Spirit God realm. He shouldn't be weaker than Xue Feng. but he still couldn't defeat them. The number of people decreased, but the battle became more intense. Terrifying vibrations spread out for thousands of miles. The void was as fragile as a piece of paper. Bang! Bang! Following that, more and more people were sent flying out of the battlefield. People were sent out of the battlefield in succession. They were severely injured and stood in the void, looking at the battlefield unwillingly with fear in their eyes. Lu Ming could see that there were only two figures left in the sky, fighting fiercely. Clang! Clang! The sounds of collisions were constantly heard as if two gods were fighting. Sizzle! The space cracked and the light faded. Two figures appeared in front of everyone. Both of them were tall and burly with wild auras. One of them held a halberd in his hand. His black hair hung loosely behind his back, and his aura was shocking to the extreme. Just by standing there, the space around him was like water, constantly twisting and distorting, forming circular ripples. Yang Patian. This person was actually one of the top 5 youths, Yang Patian. The other person stood in front of Yang Patian. His body was even more burly than Yang Potion's, revealing 2 muscular arms. He was holding a huge spike club. This person looked very young, definitely not more than 30 years old. He was in the same generation as Lu Ming. A prodigy of a younger generation was actually able to fight with Yang Patian. Who was this person? This person is from the Northern Plains and is known as the #1 prodigy of the Northern Plains. I heard that he fought with Yang Patian outside before. Xianxia explained in a low voice. Lu Ming suddenly understood. So it was a prodigy of the Northern Plains. He had also heard that a prodigy from the Northern Plains fought with Yang Patian to a draw. Between the two of them, there was a purple-gold token floating in the air, emitting a hazy glow. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This should be the Holy Mansion's token. Tuoba, sure, let's settle this today. Yang Patian held the halberd in his hand. With a slight movement, he cut open a crack in space. His aura was wild. His hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning. That's exactly what I wanted. Tuoba sure grinned and waved his mace, creating a loud rumbling sound. Waves of energy surged, and the token of the Saint Mansion was blasted high up into the sky. Shwa shwa. At the same time, the two of them moved, rushing towards each other, starting a great battle. Yang Patian had also comprehended the will of space, and his usage of it was even more terrifying than Dishan's. At the same time, he also had the support of other wills. When he struck out with his halberd, it was as if he could sever the void. Tuoba Shure's muscles bulged like an invincible warrior. His mace danced in the air, crushing everything in its path. When it collided with the ancient halberd, a terrifying rumble could be heard. The two of them clashed fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. The others gathered around to watch, their eyes filled with amazement. Is this the strength of the 5 giants? They're indeed powerful, Lu Ming exclaimed. At the same time, a strong fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. Sigh, they're too powerful. They haven't even used the bloodline fusion, but they're already so powerful. I'm too far behind them. Xianxia sighed. Have their bloodlines surpassed level 8 of the divine level? Lu Ming asked. That's right. The bloodlines of the 5 giants of the Central Continent are all at level 9 of the divine level. Sandalwood Fairy said. They're actually at level 9 of the divine level. Lu Ming was also a little surprised. Level 9 of the divine level was the highest level of bloodline. Each of them was extremely terrifying. The higher one's bloodline was, the greater the difference in the talent or bloodline bonus brought by each level. Level 7 of the divine level was much stronger than level 6 of the divine level. However, level 8 of the divine level was much stronger than level 7 of the divine level, whether it was talent or bloodline bonus. As for level 9 of the divine level, it was even more terrifying. This was because level 9 of the divine level represented the peak in perfection. It was not something a level 8 of the divine level could compare to. If level 8 of the divine level meant that one had the potential to become an emperor, Then level 9 of the divine level meant that one would definitely become an emperor as long as they didn't die. In the history of the divine wilderness continent, anyone who awakened level 9 of the divine level bloodline would become an emperor as long as they didn't die. The 5 giants of the central continent were equivalent to becoming an emperor in the future. It was no wonder that Yang Patian was so arrogant. He always acted as if he was above everyone else. He was destined to become an emperor. Apart from people who were at the same level as him, everyone else was just an ant in his eyes. Perhaps in the depths of his heart, he didn't even care about supremes. Clang! Clang! The battle continued and became more and more intense. Both of them were really angry for the Sacred Mansion token. Both of them were determined to get the Sacred Mansion token. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 100 moves. The purple gold Sacred Mansion token rolled around in their energy. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound came from the Saint Mansion's token. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the token crumbled into pieces. The Sacred Mansion token shattered. Everyone was stunned. Even Yang Patian and Tuoba Shur were stunned. They stopped fighting and looked at each other. No one had expected the Sacred Mansion token to shatter. Wasn't that the token to enter the Sacred Mansion? The owner of the Sacred Mansion was an existence that surpassed the Emperor. How could his token shatter so easily? Impossible. The Sacred Mansion token is indestructible. It can't be broken. This is fake. This is a fake token. Kong Xian shouted. A fake token? Everyone looked at each other. I know. Someone threw out a fake token. They want to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, then reap the benefits. Someone guessed. Everyone's eyes flashed. They felt that it was very likely that someone wanted to take advantage of the situation. Fairy, Brother Kong, how did the token appear? Lu Ming asked. I heard that before this. Someone shouted that he found the token. Many people fought over it. Later, more and more people joined in. In the end, even Yang Patian and Tuoba Shur were attracted. Kong Xian explained. So you're saying that no one saw where the token came from? Lu Ming asked. Both Fairy Sandalwood and Kong Xian shook their heads. Previously, when everyone saw the Sacred Mansion token, they fought over it like crazy. Who would have thought that the token was fake? Lu Ming nodded. It seemed that someone was really trying to take advantage of the situation. Damn it! Which bastard did this? If I find out, I'll make him suffer. In Bupo from the Heavenly Eagle Castle roared. The Heavenly Eagle Castle lost a peerless expert because of this. Chapter 1082. Yang Patian and Tuoba Shur's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Someone actually dared to mess with them. They deserved to die. The two of them scanned the crowd with murderous intent, sending chills down everyone's spine. In the end, they did not find anyone suspicious. Yang Patian snorted coldly and left. Tuoba Shur grinned and left as well. Since the Sacred Mansion token was fake, there was no need for them to continue fighting. Then, the people from the other forces left one after another. Lu Ming did not leave. He had his eyes on a person. It was a slightly plump young man. He looked very simple and honest. However, his eyes were darting around, and Lu Ming felt that they were somewhat familiar. Fairy, Brother Kong, come with me, Lu Ming whispered. Fairy Sandalwood and Kong Xian were slightly stunned, then nodded and followed Lu Ming in a certain direction. In front of them, the simple-looking young man was strolling in the mountains. He had not seemed to be walking fast, but his speed was surprisingly fast. The three of them concealed their auras and followed the young man in the forest. Fairy Sandalwood and Kong Xian were curious. They did not know why Lu Ming was following the young man. Could it be that Lu Ming had noticed something? After traveling for 10,000 miles, the young man in front of them stopped and looked around. Then a light flashed on his body. In the next moment, the young man's appearance changed completely. He had turned into a monk. An unscrupulous monk. Lu Ming recognized the monk at a glance. It was the same unscrupulous monk they had met before. Western Desert Holy Monk. The three of them hid behind a rock and concealed their auras as much as possible. Xianxia transmitted his voice to the other two. They could only transmit their voice because they were too close. If they spoke, no matter how soft their voices were, Unscrupulous Monk would hear them. Sigh. At this moment, Unscrupulous Monk sighed, then reached into his chest and took out a purple gold token. The three of them were dumbfounded. Wasn't that the Sacred Mansion token? It was exactly the same as the one before. My hair, my Buddha, is merciful. It's a pity that only a few experts died this time. Yang Patian and Tuobashir were not injured. I thought they would both be injured. The monk muttered in a low voice, but Lu Ming and the other two heard him clearly. The three of them looked at each other, especially Sandalwood Fairy and Xianxia, whose eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It was actually this fellow. To think that the one who threw out the fake Saint Manor token and started the battle was actually this fellow. Weren't the holy monks of the Western Desert compassionate and merciful? But how could this guy do such a thing? Sandalwood Fairy and Xianxia were both in a daze. Lu Ming was better off because he was mentally prepared. He had seen how heartless this monk was before. Looks like I have to do it again. Unscrupulous Monk mumbled and revealed a harmless smile. With a wave of his sleeve, he strode away. Lu Ming and the other two stared at each other in bewilderment. In the end, they did not continue to follow. They returned to the place where the battle had taken place and gathered with the people from the World Academy and Medicine King Valley. Brother Kong, why can't we get close to the Saint Mansion? I've flown for millions of miles, but it still seems so far away. Lu Ming was a little puzzled. The Saint Mansion should be millions of miles ahead, but because it hasn't fully manifested, it looks so far away. In fact, we've been getting closer. Xianxia explained. The World Academy was the most familiar with the Saint Mansion's secret realms. Lu Ming nodded. Immediately, Lu Ming, Sandalwood Fairy, and the others flew in the direction of the Saint Mansion. Hundreds of thousands of miles later, the Saint Mansion token has appeared ahead. What? The Saint Mansion token is mine. Let's go. They heard a series of loud shouts as figures streaked across the void and flew in a certain direction. That monk is stirring up trouble again. Xianxia gritted his teeth. Let's go take a look, but don't do anything, Sandalwood Fairy said. Everyone flew in that direction. Sure enough, there was a terrifying battle in a place, and corpses were falling continuously. In the forest below, they saw a slightly plump young man with rolling eyes. It was the unscrupulous monk in disguise. At that moment, the unscrupulous monk was running around, picking up the storage rings of the dead. Sandalwood Fairy and Xianxia's eyelids twitched. Is that really the Saint Monk of the Western Desert? Could it be fake? Sandalwood Fairy's eyes widened in disbelief. That had completely shattered her understanding of the Saint Monk of the Western Desert. It should be real. I've fought with him before, and I used a Buddhist cultivation technique. Lu Ming said. The unscrupulous monk was unfathomable. He was young, but his combat strength was extremely terrifying. Then, Lu Ming and the others left the place because the Saint Mansion token must be fake. It must be the unscrupulous monk who was stirring up trouble. The group flew for millions of miles. A huge mountain peak appeared in front of them. The peak was bare, without any vegetation. It was all rocks. At this moment, the entire mountain peak was covered with inscriptions. It was glowing and incomparably resplendent. High up in the sky, the wind and clouds gathered. The huge palace was faintly discernible, as if it was in the sky, but it had not fully materialized. Thousands of figures stood in the distance of the mountain. They were all the experts of the major factions who had entered this time. Roar! Roar! Terrifying roars could be heard. Dozens of powerful beasts were fighting fiercely on the mountain. Blood chi soared into the sky. Lu Ming and the others were shocked when they saw that from afar. Those powerful existences in the secret realm were coming here, but they were fighting each other on the mountain. Why was that? The roars were endless, and the fighting was extremely fierce. Those who could come here were all existences above the 7th level of the spirit god realm. Howl! There was a wolf howl that was extremely mournful. Lu Ming saw a huge silver wolf that was 100 meters tall. However, its heart was grabbed by a huge eagle, and it fell on the mountain peak. Fresh blood seeped into the mountain peak, making the mountain peak shine even brighter. Caw! The giant eagle was not faring well either. Its wings were grabbed by a giant ape, and its wings were torn off. Then a giant centipede cut open its stomach. All of them were giant beasts fighting fiercely. Giant beasts fell and were torn apart. A giant snake, as big as a mountain, was cut into several pieces by a giant mantis. However, the mantis head was bitten off by the giant snake before it died. Whoosh! Whoosh! More and more people came, but they all stopped in the distance and looked at the scene in shock. Half a day later, all the giant beasts fell on the mountain. Their blood seeped into the mountain as if they had become nourishment for the mountain. In the sky, the ancient palace was rumbling. Wind and clouds gathered, and it seemed like it would appear at any time. At this moment, the crowd finally dared to approach the mountain. Lu Ming looked over and saw more than 5,000 people. Lu Ming saw Yang Patian, Tuoba Shi, and Di Shun. Junior brother Wu, is he the person you were talking about? Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. A murderous gaze stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned his head and frowned. A group of youths with swords on their backs stood not far away. Some of them were looking at Lu Ming coldly. Wu Qingkong. Chapter 1083. These were the experts of the Sky Martial Sword faction. Senior brother, that's him. His name is Lu Xiaoqing. Wu Qingkong said to a man in his 40s. The man in his prime stepped out and stared at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Lu Xiaoqing, how dare you lay your hands on the people from the Talent Swordsmanship sect? I think you don't need to live in this world. The burly man's aura was oppressive as he exuded a powerful aura. The others heard the commotion and looked over. Lu Xiaoqing? Among them, Jing Kongling, Junyu, and Yin Bupo were surprised. They had seen Lu Ming before. They were surprised to see Lu Ming. Isn't that the weakling with a combat strength of 5? Yes, that's him. Did he offend the Sky Martial Sword faction? He's courting death. Why do I feel that Wu Changkong suffered a loss in his hands? Otherwise, why would he ask the experts of the previous generation to help him? He could have done it himself. That's true. It can't be, right? Is that weakling so powerful? Many people recognized Lu Ming. There were many discussions and various guesses. Lu Ming glanced at the man in his prime and looked at Wu Changkong. Wu Changkong, I let you go last time. Seems like you didn't learn your lesson. I'll send you on your way then. As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Could it be that Wu Changkong had really suffered in Lu Ming's hands? Lu Xiaoqing, don't be arrogant. You're the one who's going to die today. Wu Changkong's face was cold. He wanted to chop Lu Ming into pieces. Clang, clang. The sound of swords could be heard. Powerful sword auras erupted from the bodies of the Tianwu sword sect members. Their gazes were like swords as they stared at Lu Ming. Swoosh! Another tall and sturdy man in the prime of his life stepped out and stood beside the previous man. His aura was astonishing. There are 2 LV4 spirit god realm experts. Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. There were 2 4th-level spirit god experts in the Sky Martial Sword sect. Judging from their auras, they were not weaker than Xue Feng. They should be at the same level as Xue Feng. Oh no, it's them. Brother Lu. These 2 are the strongest geniuses of the previous generation of the Sky Martial Sword faction. Both of them have awakened level 7 divine bloodlines. Sandalwood Fairy said worriedly. Sky Martial Sword faction, don't go too far. If you want to kill Brother Lu, you'll have to go through the World Academy first. Kong Xian stepped forward and stared at the people from the Celestial Martial Sword sect. Although they had seen Lu Ming fight before, and he was indeed powerful enough to injure Xue Feng and force Xue Feng to retreat in a sorry state. But now, the Sky Martial Sword sect had 2 experts like Xue Feng. When Lu Ming fought Xue Feng, it was already very difficult. Facing two such experts, he was definitely not a match. World Academy, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Within the Sky Martial Sword sect, a robust man at the 4th level of the Spirit God realm spoke coldly and in an extremely domineering manner. What arrogance! From the World Academy, a man in his 30s stepped out, his aura exploding. This was the strongest person from the World Academy this time. He was also the top genius of the previous generation of the World Academy. He was on the same level as Xue Feng. One had to admit that the previous generation's geniuses were too weak compared to this generation. Those who had awakened level 7 divine bloodlines were already the top geniuses of their respective factions. They couldn't be compared to this generation's geniuses at all. The difference was too great. It was as if all the luck had been placed on this generation, allowing it to enter a golden age. Haha, brothers Wu, why don't you count me in to kill Lu Xiaoqing? With a cold laugh, a man in a blood-red robe stepped out. It was Xue Feng. Back when he was injured by Lu Ming, he had been waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Now that he saw Lu Ming fighting with the people from the Sky Martial Sword faction, how could he miss such a great opportunity? Xue Feng, you came at the right time. Let's work together and kill this person, one of the men from the Sky Martial Sword faction said. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on them. This Lu Xiaoqing had offended so many people. It seemed like he was going to die today. At this moment, Sandalwood Fairy, Kong Exon, and the white-robed man from the World Academy all had ugly expressions on their faces. If it was only the Sky Martial Sword faction, they might still be able to put up a fight. But with Xue Feng, it would be difficult. You're all here. You came at the right time. Let's settle this together today. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step forward. Everyone was stunned. What did he say? Facing such a situation, he actually said that he would settle it together? Was he crazy? Sandalwood Fairy and the others were also stunned. Brother Lu, Sandalwood Fairy called out. Fairy, Brother Kong, leave this place to me. Lu Ming smiled at Sandalwood Fairy and the others, then stepped out to face Xue Feng and the others. Brother Wu, this kid has a very evil secret technique that can seal people's movements. Let's work together and kill him. Xue Feng whispered to the two experts from the Sky Martial Sword faction. All right. The two experts from the Sky Martial Sword faction nodded. They had heard from Wu Changkong about the battle between Lu Ming and Xue Feng. They knew that Lu Ming was not ordinary. Although he sounded strong, they did not dare to be careless. Boom, boom, boom. The two experts from the Sky Martial Sword faction and Xue Feng unleashed their powerful auras at the same time. Shocking auras shot up to the sky and pressed down on Lu Ming. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three of them moved and surrounded Lu Ming. The three of them are joining forces to deal with Lu Xiaoqing. How can this be? Is Lu Xiaoqing's combat strength that strong? Otherwise, why would Xue Feng and the others take him so seriously and need the three of them to join forces? They were not fools. When they saw the three's reaction, they knew that something was wrong and guessed what was going on. They were shocked by this guess. Other than the top 5 young geniuses, who else would be so important to Xue Feng and the others? Kid, aren't you very arrogant? Let's see how you're going to die. Xue Feng's eyes were cold. In the next moment, he unleashed his bloodline and performed bloodline fusion, pouncing toward Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming roared. His third bloodline appeared, and a wisp of power entered Lu Ming's body, turning Lu Ming's hair blood red. His killing intent rushed out like a tide. At the same time, the 7 dragon powers erupted at the same time, raising Lu Ming's strength to a terrifying level. The third bloodline turned into a blood-red battle sword and was held in Lu Ming's hand. With a slash, a blood-red sword light cut through the void, illuminating the sky and slashing toward Xue Feng. This power. At this moment, Xue Feng's eyes widened and he was terrified. This power was too shocking. It was much more powerful than the last time he fought with Lu Ming. It was much more powerful. Not good. Xue Feng's body turned cold as he tried his best to resist. But with a puff, the sword light slashed through. The blood leopard that Xue Feng had transformed into had one of its claws cut off and was sent flying far away. Xue Feng roared and retreated rapidly. At this moment, the two experts of the Sky Martial Sword Sect had also arrived. Two vast sword lights, as large as mountains, slashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming slashed out with his sword and destroyed the two sword lights. His figure did not stop as he rushed toward Xue Feng. Xue Feng was terrified and retreated rapidly. You can't escape. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.